You need to unmute you too.
We can't hear you.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. How did that happen? I was talking to you a second ago. Well, regardless, okay, we are recording. Welcome to our latest hybrid interim here in Stockholm, Sweden, which I misspelled. And there's our local sports mascot, which, if my Wikipedia search is correct, is both a hockey and a soccer football team. But Magnus might know better. Or actually, someone in the room probably knows better, but it doesn't really matter. Let's move on. Okay, this is the note well. Some of you are actually new to IETF, so this maybe is worth a minute or so. We have this at the beginning of every meeting. It is a disclaimer that explains sort of the implications of you participating here. So mostly that is the intellectual property implications of you being here, and just anything you sort of contribute is if you contribute anything that reflects some intellectual property, you need to disclose that rather than just sort of hide the fact that you're trying to get a patent in the spec, etc. Also, there are some code of conduct and anti-harassment procedures in here. If you feel you're being harassed, please come to the chairs. If you feel the chairs are harassing you, please talk to our area director. His name is Mike Bishop. I don't know if he's in the room right now, but it's pretty easy to find his email address. Anyway, we take that seriously if there's any sort of misconduct. But in terms of the code of conduct, I don't think it's anything you would find shocking if you've participated in any sort of society. Okay, moving forward. Any questions about this before I move forward? Okay. Hybrid meeting tips, just to run through the ground rules of how things are going to work today. Please use the Zulip, which Magnus has already put a link to in the Google Meet chat for any sort of technical chat. So if we're actually discussing the issues, you don't want to get in the queue, or the queue's too long, or the queue's closed, or you just want to talk about other technical aspects of what we're doing today, use the Zulip. That is going to be archived. The Google Meet chat is not going to be archived, and there's some people have corporate policies where they cannot even view the Google Meet chat. So don't use the Google Meet chat for that. You are welcome to use the Google Meet chat for meeting logistics stuff like we can't hear you, etc. Please sign the blue sheet in the notes. This is another thing that Magnus has posted a link to. Click on the notes, type your name and affiliation. It's just something we do here to indicate your attendance at IETF. Everyone, please do that. Okay, and then finally, as you've no doubt figured out, audio, video, and slides will be handled in Google Meet. For queuing, what we've done in the past, and what we're planning to do this time, is we will actually just have you physically raise your hand if you were in the room. Those of us who are remote will have to use the raise hand feature in Google Meet, which at least has some ordering in it. Magnus and I are going to do the best we can to keep the rough order of hands from, hands that are physically put up and hands that are put in Google Meet. It's not going to be perfect. Please roll with it. We're not going to forget about you here in remote land, because I'm remote. I'm going to see the Google Meet you quite easily. So we're going to do the best we can there. Any questions about how the logistics of this are going to work?
That link doesn't work for me.
Which link?
That link that you're showing now leads to 404.
Yes, try zulip.itf.org.
I'll put the Zulip in the well, I'm not in Meet yet.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry. You put it in the Slack. You didn't put it in the Google Meet chat. Let
Can
me
you
fix
put it
that
in the
right
Google
now.
Meet?
Yeah, I will do that.
All right. There will be a link momentarily for that and for the notes. Please click on that link in the notes if you haven't already found it in Slack, and add yourself to the blue sheets. I will nag you a few more times about that. Okay, we need a scribe. Cullen has already agreed to do it for the morning, Cullen, or for the day?
No, up until we get to the stuff I'm going to have to participate, which is like, I guess, the unordered group ID.
Right. Well, that's actually a relatively, well, actually, maybe it isn't. All right. Well, regardless, we'll get there. Lovely. Colin's pretty active. For those of you who are new, someone else is going to have to help take notes if he can't do that and participate fully in the meeting. So who's going to back him up?
Daniel volunteered.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. As you are often the person to step up. Thank you again. Okay, this is the agenda for today. We are in the administrivia portion right now. We're going to have some, in keeping with in the past meetings of this type, we're going to have some demos. We're going to have some presentations from here in Sweden. There's a fairly pretty vibrant real-time community for various reasons, and we have a few representatives here. They're going to give some presentations. Alan implemented a fetch cache and drew some lessons from that he thought the community would find valuable. So we're going to talk about that for a little bit. Then you see a break. Unordered group ID. So when we talked about group ID in Denver, we worked out that fetch wasn't going to work. We wrote that down in the spec. There was concern that emerged after Denver about subscribe. I think that Alan has solved that with his PRs, but there'll be a chance to have a Q&A in case there's confusion, or if there's other problems with that, we'll talk about it there. Then there's some other proposals, well, you can read from there. And then finally, at around 2:15, we're going to hand it over to the editors to work through as many PRs as they can, and try to get some consensus where we need to have discussion. And I'll just show you briefly tomorrow. Is this, Will's going to talk about the other drafts, and then we're just going to jump into editor's time minus planning for our next interim. All right, would anyone like to bash the agenda? Okay. The last thing we're going to talk about during this little chair section here is Magnus is going to brief the consensus status.
Yes. So we're around the consensus call on draft 10. We have had some discussion on the mailing list around this and where we classified, etc. And to conclude on that discussions, first of all, we do expect by the next version that all the text after that consensus call on dash 12, that we will have consensus on the whole draft, with the exception, I think, of one set of issues which have to do with bit packing of the fields, which we feel will be left open to a slightly later time when it's kind of more stabilized the feature set, and then like do a complete review of the whole protocol to see if there's any kind of what improvements we can on the bit packing. I do encourage people on the bit packing to start think about in their use case, their usage, etc., what would be the kind of value distribution within fields. So you're prepared for that. So you know what to ask for. We also have a large number of open issues that exists, but they do request additional changes to what's in the current draft. So
Can I just comment? I do have slides to talk about 548 and 549 this week if people want to talk about it.
Yeah.
We can also skip over it if chairs would prefer we not talk about it.
yeah,
My 2 cents is I'm not saying I'm opposed to talking about it, but I do think that BitPack is relatively a priority compared to things that affect application APIs and what was the other thing? Highly disruptive things that will like convulse the rest of the like new verbs and so on that will change everything, affect everything else that we've agreed on.
Yeah.
I'll move to the next slide.
Yes, just to remind you that the current process we're working on, there is that PRs that are editorial can be landed at the editor's discretion. Non-editorial PRs will be open in a minimum of 2 weeks, and all review comments will be addressed to the editor's satisfaction. And at least one approval is required before landing. If the comments on if there's no, if there's anything indicating that there's not consensus on this, we'll take it forward to more general discussion to resolve that consensus. If it's, I guess this was the free was the temp was put in lately. Yes, Colin.
Well, I'll let you finish, then I'll.
Yeah. So the third was put in now at the current high rate kind of churn to try to get the issues down. I expect us to drop that fairly, hopefully get out of that with only 5 business days, but I was trying to improve the throughput of for the editors of likely not breaking existing interop to have a slightly lower bar. And we really should have classified all the kind of PRs. And we will run consensus call on each draft as it gets published to verify that there is consensus of what's actually was landed. That's the backstop for anything where if we make a mistake, etc. That's where you can complain saying, no, I missed that this had impact, etc. So, yes, Colin.
Okay, so I'm not. 3 is a change, and I'm not okay on that. That's not really working well for me. I think we're merging in a lot of stuff that had negative comments that weren't addressed in any way, and I would like to move to for the design labeled ones that we have approval of all the authors of the document.
All. I mean, so do you just mean the two editors and the 2 authors?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. That the people named on the front page is what I call the authors, not the contributors. We found, and I don't care if you can get that in 1 day. If you have 1 day, you hit merge.
I don't mind doing that as long as we can get the authors to commit to a cadence of reviewing PRs at least twice a week or something. Like, does that seem fair? Like, because there's a lot of issues to close. So I don't know.
If there's an SLA on like author reviews, then yes. There's basically what we're saying. And it can be, but it needs to be less than 5 business days, I think, in that case, just so we have time to do like 1 go around. But I'm okay with all 4, but like if the SLA is like 3 days, then sure. It doesn't need to be 24 hours, but it needs to be like, and obviously if someone says like, I hate this PR, like I need to sit on it for a while, then we sit on it. Right? Like, but.
Yeah. So,
also,
I mean, I can't agree with the SLA or whatever.
I mean, that's really
sounds reasonable to me. I'm not objecting to that.
I'm on the thing all the time, and Ian and I are always in communication. It's really a Suhas and Victor question. Can you guys commit to reviewing like PRs within like a couple twice a week?
I'd be perfectly willing if all you put is didn't read, don't care, not reviewing. I would review that as approval. Not object. That's what you want to do.
And we are saying this only for the non-editorial PRs, right?
It's only for design.
Yeah, design PRs. Okay, I can commit to it.
I mean, yeah. Okay.
So then we strike the
Okay, so we'll change 3.
Can I just go back to the other thing you said, Colin, which is that you feel like that we use this. So the editorial and minor design thing was discussed at an interim.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Oh, it was only the first part.
I'm on the ones that are design changes. I think the way they're getting merged, I do not find it.
Okay.
And I will send specific comments.
It doesn't have to be right now, but sometime like today, can you send a list of PRs that you think did not follow the process? Because at least I think we did follow it, and I want to know where I made a mistake so I can correct
Totally
it.
fair.
Yeah, I think I was going to ask. I was like, it'd be good for us to have a list just so we know this way.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'll get that today, but I will get that.
Okay.
Totally fair.
So the update is on the non-design, on the design ones to have all authors indicate that it's okay.
Or indicate that okay. Or
They need to at least indicate it's fine in some way. Either I don't care or it's
right.
fine.
So it's okay if they don't hit the approve button. If there's like I think this is fine, but I'm not gonna bother to go through every single line.
Yep. Okay. We'll update this. I think my goal is that we'll actually put these on the GitHub itself in the working group materials for.
Oh, this instructions?
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
do. Yeah, the QUIC working group did that, and as terrible as that flowchart was, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions or comments on this topic?
Before we launch into the real agenda, I actually have a question. Who is present here in Stockholm is interested in dinner tonight? Hands up. Okay, thank you. I will try to book a place.
Are there any logistics we need to talk about for the site, like where the bathrooms are, or is everyone comfortable with the layout of what needs to be done?
I guess the toilets is over there. Food and drinks. I was saying not food, but drinks and coffee, etc. is outside. So yeah, I think we're
excellent. In that case,
Curious, do you want to maybe just do a real quick, everyone say their name? There's some new faces here that may not know a lot of names.
Yes, we can start here again.
Ian Sweat.
Alan from down.
Daniel Fay. Herr Alsson. Torbjörn Einarsson.
Will Law.
Permafrost.
Ali Began, I was in university. Zafar Gurel.
Victor Vasiliev.
Alan Jennings.
Paris Centeno.
Denise Tell.
Mattis Engelbart.
Gundel Simon.
Mattias Bergström.
And Magnus Westlund.
Folks online.
I'm marking you out here. Michael Husna, are you?
You Michael.
Yep, I'm here. I'm
My name
Michael.
was
I'm from Student 77.
Okay, Mike Bishop.
Mike Bishop, responsible AD.
Yeah, he's the one that you complained to if we were misbehaving. He's the one I mentioned before. Mike English.
Mike English, Cloudflare.
Mo. Let's see. Philip, or are you in the room? Philip Liaison. Okay, he does not have a mic. No worries. Sebastian.
You just got up. Back.
Sebastian Rust, researcher at the Technical University in Darmstadt.
Okay. Philip just commented that he's another Googler interested in the work. And finally, Yekwi Wang.
Yekwi Wang PyDance.
Lovely. Welcome, everyone. Fabricio, your hand is up. Is there a reason?
Fabricio.
I think that's the room.
Oh, yeah. Is it? No, Nobel's the room.
I think maybe the room has a gesture or something.
Yeah.
Because everybody raised their hands.
Okay. Weird. All right. Well, all right. That's enough of that. So I'd like to welcome Per to talk from Vindrel to give his talk. So go ahead and.
So how do I connect this?
We could
Connect to Google Meet. Yeah, I connected to Google Meet.
Alternatively, we could run the slides for you.
just join with companion mode.
Or at least mute your microphone.
They come out with some sort of,
Adaptive audio.
but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we should try that right now. So we can try it later.
Cool.
Let's see here.
While this is going on, if you arrived late and did not sign the blue sheets, please click on the link in the Google Meet chat, go to the notes, add your name and affiliation. Thank you.
So, Permafrost, and with me is my colleague Mattias Bergström. We're from a Swedish company called RealSprint, where we work with Vindrel. It's our brand for media and streaming related tech. So we're here to share some experience on our early adopter media over QUIC journey so far. We're using it in production since a few months back, but Mattias will share more about the interesting stuff. We're glad to be here. It's our first time at one of these kind of gatherings, so nice to just sit in and listen to see how it works. We're also very excited about the big interest we see in the industry as a whole for media over QUIC. We've gotten much attention from broadcasters, for instance, that really wants to move their old workflows to media over QUIC. So very short background just to get into why we're even here. We have two main products, WinRAR Composer and WinRAR Live. I'll not mention much about Composer. It's real-time studio software. We're adding Media QUIC support to that as well, but that's not the main focus. The main focus for the entire company is WinRAR Live. It's basically a portfolio of components that can be used standalone, for instance, on-prem encoder, where we can do SDI, MPKs in, and then package it to Media QUIC and do transcoding, etc. Traffic routing, egress relay. Together, these components forms a complete system for live streaming. So we originally launched this back in 2016 in the current version back then as a self-hosted platforms for system integrators, and that's still our main focus. But recently, a few years back, we also added a hosted service, like our own live CDN for market demand. So use cases range from online TV and radio around the globe to like firefighter helicopters wanting to share their video feed with the like experts on the ground or remotely in a secure way, just using their browser. So ultra low latency has always been like one of the key features behind this. So just a brief background is back in 2015, we were tasked with replacing Flash and RTMP in a then existing live streaming solution for live casinos, live dealers, for instance, and horse racing. The requirements were basically around 2 seconds of latency glass to glass, high quality synchronization across devices, and support for timed metadata or frame sync metadata. We had some history with WebRTC back then and started with that. Felt quite proud of a quick but working solution with WebRTC until we hit production and started to see like the real life statistics of actual viewers, especially over shaky networks and long latencies. We felt that it was not up to our expectations. We moved on to data channels, which we thought we were very smart when we did chunked media over them and did software decoding in the browser and then displayed it on a canvas, for instance. But it was sort of the same problem there. SCTP as a protocol did not work really well with high bitrate, especially over long distances and shaky networks. So we moved on to WebSockets and have been using it ever since. That was back in 2016 and have done incremental improvements across the board. We're still very satisfied with that solution, but felt that Media QUIC is a very, very great and natural upgrade from that. And Matthias will talk more about why.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. We're gonna recap our story with Media QUIC, starting with the reason why we chose QUIC in the first place. We're also gonna look at what we have in production today and what the status of interop is. Then we'll finish up with the streaming format that we have chosen and look at some of the early adopter challenges that we faced. So next slide, please. Yeah, so around 2 years ago, we were looking into how we could simplify and unify our internal media processing. It had become complicated because of partly because of fast growth and new features being added. So we wanted one protocol that could support all of our needs, and some of them being like multiple tracks, carrying DRM, subtitles, various protocols, various codecs. There was a long list of requirements. And in parallel with that, we were actually looking at using web transport for playout to improve the performance. And at some point, these two efforts merged into one once we realized that Media QUIC would basically meet all of these requirements. Next slide, please. So let's fast forward to today. We are using Media QUIC basically from point of ingress to point of egress. and we are currently rolling out last mile viewers. And our media over QUIC integration is fully integrated into our pre-existing platform. So we have features like load balancing, traffic routing, and etc. Some of the features that we offer, like ABR ladders and LLH playout, put some specific requirements on our media over QUIC implementation. We can't really offer a streaming format agnostic solution. We're currently tied to a specific streaming format since we need to know the internals, so what's inside of the over QUIC objects. Our stack uses web transport end to end. All of the components speak web transport or use web transport as the underlying protocol. And this has some added benefits that some of our internal tools that we have developed, like the quality of service client that you can see to the right. These tools were exclusively for last mile viewers or inspecting last mile streams, but now we can reuse these tools for every step of the way. So browser compatibility, if you can call it that, is from our perspective a great aspect of media over QUIC. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? So for your last mile viewers, are they all browsers, or do you have like standalone like apps or other integrations? Like what are the end clients?
Yeah, most of the end clients are browser based. We do have a tvOS app, but that uses kind of a separate stack. So we haven't moved over to media over QUIC there. So mostly browser stack. Next slide. Yeah, so here are a couple of examples how media over QUIC is used in the field right now. So like Swedish Public Service are using it for monitoring some of their productions. They use a very low latency, basically competing with WebRTC latency. But then on the other end, we have other customers using much higher latency in order to sync their streams with, for example, satellite. So to summarize here, I think these examples illustrate the flexibility that media over QUIC brings and how it enables a low latency streaming in a way that hasn't really existed in a standards-based streaming solution previously. Yeah, so looking ahead, the publishing part is basically the missing piece for us when it comes to media over QUIC. And that's where our main focus is right now. So what we're missing here right now from the spec going into these projects is basically a way to enforce that the publisher can send data to a relay. Because right now, there's no way for the publisher and to tell the relay to actually take in the data. In some cases, it's more preferable to have a consistent bitrate going out from an origin site, in contrast to like optimizing for minimum bandwidth usage. Yeah, like. Yes, we are currently draft 7 compatible with some caveats. Like we currently don't support fetch. That being said, we have run successful interop tests against mock-RS, both with our relay and with the mock-RS relay. And that has worked surprisingly well. That being said, interop right now isn't the main focus for us, mainly because there aren't a lot of products to interop with. The spec right now is moving at quite a high pace, so there's a lot of draft versions to potentially support if we want to support any third-party app. That being said, we're definitely open to collaborate on specific like interop projects. Yeah, and lastly, at some point we would like to offer more of a streaming format agnostic solution, but right now, as I mentioned, we're quite tied to the streaming format and actually knowing about the media being transferred. Of course, we can cut off all of those features, and the stack would pretty much work with any Draft 7 compatible client for sender and publisher. Yeah. So about the streaming format, we have basically forked the warp spec, and we're using CMAP as a media container. It made sense for us to use CMAP because it's very simple to integrate with browser APIs. There's support for DRM. It's very easy to convert into HLS. Basically, just have to create the playlists. There's also a lot of tooling around CMAP. Of course, the trade-off is that we have more overhead in the bytes being sent. But we felt that that's worth it for the initial release. Yeah, so apart from that, it's basically the warp spec. On the topic of streaming formats, we are definitely interested in hearing your thoughts on what the future of streaming formats look like. If you expect like one industry standard in broadcast scenarios, or if there would be like many vendor-specific versions. Like we would definitely hope to see basically an HLS for media over QUIC, in order to not have a very fragmented situation. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, some of the early adopter challenges. So I'm just going to preface this with you probably know most of these. More about validating issues that you probably already know about. So first off, adopting a protocol this early in development poses some challenges. There are a lot of changes, and we have to balance delivering a product and keeping up with the spec. I think we found a fairly nice balance, but we definitely have to do a spec bump at some point. There's no CMAP streaming format, as I mentioned. Yeah, and we basically had to make our own, which realistically no one else is going to. So the last couple of issues on this slide are some other aspects that we had to basically work around limitations or fact that there isn't a specified way to do this. So you can go to the next slide.
Actually, before you go to the slide, can you say a little bit more about startup latency and the sort of challenges you're seeing and what you wish, what would a perfect world look like for you, that type of stuff?
Yeah, we're going to get to.
Oh, okay, perfect.
There's a dedicated slide. Yeah, so with APR, we're mainly missing a way to provide the clients with sender-side congestion information, or to have like a sender-side controlled ABR solution. We don't really have a strong preference how this is implemented. We do feel that there's a piece missing here. The way we currently work around it is we let our relays expose a track that has per session stats, and the clients then subscribe to this, use that information plus information locally to select an appropriate media track, and then the switching happens using subscribe updates. Yeah, next slide.
Can I just ask a question? When you say what we hope to see sender side information or ABR, do you mean something like I'm going to subscribe to a virtual track and then the server is just going to pick the one that I can handle now, or do you have an idea what the shape of that what you're looking for there?
No, we don't have a strong preference in exactly how this would be. So we've seen some proposals in the working group, and basically we don't have a very strong preference. Yeah, so regarding startup latency, currently there's this ceremony where you have to first create the connection, and then there's the client setup, server setup handshake that has to happen before the subscriber can make a subscription. One trick that we do when we know the server version is that we just send off all of the messages and hope for the best. And that lets us reduce the RTT slightly. But of course, our previous solution, we basically provided everything as query parameters, and the server would instantly respond with the data. So again, here we don't have a specific preference how this is implemented. We know that there are some efforts into cutting down the startup latency, both on the publishing end and on the subscribing end, and we just hope to see progress on those. This is probably one of the top of our wish list. Yeah.
How far would LPN and publish get you in that wish list? I mean, ideally, I would like to have 0 RTT for everything, like all the way through. I think that's clearly where, what the goal is, but
0 RTT publish is potentially problematic since it's not.
I mean,
can you not be replaced it?
It doesn't matter. It's in 0 RTT. You didn't accept 0 RTT. Move on, right? Like, I can make it work. Trust me.
Okay.
I have made it work. If you want slides on that, I could make slides on that. But how far would ALPN plus playlist get you in terms of like, that would be probably typically 1 RTT for most use cases? Is that right?
That depends. That's just for the protocol version, right? So you still need the client setup as it is, right?
Yeah, but I was thinking you could pipeline everything.
Yeah.
Pipeline like QUIC client hello with 0 client setup and 0 RTT with a subscribe or a publish.
Yeah, I think that would
2 packages.
be right.
The room muted itself.
How does it keep doing that?
Muted.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, thank you.
So the publishing end, at least in our use cases, are often up and running before any viewers are up. So the RTT to set up that isn't as important as the RTT for viewers. For getting the actual stream running, like if I reload this page, it should be up and running instantly. Yeah, exactly.
Can you say anything about like what type of total startup time from hit the reload of the web page to you have you have your first frame rendered you're seeing in production with what you have today? If that question makes sense, first of all.
So it shouldn't include page load time in it.
Yeah, I didn't mean to.
Say from pages loaded.
So what was the question? Time to first frame.
Yeah.
Time to first frame, I guess, yeah.
What it's like.
Yeah, like what sort of numbers, what sort of...
Your order of magnitude.
Yeah, like 250 milliseconds, something like that. So we used to call it buffer burst before the media over QUIC integration. Right. So around 250 milliseconds. If the closest edge server already have enough segments, etc., etc. But that's being solved with media over QUIC as well. I know. Yeah. But of course, the problem, because we have a lot of edge servers out in the world, and this problem is mostly non-existent if you have a very short RTT, even with the current solution. But it becomes much worse, of course, if the edge server is very far away from the viewer. Yeah. Yeah. Next slide. Yes, we are really big on stats in general. We collect a lot of detailed metrics both for ourselves and for customers, anonymous, of course. This ensures that we can deliver a stable service. And the current solution that we're using is completely outside of media over QUIC. So it works with all of our playout services or player protocols. And here we would hope to see some standardized way to to send in client stats from any type of client. So in the future, when we will see third-party clients, would be really nice to have some kind of baseline metrics that can be sent from clients, similar to TeamCD or common media client data.
Do you want CMCD exactly for mock, or you want something like CMCD for mock? Should we within CMCD extend it in V3 or as part of V2 and say, here's how you package it if you're sending it over mock?
I guess it makes sense to use CMCD. That's a great solution. We're using it currently for, we're using CMCD for our HLS playout. So I guess that would make sense. But some kind of baseline that everyone can implement. So you can expect a well-implemented player to provide these kind of metrics.
Yeah, it's part of CMCD and part of QLogs. So it's a mix of both that we need to report with mock.
Yeah,
part of a demo. I will do this afternoon.
Yeah, because CMCD has a lot of like buffering events and it's very media playback.
Recommended media bias.
Yeah.
I think we could make something better.
Yeah, you would probably need something more generic than maybe something more similar to CMCD.
Yeah, you need to process because it's based on requests. So, and you don't do requests. So you need to kind of mimic something which is, so maybe it's every group. You need to say, hey, it's the end of the group. So I need to produce something because it's the CMCD equivalent of segment. So there is some work to do for integration, but nothing impossible. At least we can keep the key values and all the settings which have been done.
So are expecting some kind of client stats every mock endpoint to report, or also expecting that to be report over mock transfer? Or both of the things. That's very clear.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be part of mock transport. Mock transport says you can make a track and publish it. Right. I think there needs to be another spec on the side that says, like as part of walk, for example, if you're a walk client, here's how you should publish your stats.
So that's referring to like the mock metrics track, right? That defines how do you send a mock track for metrics. Like, is it application or expecting this working group to define a structure for what goes on a track like that? Or you want to take the existing CMCD structure and put it on the track like that? There are two different kinds of work that I want to know what your thoughts on.
Yeah, I mean, we are looking into, as I mentioned, our metrics right now are sent completely outside of media.
Okay.
But we are looking into using mock tracks from the clients to receive the information. But how the standardized way will work, don't have a real preference. I just want as much information as possible. Next slide. So this is basically 1.0 of our mock story. We're hard at work at version 1.1 and forward. We're really excited to see where the mock spec evolves and see basically new features that we can implement. We are finalizing a public mock relay server that's going to be using our mock implementation. It's going to have a couple of test streams and then publish access. So anyone who builds a Draft 7 compatible client will be able to interact with it and play around. We hope that probably someone will find it useful. With all that said, thanks for listening. We're going to be here for the rest of the day and happy to discuss anything mock related or just streaming related in general. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One quick question. All of your presentation, it's about, I think, it's about live. Have you, did you think about using MOQ for BOD?
We don't offer any VOD services, but we do offer recordings. But we are looking at.
Is a BOD also or related to rewind?
Yeah, exactly. We are looking at what we call scrubbing, which is basically rewinding like maybe 20 minutes, and that is touching on VOD areas.
So you are interested in rewind, but because there has been some debates here about fetch and the useful of a single stack for all video delivery. But it seems that your main concern is related to live or live related, not VOD.
Mostly, but we definitely touch on VOD related stuff where the same functionality would be relevant for us. We're kind of balancing between if we should implement our scrubbing functionality using HLS to fall back on that when you go back in time, because there's already so much built for that, or if we should implement it using Video QUIC. On one end, on the technical side, it's definitely clean to use the same solution. You don't have to bundle an HLS player in the solution. They aren't usually very small. So it makes sense to use the same solution. On the other end, there's a lot of complexity. So we aren't really sure how we want to approach it.
Yeah, I don't either. But...
Yeah, you said that you were using browser-based clients mostly. What about Apple's platforms, which don't have the web transport support?
Yeah, that's a great question. For non-web transport-based browsers, we have a WebSocket fallback. So the interface looks the same. You can make subscriptions, but of course it works over WebSockets. You don't get the performance gain.
Yeah, so we have been discussing for a while. So at the beginning, you are doing ingest scenario mostly, meaning cameras to some ingest points, and now you are doing the full line from the camera up to the end users.
Yeah, so we started rolling it out for after the feed from the customer hit us, that until the last edge server. We started out with that.
Yeah.
Now we're adding the last mile as well, rolling that out to viewers.
And so it's how do you see the business going? Is it like mostly ingest scenarios, or do you really want to have the full pipeline mock? Is it?
Yeah, we would love to have the full pipeline.
Okay.
So in many cases, we're not in control of the source encoder machines. And since not many have support for Video QUIC, it won't be Video QUIC the full way. But in some cases, especially broadcast customers, we do have our software on-prem, for instance, where we can do SDI or like the source ingest and then do Video QUIC from their premises to us. So in those cases, we can do all the way.
So I saw in your presentation that you manage a CDN, so you have your own CDN. So then I'm guessing that since you also have HTTP-based delivery for some cases, and now you have mock. So you have experiences in both deliveries. So what advantages, what pros and cons do you see mock versus HTTP for live, obviously?
So we did some. So our biggest test with mock will be once we roll it out to all viewers. Then we will have huge amount of metrics to actually do comparisons like A/B tests. Mm-hmm. But after preliminary tests that we've done, we see that especially on bad networks or shaky networks, we see that there's a definite improvement of resilience and quality retention when using mock for the last mile. For internal usage, especially over, let's say we have a source in Sweden and viewers in Australia. Those distances will be problematic with like 4K content over WebSockets if the bitrate is very high. Using mock, this is also being improved. So those are the like two cases we know already will be improved.
And have you seen any performance gap between in the edge servers between? So if you want to deliver to 1,000 viewers, so you need, let's say, I'm making up numbers, you need two edge servers. In MOQ, you need 4 or you need 1, or it's the same?
It's higher, definitely, but it's not
optimized.
Yeah, we haven't put that much effort into specifically optimization just yet for the edge servers.
Higher than HLS, but higher than ABR, but lower than WebRTC, or? Same as WebRTC.
Performance-wise.
Yeah.
Or even like
sort of compute.
No, yeah, processing servers sizing.
So I don't even remember our WebRTC like performance for. We haven't had WebRTC out for 9 years, basically. We scrapped it very quickly. But compared to WebSockets, it's more CPU intensive, definitely. But what do you say, Matthias?
I would say overall, we can get much better performance with your QUIC, just because the startup latency, just easier to get startup in Meteor QUIC. There's a lot more ceremony when it comes to startup in WebRTC. It's just a very complicated stack, and performance-wise, I don't have exact numbers as well either, but we were never able to get very good performance with WebRTC. With Meteor QUIC, as I mentioned, it's higher than the current solution, but I don't think CPU performance is going to be the bottleneck.
So what chunk of the duration or part of the duration that do you use for low latency?
Right now we are around 100 milliseconds.
Okay, so that is your object.
Yeah.
Which QUIC stack are you using, if you can say?
Quinn.
Yep.
Do you have you considered using subgroups for AVR to do, say, temporal scalability?
Not yet. Yep. Most customers currently are using QUIC 4. We have introduced support for AV1, but we haven't really seen any interest for those kind of features.
Did you say you have done ad insertion also?
Yes, client side ad insertion we do support. We are looking into called
server guided, yeah. So scatter markers on the init side should be passed through. So that we're working on, but not server side like stitched.
So basically, your player just switches based on those, switches to another source based on those in indications. Okay.
Yeah. So I guess it's time to move on to the next topic.
Like, it's so exciting.
We are eating up your
I would gladly yield my time to talk about these guys. Thank you so much for bringing this. It's really exciting to see this out in the real world, and your experience is extremely valuable to us. So yeah, I'm sure we'll have questions in the break.
Okay, your fetch catch.
Let me see.
Very well, thank you. That was great. Next up is Alan talking about his own publishing experience with Fetch Cache.
Let's see. I need to join Google Meet so I can present. Give me a minute.
Anybody getting power on this?
Yeah, that worked.
Okay, you guys can see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just thought we have been, as you mentioned, since like draft 7, we didn't even have Fetch, and then we've added a lot of text around there. We put a lot of features into Fetch over time, and I sat down, started in February, writing an implementation of it to make sure that what we wrote down actually worked. And so I just wanted to kind of share how that's gone and use that as we like talk about different things that we might want to change and what the impact might be. So Fetch is really easy, right? You're going to fetch, you say, here's my start object, here's my end, and you send that to the server, and it opens the stream, and here come the objects, and boom, it's so easy. Except for group order, you can do it forwards or backwards. And then there's special syntax if you want to request an entire group, which you have to handle. And then there can be gaps both in the object IDs and in the group ID space. So you got to make sure you handle that. And sometimes you can't send the fetch OK right away. You have to wait or talk to an upstream before you can figure out all the stuff that goes in a fetch OK. So sometimes the stream comes first. And then if there's no object, that's really an error, but it's not really an error. And then you might have to have multiple clients that are all trying to get the same object, and you want to do coalescing so that so there's some delay waiting for somebody else to fetch it for you. Oh, and we have TTL, max cache duration. You're not supposed to serve stuff that's too old. And sometimes you ask for something that crosses over a live edge or the end of the track. And then sometimes you get off by one problems. And you also need to handle eviction from that cache. And then my implementation is only in memory, but here you probably want to write it to disk too. Oh, and then we have these other things that are coming, which is like maybe you can send a fetch with multiple ranges. You might have more than one publisher that you have to handle. And then we're talking about having a different compressed encoding for sending the object more efficiently. So there's a lot, in fact, that you have to think about. So the implementation I wrote, it's literally like the simplest thing I could think of. So there's a cache. The cache has a map that maps full track names to an object, which is a cache track. Cache track has a few different fields in it. Is this track currently live? Is it done? Have I seen the end of track for it? What's the biggest thing I've seen in this particular track? And then it has all the groups cached separately. And it also keeps this map of what current things are being fetched for coalescing. So if somebody wants to like ask for something, first it checks to see if somebody else is already fetching it. And then so for every group, it has a map of all the objects that it has, and it also needs to know the largest cached thing in that group, and you'll see why. And it's important to also know if have you definitively seen the end of the group, and that's important. And then for individual objects, you just cache the actual stuff in the object, and then have a special flag for objects that are only partially in the cache because they haven't been delivered yet. And I don't think I have completely solved what to do if the fetch comes in the middle of an object yet. I think I can't even serve that yet. All these maps are unordered maps, they're just hash tables. And the simplest thing I did is that every object that does not exist or group that does not exist, I just stick a cached object in the cache with that status, which is not great for big ranges. Doing it, you have to do that efficiently, which is a whole separate pain. But anyway, that's the data structure that I've set up for the cache. And then the way the thing works in Moxygen is that there's a filter interface. So on the subscribe path, you can create this write back filter, which gets inserted between the publisher and then what we call the forwarder, which is what does the fan out. And so all the objects flow through the write back filter, and it stores them in the cache and then hands them to the forwarder, forwards it on to subscribers. And there's also a write back for fetch. So when somebody fetches something and then that triggers an upstream fetch because there was a miss, we also attach a write back filter on that fetch path, which will catch the objects that need to get written to the cache before they go to the subscriber. Okay, so this is like kind of a summary of the algorithm that I have. So the first decision is like, have I ever even seen a request for this track at all? And if not, then this is for handling a fetch. So if I have not ever seen this track before, then I just send the whole thing. This is my favorite case because I don't have to do anything. Just send the fetch upstream, and I attach a fetch right back so that everything that comes back gets written to the cache. But if I have seen the track, then I have to actually do work. So the first decision is like, when do I have enough information to send a fetch OK immediately? In order to do that, you have to know what the real end is, because fetch OK specifies if the end crossed the end of the track or if the end crossed live, the OK has to have the real end in it. So you need to know, like, is the largest cached object, is the requested end before the largest cached object? If so, then I know I can send the OK right away. Or if the track is live, then I probably can assume that the largest thing that I currently have cached is right. Although I think I wrote this slide a while ago, but there's like maybe an edge case there. And then there's also, there's a PR open that I wrote, which I maybe want to unwrite, which is like disallowing you from sending an empty fetch stream. if there are no objects, because that's supposed to be a fetch error with no objects, but I realized that that means that I have to actually go through the entire range and make sure I have at least one existent object before I send fetch OK, which I don't want to do. So anyway, just figuring out to send the fetch OK is complicated. But once you're like off the race, you're like, okay, we're going to send some objects. This is good. So I have a while loop. So as long as the start is before the end, then first thing I do is I'm looking for I want to serve this one object, which is represented by the start of this range. So is there already a fetch in progress for that? If there is, then I just wait for that to resolve, and hopefully that will get populated in my cache and I can serve it from cache. So I wait, and there's an asynchronous operation. I get notified when that guy finishes. And then I can look up to see if I have ever heard of the group that I'm looking for. If I have never heard of this group, then if this is a miss, so I'm building a range of what I'm going to go upstream for. So I will add this to the range if it's a miss, and then I will increment the start group and set the start object to 0 and then continue to the loop again. If I got a hit for the group, then I can look and see, do I have this object cached? If I don't, okay, this is another miss, so I can increment the object. Now at this point, I might also be advancing the group if I know that this new object is past the end of the group, which I don't always know. If there's so that's, okay. And then in the cases, now I have a hit. I have the object cached, but I may have a set of objects before the hit that I need to go look up upstream. Misses that are before the current hit. So then I go fetch those upstream and I write them back to the cache, and I have to wait for that process to finish before I can write this cache hit. And I have to check for all the errors there. And there's also a back pressure path here where like the downstream subscriber is reading slowly and it needs to wait for those things. But then I can finally send an object from my cache, which is very exciting. And then I can iterate an object and then do the same thing. Maybe I'm allowed to advance the group here. Maybe I'm not. And then there's a case where you fall off the end. You start goes past end, but the tail of what you're looking for is a miss. In which case you have to go make one more upstream fetch for the missing tail. And that's, that's mostly it. The actual code for this is, for my simple case that doesn't handle everything, is about 1,000 lines. So if the takeaways are, there's just a lot going on with fetch. And we should probably try to think very hard about adding any more complexity there. Like, I think we've made subscribe very simple, which is good. We push a lot of the complexity in fetch. And we should think about what are the opportunities we might have to make this easier. So that's all. Yeah.
Will the information about the previous group be useful, and did you consider any linked list structure instead of hash map?
So I wrote the structures before we had the gap PR. So okay. I haven't gone back to change the implementation to use that. Where that will help is, I essentially, if I see an object and put it in the cache and it has this previous gap, right? Then I can immediately mark those off, which means it will save me future upstream fetches, because those objects will no longer be an unknown state. They'll be do not exist. So I can definitively respond to that.
Yeah.
So I think it will be helpful, but it is more complexity in the algorithm.
And the linked list for
yeah, I think this is, because object IDs can have arbitrary gaps. You're saying have a linked list, a sorted linked list based on object ID?
Yeah, because
you need random access for object ID because a fetch can start anywhere.
Yeah, yeah. But one of the use case for gaps is to have groups with timestamps. So you will have thousands of group ID gaps.
Yeah, no.
If you need to do each time a fetch, you will die.
Yes, no. I think my plan is to have a totally separate data structure to track all the known gaps. Basically, an interval set of known gaps. So the first thing I'll do is say is the next object inside a gap, and if it is, jump to the end of that gap.
Yeah.
so I think I'll just have a separate data structure to track the gaps.
Victor?
Yeah, I wanted to say that at least in our case, we only have in-memory implementation, but we use a B-tray for this.
Use a should I go back to the data structure slide?
We use a B-tray, which an ordered map instead of an ordered map.
Okay, yeah.
B3 mapping.
Yeah.
B3, okay, okay.
Kellen?
It's been about a year and a half since I implemented this, so it's a little vague on me, but we had the objects form a linked list, so we could find the next and the previous one, but they were also inserted in a map, so that we could get the direct access to them, and it seemed to solve all the problems pretty well.
It seems natural to have a linked list.
Sure.
Yeah. Will?
Yeah, how much of your complexity is caused by the non-monotonically increasing group IDs? If you wanted something that would simplify your fit.
I think the hard,
because you can still have gaps even if they're monotonically increasing, right? But you would know that there's a gap by inspecting an attribute of the object versus having to make a request.
It would make it so that you would have fewer times where you go upstream only to discover the thing didn't exist in the first place, right? Like that's the case where the publisher only published even objects, right? So I actually got everything, but I don't know that. And somebody sends a fetch. I have to send a fetch for every odd object and discover, oh, they don't exist, which is inefficient, right? So we can work around that. A marker, an extension marker that says like, oh, the previous object ID was actually 2 back instead of 1 back. Would have the same effect, but so that would help that. I think the other one is like knowing when it's past the end of the group. Someone asked for the whole group, and I have the highest object in the group is 7, but they didn't send me an end of group marker. I don't know. It's just like I have to go fetch upstream, even though I already have everything that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're into the break time, but were there something more on this topic? Questions, comments?
I want to comment to Will's question. I think toning doesn't particularly matter, and big gaps also some things that you just have to handle, because your client can disconnect, produce as 10, 15 seconds worth of object and reconnect. The only thing that is really a bit of a challenge is the small gaps within objects that are produced in sequence.
Yeah, I think the signaling what was the prior group ID that removes your notion of monotonic gives you that for free. But if we add payload to every object,
not entirely, because if you have it's like if you have one gap that's it's a bit complicated because you still have to do with reordering.
Sorry, just say that one more time.
Okay, let me, if you have objects 10, 11, 12, 13, and you are missing, you have 10 and 13, you can allocate free, whereas the gap indication does not let you know how many objects are there in the gap that you need to allocate.
Just that there's a gap.
So that's it's a gap.
Is it important to know how many objects are there? Because it doesn't matter. You just need to know what the prior one was.
Yeah. The other thing we were talking yesterday briefly about how in HTTP caches we tend to just we break the objects up our piece caches. We're 64K and you were saying yours are 2 megs. And I was thinking about that for mock. You don't actually know how big anything is, right? All I know is there's an object. The object could be 2 megabytes, could be 64K, could be a gigabyte. You have absolutely no idea how big the object is until you go get it. And so I was like, how would you apply the logic that we use in HTTP for piece caching to a mock track? I don't know that you immediately can.
It really works really well for datagrams.
Yeah, datagrams have a max size. That's great.
When we're talking in fetch, right? Not subscribe.
Yeah.
So when something's in the cache, I would expect that you're writing serially to some object notion, right? I
Well, what I
don't
mean is-
imagine you're storing all your
The idea of
objects.
like, the way we, right now for range, if HTTP range fetch, if you have as soon as you have any part of the chunk missing, you go get the whole chunk and you forget, even if it's
you don't-
duplicated, you don't care.
But you could do something very similar with fetch, right? You just say, I'm just fetching at least 100 objects. I'm not going to do
But you might want
pull them
to,
to my cache.
but if you wanted to break it up by bytes, you have no reasonable way of doing so.
By bytes. I think you could. If you're storing your objects in your cache, just writing them to the same byte field, right? Byte array, because they're sequential, then it has a size, and I could arbitrarily pull 2 megabytes out of that.
Oh,
I would rather do it in terms of object count.
Let's talk about it in the break, because I
Yeah.
think there's some complexity here too. But anyway, yeah.
Okay, I guess it's break time then. So, 10
Yep,
minutes.
it's break time. Come back at 10:55.
Okay, 10:55, yeah.
I think you can write into it, but like that, you just can't pre-allocate
Mo,
anyway.
are you interested in it tonight?
The issue is like, let's say what I want to do is say like, if I missed, if the group, if I had a group miss, I would go upstream for the group.
Didn't need your seat after all.
Well, how big is that group? I don't really know. Maybe I should go upstream. Maybe I should go upstream for 3 groups. Maybe I should go upstream for half a group.
The gaps to if you always.
Jordy was leaving right when the meeting started.
And always.
He just has to jump up for an hour. He had some work phone call.
So I don't have the permit.
Maybe we could roll another chair.
Well, I produced the object, but I'm not going to for like an hour because like I don't have enough.
I thought he was leaving for because he had his bag.
You end up with these gaps in your cache.
Substantial.
Substantial. I don't know.
Jordy grabbed his suitcase and left. I thought he was leaving for good.
Can we arrange room for him to do a call or something?
No, that's what we're.
Overhead.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Jordy
confusing.
is leaving.
But-
Jordy has-
Jordy is now I need to restart a new
Oh, okay.
block.
I do have this. I do have these. Illegal.
We do it for frequency. Megish block or whatever anyway, so like it's not like doable, but yeah.
Right, I guess my point is, right now, I will go, if you have this every other miss case, right?
Yeah.
Every other object is missing. I go upstream for every single one. There's another strategy, which is like, as soon as I find an object meant, I'll go fetch 10 objects, even if I have it in cache, just because. Get a bunch, but I have no idea how much.
But how do you
coming
end
back?
How do you end up with a Swiss cheese object scenario? Is it?
I mean, I think a classic case would be I subscribe to the track. The delivery time, priorities and delivery timeouts were such that the second subgroup,
Okay.
like, all got dropped because they got deprioritized in delivery timeout.
Yeah.
And so I cached the base layer and that's every other object and the layer is every other object and I don't have it.
I was trying to figure out how much.
It with a fetch.
Hmm?
And then somebody shoots this whole thing with a fetch.
And then someone says, oh, yeah, fetch that track. And then now I'm sending like,
You know, but there's another thing I always say. Let's assume these objects are not audio packets, okay? They're video frames. The size of them relative to the fetch, they're nothing. Like, it doesn't matter if you spend. It's nothing compared to sending the 10,000 frames.
yeah, no, it's not the number. It's more that there's a cost, there's a transaction cost. There's just kind of fixed overhead. Just receiving,
to do every single
deserializing
one
the fetch
separately.
off the wire, serializing the response, even if they were empty, there's a max number I can do per second.
I see. So you're saying it's the CPU load of doing 10,000.
10,000 instead of one, or like being able to batching is always more efficient, right? Like, kind of, that's why we piece cache, right? Instead of like, oh, I have a missing byte, I'll go fetch the byte. Like,
So on the one hand, that's what QUIC does with its congestion.
Oh, I have 3 bytes. Give me 3 bytes.
It's not that, because you end up with what, Sully window syndrome or something? But
excess
on one hand, you're like, we should make this simpler. On the other hand, I think you were just like, oh yeah, it'd be really nice to have like multi-range. Like, do one transaction instead of.
No, I don't know. I'm sympathetic to your point that we don't need like, because I don't want to implement
the total access.
One thing is an issue though. Going back to origin can take like
Yeah, the origin is a problem because you'll end up with dead air.
Son olunca biraz zor oluyor. Şişesine doğru.
Origin is the source of all problems at the end of the day.
Of course, on the other hand,
Öyle diyorum.
Origin ever.
just put everything on it. You can just synthesize the data the origin probably had.
Yeah, AI will just guess what origin have. This way faster.
What's
Simulated
the
origin.
driving use case for the multiple ranges?
The total accuracy.
I assumed it was this case where like I
Mean value of the ratio
groups base layer, enhancement layer,
And the performance-
enhancement layer got dropped.
set traffic to the total accuracy.
Delivery time, so
Tamam.
You have a
Başka bir şey değiştirdin mi?
and you know you have this,
I have
this,
five
this
gaps in it.
object, and so
Okay.
you just transform
What's
it
the
into
performance difference to this pipelining?
No, no,
Five
this is
requests,
what,
one after the other.
what people say that.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I'm also okay with
İyi, bir compile. İyi, ben oradan alayım tekrar.
I think pipelining is this
Full
fine, and then when you can,
If you have like a
tekrar yapmam gerek.
European
Ama
group, you will
ha,
duplicate name, the track, and then you will duplicate
bu cümle zaten komplike bir cümleydi.
all the headers of the fetch.
Right, but also in
fetch
practice.
request. So it's kind of special for this.
yeah. In practice, when you look at gaps, right, they're the edge case, they're infrequent. The majority use cases, you're fetching contiguous ranges.
I think some of this we just don't know.
No.
We don't have any deployment experience what the problems
Well,
are.
we can look, we can think it through. We don't.
The timestamp one is
Timestamp's terrible.
problematic.
Timestamp
You have
is
like
metadata.
large.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have one group every
But
1,000
as long as the group-
milliseconds, you will have like a.
But as long as that group identifies the prior timestamp,
If it
It's
does,
okay.
it's not. It's not a must. Huh? It's an extension
but
header.
maybe we
which-
make it a must.
Yeah,
instead
in,
of
in
an
my world,
extension.
that loop will just keep iterating and say, it'll do a lookup on it. Let's say you have 1,000 group gap. You'll do 1,000 lookups in that hash table that don't have any of these. Then it'll find the one that it has, and then go upstream for this empty range, and then be like, yeah, that doesn't exist.
Well, that's
And then I
terrible.
can definitively cache it. But with the
So why can't
So yeah, you have a DNE object cache. That was one of my questions in some of the conversation we had.
Yeah.
It's also kind of suboptimal if you. I mean,
yeah, you need to have a separate structure to cache your gaps.
Why can't we make it not an extension, but a part of the protocol to signal what the prior
6.5
gap
does
is?
it. I mean, is it?
Well, because then it's a must and it's reliable.
because today it's an extension header, right? So,
Right, but it might not be there.
Yeah, I mean,
No
you
extension
may
header.
not be.
So you can't rely on it, so therefore you don't know if there's a gap or you're just missing the
But I don't
extension.
think I don't think we can mandate every track ever produced. If there's a gap, you have to put this there.
Why not?
Because you may not, the crash case is a good one, right? Like,
You still know the last one you produced. You're the publisher.
then if I crash and I start on a new program and I just
It's all right. I
grab
know
the
the
current
last one I
timestamp
made.
and,
And I think like,
yeah,
it's not that such.
yeah, I mean,
The crash is not a.
well, in that case, signal, I don't know. But again, that's still an edge case. The majority, you could create a code point which says, I don't know. In that case, you go do what Alan's doing, brute force discovery. But the normal case is you do know. And you can optimize for the normal.
Zaten demoyu öyle 2 dakika üstü kullan. Saat demişler ama kullan. Soru soruyorlar. Ahmet yükledim diyor çoğu, baktın mı? Bu Windral'de de pek bir şey yokmuş yani, anlatmadı herifler. Çalıştırdık dedi işte. Yukarı sıkılmış. Yani şey için iyi de bir 4K videoyu verirken dedi daha iyi çalışıyordu. Ama şeye karşılaştıramamışlar diye baktım. 4K'yla gönderirken daha iyi çalışıyor. Ne demek yani? TCP sistemi kullandığınız zaman problem olur. Takımı bunda ayrı ayrı bunları koyduğumuz için. Neye göre ama? Neye göre daha iyi? Yani hani low latency mi daha iyi? Kalite mi daha iyi? Yani ama işte bu yani adamlar reklamını yapıyor, şey yapıyor. Yani şey yapmamız lazım. Sonraki interimde mesela değilim. Olduk tanıtmamız
Kim Madrid? Madrid şimdi.
Madrid IETF
O da olmaz
bu
herhalde.
kadar session'da şey olmaz. Yani anlatılabilir ama olaya yetişirse daha iyi tabii. Interim büyük ihtimal September, Oktober.
Okay, we have a restaurant.
Okay, where are we going?
Ardbeg Embassy. They want. We will have. I will have to send out set menu choices for what you want, which set menu you want.
Historically, and how is it going to be a nightmare to get 18 people to pay from 14 different credit cards, or?
No, I don't think so. It usually isn't. I didn't ask about, but I will tell them beforehand when they arrive, saying, "Yeah, we're gonna have."
There's the last several ones. I just put it all on my credit card and people just pay me back.
Yeah.
I usually get the money.
No, yeah, but no. Yeah, I mean they are used to. I think the Swedish cash register is fairly good. I mean, if you are saying worst case, we go to the counter and pay one by one. It's like that's what we did yesterday, and that worked. But we were only 8. Yeah. But it's like, yeah. But if you tell them beforehand, they might keep better tracks of who's sitting who and having the drinks, because that's. Yeah. Otherwise, yeah. In worst case, we will have to do one of these. One pace, but yeah, I don't think.
I haven't really read through my messages this morning, so I just thought there was a ton in our team chat.
Good stuff.
Yeah, we had a 7-1 last night. Which was apparently it was on like our VIP ingestion stuff for X-ray, which like was the stuff I was doing a lot of work on earlier. So I was like, oh no. I think that's the first X-ray 7-1 we've had in like my entire time here.
So what did it like bring down WhatsApp or something?
Brought down RP. It was.
They should switch them on.
Apparently Woo's kind of annoying because apparently they load all of through their like allocation thing, they load all of the RP VIPs as one single request from targeting all at once, and they don't have any distinction between any of them. And so someone deleted an unused VIP, and it caused their service to crash and just stop allocating all new RP calls. It's kind of a dumb setup on their part.
All the big stuffs happened because someone deleted something that was unused.
Yeah.
Just not let people delete things.
My favorite part about VIP cluster maps is that like we have that configurator warning, and it 100% of the time fails on those VIPs. It is a completely useless signal, and every single time it happens, someone points out like, "Hey, you have a critical diff signal that you ignored." We're like, "Yeah, because every single diff has that critical signal."
Buranın internet önceki valise bağlanamadı. Telefondan bağlı. Buranın valise çalışmıyor. Şey. Çok da çalışmıyor yani. Bağlanamıyor. Telefona bağlı şu an.
Değil mi? Bağlayayım.
Yani hep hata veriyor. Tekrar dönüyor. Google Guest'e.
No, city, and then I came on there like the police have instructed us to stop.
IPv6 veriyor ama IPv6 kapı bir şey yaptım mı onunla ilgili?
It is a very comfortable.
Kaç ben Google Scale Legacy'ye bağlanmışım bugün.
We're resuming in 1 minute. 1 minute.
So 1 minute.
IPv6'i off yapmış. Niye? Konfigür otomatikle çektiğimiz yani. Bilmiyorum. Yani nerede galiba bir mi var IPv6?
Särskilt på det kanske är sällan, men i live-snaren så det var ganska smala ställningar så
I mean, the real question is, will they pay for it?
Well, friends, it's not only a matter of
I know. I'm really saying like that. Like, can you extract money from the rich people to give to the poor people? Then if so, like, you know, that's like.
If you figure that out, let us know. We can do some of that.
I mean, it's called like charging you like, you know, $40 for a train that you could get equivalently for like $2.50.
All right, it's 9:55.
The Heathrow Express is.
It's very expensive.
Give us a minute, Harden.
Yes, it's very expensive.
It jumps you off at that range of station that you then end up having to take the tube from for the same time anyway.
Now there's fixing all of my notes, and you need a new note taker.
Okay, our next item is the unordered group ID discussion, and let me preface this before I hand it off to some other people. So in Denver, we reached what I would call rough consensus that we would allow unordered group IDs, and we immediately recognized that for the most part fetches would not work, and we wrote it in the spec. Between that decision and other things, people started having questions about, wait, how would subscribe work with unordered group IDs? There were some discussions, and ultimately Alan produced a PR that assuaged the concerns, or at least the people that I'm aware said something about this. So I would like to open up the floor now to anyone who does not understand how subscribe can work with unordered group IDs, to ask probably Alan how his PR works to solve those problems, or if there are any other.
What's the PR number?
I think the PR Martin's talking about is the one where we clarified how filters work. So
yes,
there actually was not any text that described what a filter really was. As I said, a filter has a start and an end, maybe, and you take the object ID and you compare it numerically to the start and the end, and if it is inside, then it passes the filter, and if it is not, it does not pass the filter. And through that, we said that latest object has a specific meaning, and if you wanted a meaning that was, I want absolutely everything regardless of its object ID, then you pass a filter that starts at 0, and that will pass every object ID.
Every new object ID.
Just to clarify, correct. Everything that arrives via publish, or sorry,
Yes.
excuse me, arrives via a subscriction.
And just to clarify, the terminology is the largest object, not latest object.
Yeah.
What's the filter on it?
Chair question. Are we discussing that PR? Because I have a lot to say about it. Or are we discussing something this?
Someone just asked me what PR. I explained that.
You explain what the PR is accurately, fine. But if we're going to discuss that PR,
what's the
we
number
need different
again?
time.
I will find the PR. You have a number?
One that defines the location.
It's 937.
Yeah.
So PR's already been committed, to be clear. It's in draft 11. Then the description of filters in draft 11 is
937. No, is that right?
I'm not sure.
No, that's not right.
No, it's a closed box.
I thought the high order bit that we got clarity on was that you should not expect to be able to use those mechanisms if you're doing unordered groups. Regardless of what the text says, the understanding was someone that is using unordered groups would know that and never use the mechanisms that span groups in any message.
Yeah. Yes, and that is in the PR. That agreement is in the PR.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, subscribe. You can subscribe. Well, okay.
No, but I think the main point is that the group ID are not carrying any temporal information. And so everything which is like a latest or earliest or thing like this, it just removed. And so it means that group ID is just an integer, and you compare integer. And so you have the largest one, the smallest one. You can compare everything to this. So, and I think the confusion at least for me, it came from there. It came from the fact that it was latest, and in fact we were comparing integer but latest, and integer is not the same. I mean, you had to get some temporal metadata to see if 1000 is bigger than 900. And so if we say, okay, it's just integer comparison, so you deal with it, then it's good. Which is like, we can, with the unordered group, it was very confusing. And here it becomes at least something which is consistent. And that if you have an unordered group, and if you say, I want to have larger than this level, you can have groups, you just don't forward, and you can, because they are smaller, even if they came later. So at least it is, completely decoupled now, and I think it's good.
Do people like the term largest? Does somebody want a different term?
Yeah.
No.
No one likes, okay.
I'm going to object to the consensus on using the term latest, because it's not, it's largest. Largest is what it is.
My personal feeling is I want to remove the names of the filters. I don't want them to have names at all. They just have they have numerical definitions and
they need to have names that make sense to implementers, right? And that you can talk about them and make sense of them. And right now, what has happened is you've changed the name of one to mean something radically different than what it meant before. And the only person who seemed to agree on that was Martin. And we raised objections about this along the way. It was merged with no discussion of those. I have never had a chance to discuss this PR, not once.
Okay, this
and I think it's
discussed in an interim.
Cullen might not have been there, so that's. But it's,
I'm pretty sure you were.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you were at the interim. We talked about this 4 weeks ago. The process, like as far as the PR was open for.
I think that we can resolve and figure this out, but like it's not latest. Like that.
Okay.
Let's start there.
Okay, can we just for a second?
I didn't think this was the topic on the agenda. I mean, this seems like we're discussing something completely different than what I thought was on the agenda. So.
Okay, had no idea that my understanding was that there was general agreement on that PR. So let's call it open, please. If you want to raise an objection,
I will.
Please do.
Yeah.
As far as I know, that this followed the process and all issues, all comments on that PR and comments that were made during the meeting were resolved. Yes.
Okay, let's please zoom out from the process stuff. As you mentioned, Cullen can absolutely file an issue against draft 11. There's no issue there. I really don't want to use this time to talk about naming. You all know how I feel about naming. Does anyone think that there's a missing mechanism now in the subscribe stuff to support the use cases that are important? Okay.
I would like to clarify. Yeah. I'd like to clarify one thing.
The question we're talking about the group ID being unordered. And the part of the PR that says compare it as an integer and then decide if it falls, I think that's a good thing to add. And the part in the fetch that says very clearly that if someone uses the use cases that want to use totally unordered group IDs, they would not use fetch, which is true. And if they use fetch, also the group ID gap would help the implementation as an optimization. That's a good thing. I think those things are good. If that's the original question Martin asked. If just wanted to have a plus one on that one.
But I think Martin's question they just asked is also very important. Is there something that you need to do that you cannot currently do with what's written down? Because if so, we need to fix that.
Okay. I'm going to close this item. I only allocated 10 minutes for it because I thought I knew Gwendo had an issue before and the PR solved the issue. So I just wanted to see if there's anyone else out there that had uncertainty about this. Lovely. Let's move on. Next up is Victor to talk about unique object IDs.
Everyone sees the slides? Ghana. So this is a revisit of proposals that was originally proposed in Cambridge, and I've iterated in that sense. the discussion in Cambridge was basically we had it at the end of the meeting, and there were two questions. One, whether people like the proposal, and two, whether people want to remove gaps with group IDs. We did not discuss the first one because we proceeded to discuss gaps in group IDs for most of that discussion, as far as I remember. I'm going to propose 3 iterations of basically changing how we name things. By name things, I mean how we number things in the protocol. I will specify that this do not change the organization of the model. We have groups, we have subgroups, and we have objects, and all of this stays the same. This is about how we number things. And as a disclaimer, there are 3 iterations, and I think they get more and more far-fetched, and the third one is extremely far-fetched, and I'm not sure we need it, but it seemed like a logical conclusion of 1 and 2. So the first iteration is a very simple proposal at its core, is that currently we uniquely identify objects by track name, group ID, and object ID. And there's this kind of hierarchical name. And the proposal is that we basically remove group ID from that name and have object ID to be global to the entire track. And this would basically mean that group IDs still exist, but they are no longer part of the name, similar to how subgroup IDs are not part of the name right now. And in practice, that would mean that if you're currently numbering objects and you set the object 0 on every group, you would basically have to continue numbering from the first group to second group to third group, etc., etc. This is an example of how you would change that. That's this slide that I almost copied from the Cambridge interim. Why do we want this? Well, why I personally think this is a good idea. Number 1 is that we currently number things by 2 numbers, and dealing with tuples of numbers is much more complicated than dealing with a single number. I've pointed out that you can actually represent the group ID and object ID by one single 128-bit number. That might be helpful in some cases, but that's still more complexity than just one number. The second reason I believe this is useful is that it simplifies the logic for fetch. So Alan earlier was discussing how you have to fetch. In order to fetch things, you have to find the start of the group, go through the group, find the end of the group, which has an end group marker, and then you have to go increment the group and repeat this process, and you have this scan. Whereas in new proposal, you would say fetch objects 20 to 30, and it is pretty clear you just have one counter, and you need one loop instead of 2 loops for this. The third advantage that I see that is useful to some applications is that you can provide better support. Having a global object ID makes you much less sensitive to the ways your objects are your track is shaped. So in other words, there are tracks which have 1 object per group, and there are tracks that have variable number of objects per group and constant objects per group. But really, in a lot of cases, what you really care is which object you're in right now, and you don't really care necessarily. So one of the examples I have is, imagine you have a video, and that video is constant frame rate. Let's say it's 30 frames per second. You can number, so if you have a constant 5-second chunks, you can basically convert a timestamp to ID by figuring out which group it belongs to, because your groups are constant sizes and which frame it is. But in practice, you really constant size groups are like not good for your encoding, because often what will happen is like you have a scene and you have a scene cut, and it's like if that scene cut is like right near your like 5-second boundaries, you have a really noticeable video quality drop because you have now to put an iframe here and worse.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just to maybe save us 45 minutes. Why can't you already do this today? I don't understand what the problem is. What is your issue with the current system?
My issue is that you still have
group
to
number
do
0 and never touch it. Why can't set group number to 0 and never increment it? What's the problem?
Then everything goes to the same group. I want different groups.
What is a group semantic to you then?
The group semantics is everything. It's a join point.
That's what we always said it was. Right?
Yeah, that's the definition of a group. So I want to have groups because I want to have iframes, and I want to have like basically like subgroup 0, subgroup 1. So I have like one layer enhancement layer, and I want to be able to join at the latest group or like join as the next group. Those are useful operations I want to preserve. Yeah.
This is a clarifying question.
Okay.
So in what you want, when you did a fetch, would you provide just the group and no object ID, or would you provide just the object ID in your group?
The base case is object ID. I have a discussion about like how the fetch specifying things for fetch works. The others, so this is my. Yeah, and the other advantage is like if we do with that, like you don't have to care about the gaps in groups IDs. Now the only gaps you have to care are object IDs. Currently we have 2 layers of gaps. We have like object ID gaps and group ID gaps, and you have to write logic to handle all of those. And this would reduce the problems for 2-to-1. Okay, sorry.
On your very first comment, I have a PR up for object optimization. We don't have to put a 128-bit number in every object. Yeah. Because you do have to put it for the very first object in a group.
Yeah, you can do delta encode.
We have an 8-bit flag that describes the majority of the other conditions.
It's not about, so for 128, it's less about wire encoding and more about like indexing caches and doing like I have written a lot of code in MOQ, which is like start for every group, start for every object, and there are 2 layers of loop. And if we had object IDs, that would be like 1 layer of loop. Good.
Okay. So it's less about the over the wire.
It's about logical complexity. Yeah, it's yeah.
Clarification question: if you don't have the end of the group, then how do you know when is even if it's a sync point? How do you know the previous group completed?
Do you know what?
The previous group completed.
End of group.
You don't need to.
Why?
When do you need this?
Because you want, say, a recording, you can't expect the last 10 frames to be not known if it's there or not, right? End of group tells you that the previous group, everything was there. If you don't have that marker and then just go on to jump out to the next one, how would you?
Well, you don't jump.
Like the second point says you don't need the end of group.
You don't need it
I
on
think it means
transport layer.
implicit end of group by sequential object ID.
So you're saying the beginning of group n has to be the end of group n minus 1 plus 1? Like if go back to your slide that has the pictures.
Yeah.
Does group 1 have to start with 5? Can I start group 1 with 6 or 10?
No.
Wait, which no after?
You don't have to ever close a group.
What?
You don't have to ever close a group.
But the object IDs have to be sequential across the boundary.
Across that boundary, does it need to be plus 1 there?
4
to 5.
From 4 to 5, does it have to be plus 1?
If it's possible that, like in this picture, you could replace 6 with object 0. Sorry, with group 0. That object 6 could belong to group 0, and that would still work.
Oh,
and
now
like
we're getting crazy.
because remember, you can publish groups in parallel. You can do that now, by the way.
I know you can. I'm more.
Like, there is nothing that changes that.
Right.
It just makes it explicit that that's what you're doing.
And it's going to happen all the time on
Yeah.
congested networks.
Yeah.
It's common.
Yeah. Okay. But then it's, I need to think more about that. But okay, but I guess I'm trying to understand Suhas's question here, which is like, how do you get away with not having an explicit end of group marker?
On application layer, you might actually always need that. But for the transport, you no longer need that because there is only one place in transport where we need end of group, and that's in fetch. That's what I'm talking.
I see. And the group is no longer part of fetch per se.
Yeah, so like you no longer care about your groups for purpose of fetch. So if you fetch objects 400 to like 500, like you don't care which groups they belong to.
I want to hear about how this is going to work because I don't understand that part yet.
Which is going to work. Fetch. So I think I understand because
fetch is really simple. So the base case for fetch is you specify object ID for start, object ID for end, and you go and find all objects in this and increment it.
But I guess the question is, if I want to, I'm on object 500.
Yeah.
And I want to go back 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And I want at least 10 seconds worth of data, but I want to go back far enough that I get the iframe or the join point before that. If I'm doing my fetch with only using a frame number, not using group number, I don't understand how I get the iframe. I don't know where the iframe is. I don't know which object number is the iframe.
The join point, the groups.
Yeah.
How to identify
cache?
I think you might need to go through the rest of your slides. I think he talks about it.
Yeah, that's a good question. And if that is the use case you have,
isn't that the most common use case for fetch?
For fetch? Is it?
I thought it.
It is for joining. So
it's a join point.
Joining fetch says go back and.
All right, the joining fetch is a number of.
Go back to
it's a discrete, either a discrete object, in which case the client has knowledge. But if it doesn't have knowledge, it's a relative offset to the start of the group.
Then you need to get to the start of the group. If not, you'll not be able to. It's a waste of data that got in the middle of the group.
And that's the most common starting mode for
everything.
For anything that wants to start quickly with an iframe.
That's a good point. I've not thought it throughout joining fetch.
I think even though I understand this two-dimensional thing here, but that was the power of group IDs. That's what I felt. That provides you a way to, in the APIs, you ask for the things so that you know where's the start point. So they can set all the frames from down onwards.
Yeah, so my proposal was basically you add a marker for start of the group, and you still maintain a map that maps group ID to the first object. So you could ask either to fetch based on object ID or based on
you could ask the cache to go back and search every object and look for your marker. And the first marker it finds, you can
yeah, that's entirely possible.
Well, I'm saying how you could do it. I think it's more work. Yes.
Yeah.
Rather than keying onto group ID.
You don't want linear searches through a cache as part of.
Well, it's not really linear, but because you can index it.
Okay, so as you're writing to cache, you would write a separate index to say I saw this marker.
Yeah, and
So
this
when
will
you go
be
back,
will be elaborated on much later in this presentation. It's a far-fetched part of it.
That would work.
Isn't that same as group ID though then?
It's kind of
it's a fun.
Yeah, so okay. Do people understand the proposal? Do people understand the proposal so far?
I understand the proposal, but I'm not sure I've wrapped my head around all the implications of.
So that's a good question. Yeah.
Is the proposal also to get rid of subgroup ID because it doesn't seem like you need it anymore? But
I mean, we use subgroup ID only for ordering priorities. You still need subgroup, so you still need subgroup ID. I don't think that's interact.
You use it for temporal scalability.
Yeah.
I just figured you could reuse object ID in that case. If group ID no longer, reuse group ID because group ID no longer needs to be in order.
Martin.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So if you do this, are we still using group and subgroup for stream mapping?
Yeah, it doesn't change mapping at all.
Okay, so we do need subgroups for the stream mapping, regardless. Still.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the second iteration which I elaborated on this idea, and basically the observation is if you look at the things we use group IDs for and the things like properties that we expect from our object IDs for, they're very specific. They're very similar because basically we use them for naming and we kind of expect them to be ordered for things like fetching priorities, but they're not really required to be ordered. So my proposal on how we can optimize the scheme before is in most of the cases, like you're probably fine with setting your group ID to the first to the ID of the first object in the group. And this lets you like nicely compress and encode this.
Okay, so sorry, let me just make sure I clarify. So our group IDs will have big gaps in them, roughly the number of frames, but but that's fine. There's still, the only thing that matters is we have a new group.
Yeah, the only
how many groups we missed in the middle doesn't matter. So we just do that. Okay, I get that.
And this observation here is that like in this scheme, like group ID numbering doesn't really matter as much. The main thing you want from the group is like the delineation between previous group and next group.
Right.
Because this is, and Will correctly pointed out that there is also the joining fetch, which I've not thought hard about, but yeah, that's.
Okay, question, do we even need a group ID? What if we just had a bit flag saying this is a join point or not a join point?
That's a good point. That's actually what this slide originally said. I realized that this does not 1000%. I'm trying to remember why that did not work. It
doesn't work if you do interleaving.
If you what?
Allow interleaving of like the object. If you allow the object ID to continue increasing interleave like with two groups, like I have 1 and 2, and I allow this to be object 1 and this to be 2 and this to be 3, and this to be 4.
Like the way our filters work today.
Now, whether we want that, I don't know. But if you allow kind of what Victor said before, where the object IDs and group IDs like don't increase monotonically with each other.
If you go back to group ID, it just tells you join point. Whether they interleave or not, I still believe you have a clear join point.
Right, but the question is like right now you can also set a filter that says I want this group to be passed through the filter. But now I have no way of knowing. I see object 10. I have no idea what group it belongs to.
But I think your bit field question is still a good one.
We could expand the bit field, right? But it could be 8 bits instead of 1. And it could handle a number of, some other use cases than it's a join point. It could have some other semantic meaning.
I think a lot of those run into problems on like let's say you're sending these on different streams that are being sent at different priorities, so they're arriving in different orders, right? So I'm talking about subgroups here, and you're going to get the end of the group in one long and the beginning of the next group in one of the substreams.
It doesn't matter because the object IDs increment, so you can realign them when you receive them. And the notion of what group it's in evaporates because it doesn't actually matter. It just matters the join point. And the join point would be a decoration.
Okay, so you're going to be receiving these object IDs totally out of order.
Yes, you can reorder them because they're.
No, you can't. I don't want to hear reorder. You're going to be getting them totally out of order.
Yeah.
And you'll be getting ones in a previous group long before. You'll be getting ones in the previous group long after you're getting ones in the next group.
Right. So you have some sort of jitter buffer, whatever is your expected out of order.
I think that's exactly what he's trying to avoid, though, was my understanding.
I don't think you can avoid that.
So in order to make like the scheme without group IDs, basically this works like only for subgroup 0 you have to avoid, because for subgroup 1 you have still to specify like what's your subgroup 0, what's the group you're in, because it's no longer the first object.
See a picture.
Well, think about it this way: like if you number your groups by the first object ID of the object, if you're in the first subgroup of this group that gets sent, you know that this is the first object ID. But for other subgroups, you don't know that it's the same group.
But the subgroups are just our definition for what goes in a stream or what doesn't.
They're still group alike. They belong to
right. But if we break away from this notion of what's your group ID and go back to the notion that it's just identification of a join point.
Yeah, you still have to identify the join point for all of those subgroups because it's the same join point.
No, but there's only one join point. It's not repeating through the subgroups. There'll be 2 subgroups, I would expect, if you've got temporal layers, And there'll be a join point in each of those. And after that, there wouldn't be.
No, only one of the subgroups has the join point.
Okay.
The other.
Then one has.
Yeah, and so like the others need to specify what the subgroups join point. Yeah.
If not, you'll not be able to.
Yeah, I've been doing some test torches now with 1 second groups, which is quite nice, man, because then the number is basically the second of that. And then I have audio and the video doesn't have the same number of objects as the audio, and the audio is varying a bit back and forth. And then I may have video with different bitrate, we have different number of objects, and things like that. So if I don't have this 1 second groups, it becomes but just object numbers. It becomes much harder to align things and say this is sort of the same or similar group IDs for all the different media tracks. So that is one complication here. I think if you have to have sort of samples sort of object numbers.
Okay, so do people understand like what I'm proposing so far? Because the next thing.
So just a minute, you never got to how fetch worked.
The fetch. I mean, the way the fetch works is you either use object IDs or you use something that resolves to an object ID.
Just a redefinition of location.
So how does a group ID resolve to an object ID?
Whenever you see the first of the things that's flagged as the first object of the group, you record, like you take the group ID and you add the map from that group ID to the object ID.
Okay, so
that's a separate ID map.
So the fetch would be sent over the wire with group IDs, and then the person that's responding to the fetch would figure out how to resolve it.
Okay, this is a good that you asked because this is important for the third thing. But yeah, the basic idea is fetch either has object IDs already resolved or it has something that like you have to convert to an object ID.
How do you know what's the first object in the group?
We added bit. This is the first object of the group.
Is there a problem if you don't receive that for some reason? If it was
that's a good question. I'm glad you asked.
That's the same problem if you don't receive it today.
No, because the second object also tells me what group it's in. If I'm doing string for object, for example.
Okay.
And the other subgroup, that's only going to be in one of the substreams, right?
Yeah. We missed the other.
And there's the other. If that stream isn't sent at all, you never get a single object in that stream.
Yeah.
But in the other stream, you get stuff. I don't get how I do not get how any of this works.
Victor, clarification, if the group ID is larger, is the first object in that group have a larger object ID as well? Is that constraint true? I mean, with the flag thing, it sort of enforces that fact. I'm trying to figure out what is the numerical ordering. It's not completely arbitrary.
It is not entirely clear to me that this has to be true.
Yeah, because if you don't enforce that, then I think my brain starts getting confused, because then you could have a situation where object ID, an older object ID could have a higher group ID than the more recently published group ID. Sorry, I'm talking about the very first one, right? So if these are join points and object IDs are somehow in order, then I think the join points need to be in order. Otherwise, I don't know. It seems weird. That's us.
I think it's it feels like to me the more and more I think about it, hear all the comments that we are defining something like what we have in different place now. With literally not that big advantage. That's what at least my reader. I might be convinced otherwise. But
that's a bit of a fair observation.
Because we want a way to find for not just joining fetch, any kind of fetch. If the client does not have, you need to find a way. You can't just say object 3 to object 20. You need to find the object that as the beginning for it to be rendered. So you need to find a auxiliary structure that your linearity is already gone, because you need another structure to figure out that mapping on every cache implementation, which already group ID provides today. And all the filters we're talking about, where we can clearly say with absolute start, absolute range, and also we have this use case where we store per group in separate files, so that we can play back for recording purposes.
Yeah, we can redefine everything with a new API, but we're exactly getting the exact same things we need to do today. I'm not convinced how this is optimizing or bringing more advantages than probably redoing something.
So you showed three things. Which one are you actually proposing?
I'm proposing 1 and 2. I've not shown 3, and I'm not proposing 3, but it will
You're
go
proposing
there.
both of them?
Well, 1 and 2 are just like 2 is just an addition to 1 that makes it work better.
2 enforces the question I was trying to ask, which is if you set the group ID to the first object ID, and that ensures that the group IDs monotonically increase with object IDs increasing.
Well,
Okay,
let's say it one more time. I thought I had you.
I thought that's only if that bit is set.
If you set the group ID to the object ID with like a bit flag or something like that, that basically just ensures the ordering is like how you brain things probably would be in some sense. Like it's not just completely arbitrarily mapped. It's not.
But I thought it's only at that one point. Only the one object that has the flag enforces a group ID order, but the object right after it could be a different group, right?
Right, but then all objects for that group have to occur after that flag, I think, right?
Not really.
What-
Victor, have you implemented anything like this? Because part of me worries that we haven't exactly figured out where all the edges here are here. And
Are you saying we figured out all exact edges in the current patch?
I mean, I spent 3 months implementing it so that I could like understand where they are. Like I could have a better idea of where they were. So I'm not sure very many. We could ask for a show of hands people who think they understand how any of these work, and I don't think you're going to get a lot of hands or like understand the implications of them. So
I think I understand one of the main implications because we have implemented this. This is RTP. RTP is a continuous sequence space.
Okay.
All the time. And what you end up having to do is encode a bunch of gaps in some way. There'll be a discontinuity and you have a big giant gap in the sequence space. And you have to figure out, is that gap because of something I expected or didn't expect? And so having these object IDs, thinking that sequential helps you across some boundaries doesn't always help you because there's other cases where they're not going to be sequential, and then you have to figure out some other signaling for that. Is the gap intentional or is the gap an accident or an error case that you have to recover? That's exactly how RTP works today.
okay. So you're having a lot of experience with a linear system and then
You implement a lot of machinery on top of that to figure out when there's gaps.
and then having experience for the last 2 years in Mach, which is a two-dimensional system. Like, you're saying you like the two-dimensional, you feel like the 2D system is a win?
The object model, I think, is a win because it gives real semantics to the most common types of media. The things do usually have a temporal structure. I know we're talking about some crazy use cases of on-order groups, but those are a smaller niche, of the streams. The dominant actual media streams are going to have a natural time relationship with the groups and the group IDs, and that's easier to maintain than a continuous object ID space. And you get the natural ability to avoid a flag like an independent flag. It's already there. You already know the start of the group is independent.
Is it going to be?
The core part here, based on what Mo said, is that we've relaxed the constraints on group ID to such a degree that group ID is now devolved into a marker. And it's useful at the start of a group, but the fact that all the other objects belong to the same group is not that really useful information. So I see where you're going at is we could optimize things here for acknowledging it's a marker and optimize it as a marker. And then allow the constraint. I don't think, and based on what Mo said, I agree absolutely. We have media, we have keyframes, we have things that occur, but they're all attributes that we understand. We can mark them as such, and we don't need to perpetuate carrying group ID across objects. We just mark objects that are useful to us in a media context, and we make it generic so that people who are not delivering media with mock can also mark things in a similar way.
So I was going to jump to the RGB experience. I mean, and sort of building on what you're saying there is like, yeah, but you need to mark those on all the packets because you can't just mark them in one spot because you might not get that one thing ever. And it's one of the things that made doing scalable video codecs in RTP insanely complex was not having exactly this type of structure. That's why they're largely not deployed there. They're very difficult to do on a single stream. I mean, I think that's, this goes back to the slides we had in Seattle that showed when we were talking about peeps, okay, but how we split all of it up. Like being able to really clearly map how the media semantics map into our data model here is an incredible, powerful part of this. And what we're trying to say here is like, oh, we can just throw that away and make it be like metadata somehow, somewhere, which we don't know where it comes from. And I just think that's going to be a lot of work to go figure that out. And it's not here. We're missing all of the details that make this proposal hard. Yeah.
So,
a couple
things.
Let me just finish one thing, Martin, before I jump in, which is, and the other thing is like, I haven't clearly got what the advantage of this is. Everything I've heard is it makes the coding a little bit. So instead of going through 2 loops, we're going through 1 loop, which I sort of get, but all of us have encoded 2 loops and all of these things have graphs and sparses. So it's not like you're in a vector exactly anyway. Like you have to be able to deal with gaps. And if we didn't have any gaps, I'd be into a proposal like this. But we have gaps all over the place in the real world for a whole variety of reasons. So the code has to deal with that. And once it's dealing with that, I really don't think this adds much complexity to the code.
Okay, 2 things. One is an individual. I think the in terms of where you put the group ID, I think you put it at the head of the stream, like other things. So there would be never a case where you got an object and didn't know what the group ID was. As chair, we have about 10 minutes remaining. Do you have more slides, Victor, or is this it?
I can have more slides, and like my discussion question is actually really simple. It's like, do people want me to write something maybe like a PR for like a fully baked version so that people have a more concrete idea of how this works? And yeah, but the slides are. The third slide is elaboration on what Will was just talking about, how group IDs are a marker. And so my observations are basically, the more I stared at this, the more I concluded that like, well, group IDs are kind of a marker and you want to like refer by that marker. And we can actually expand this ideas fully to add more markers. And one marker that people want and desire at some point, and I think would be useful, is timestamps. And we currently don't have timestamps in the protocol, except we do have timestamps because log specifies extension 0 to be the timestamp, right? It's PTS.
It's optional, doesn't have to be there. And I can imagine some implementations putting a timestamp in the group ID.
That is true, but usually, if you're emitting it, you're using a constant rate, right? Constant.
Not really. You need to just set a base timestamp, and objects can go in any way. Does not matter.
Time-based, not rate-based.
Yep.
So
yeah, that's what I did.
That would work. Yeah.
As long as your time is constant time, your time clock increases.
Depends on
It's
more complicated than close to the speed of light. That's
the crystals along there.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, my observation is that we can use group IDs as label, and similar to group ID as label, we can extract timestamps and use those as labels, and we can already do that since with any extension whatsoever. And this basically gives applications a lot of flexibility in terms of how you can like retrieve things by their name or by whatever attribute you want.
This is only you would use those for fetch?
Yeah, fetch. This is all for fetch. Right?
Okay. So
you can add filters for subscribe, but that's actually orthogonal to this.
Yeah.
Like it is entirely like for like this is relevant because you need to index. For subscribe, you can actually just define them right now. Like I can write.
Yeah,
I got you.
So just clarifying question here. So you're thinking like in this third proposal, you'd be able to do a fetch where you provided a timestamp.
Yeah. And what it would do
clock.
Huh?
Whose clock?
Whatever you put into PTS.
the publisher is
Doesn't matter.
defined.
The publisher
I see,
and the
okay.
client are.
Got it. You put your timestamp in extension zeros, it really looks at those timestamps, it puts them into an index, and you can do fetch by that. And that's the third, like the finishing piece and observation, like the reason it's related to previous to the observation is if you can do that with group IDs, you can do that with any metadata you attach. Sorry.
If we go back 2 years, I think I had a proposal along with Suhas way back in San Francisco, where we proposed a notion of an index. It wasn't group ID. And it was just a useful attribute that what your application might want to pull stuff out of. And if you're in media, it might be a walk clock time. If you're in VOD, it might be a media time. But it's not a crazy idea that there's this index that's cached and is guaranteed to be numerically increasing so that ranges make sense. And that's one requirement. And having that as an attribute of objects or groups, I think is useful for our
It's orthogonal to the changing the object IDs, though.
Orthogonal, but it's an important idea that we shouldn't drop, right?
Yeah.
Because it would make it very easy to pull the last 5 minutes out of a relay.
Timestamps are, please don't make timestamps into the protocol. Please don't. I mean, if you want to insert an ad that has different clock into a video stream, and then the subscriber requests to play that at double speed, you got like 4 different clocks that are all over the place, and you have no idea which one you're referring to. Please put that up another layer.
We wouldn't be putting timestamps into the protocol. We'd just be putting an integer into the protocol. Some other format defines what that integer is, why it's useful, and how you use it. But it would just be an integer.
Just never refer to it as time.
Okay.
Never.
Okay, we're coming up on lunch. So would anyone like to say that this is would anyone like to state the opinion that this is like such an unpromising line of inquiry that Victor should not do a PR to flush out the details?
Ellen?
Go ahead, Colin.
I mean, I think that dramatically changing our data model without having found something that was fundamentally flawed in it that we couldn't, like, we can't, there's an important use case that we can't meet with the data model today. I think we're way too late to be having this level of discussion. I don't think we should do this. You know, this is just a huge change, and I wouldn't want to do it at this point.
All right.
There's his hand.
I was going to comment. I am a little hesitant, especially because I was kind of hoping this might solve some of the problems that Alan found in caching. And at least, if I'm thinking about it correctly, I don't think it materially makes a bunch of things easier that I was hoping to make easier. Right? It's not like if the object ID meant, like, if the group ID increased or the next group, then it meant that like every single object from the previous group had already been delivered or something. Like if there was some like constraint on that in the system, then that would make caching easier, but it also would probably prove to be like an unrealistic constraint for most real world systems. So that probably wouldn't actually be viable. So I don't know. I guess I don't know. I'm struggling, I guess, which is another way of saying I'm not struggling to see the like clear problem that this solves it, in particular the way in which it makes all of the things Alan's commented on materially easier. Maybe I'm missing something.
I mean, I still haven't completely digested, like, if I had to like rewrap my head around the proposal and then look at my code again and think, like, would it make it a ton simpler or not? And I think also I think Victor is maybe more experienced with caching things, especially to disk, than I do. So I may not be an expert at evaluating like how good our current system is, what the system is for it. But I'm, yeah.
One thing I can say from our caching implementation, some of the things Alan, you listed, we did go through those things as well. It's not public to share, but at least we did go through those things. And even if you go with this proposal, we have to go through like similar things so that you get the answer that you wanted to get the answer. Because you cannot say that object 3 and next to jump is object 7, is the previous group ended or not. You need to have a way to figure it out. Ask upstream. That's the only way you know the source of truth. So all those problems that you listed will be there regardless of how you name these things or not. And having 2 years of implementing this in multiple different applications, we implemented so logging application, we implemented the files application, metrics we are doing over mock, we are doing real-time media over mock. I never came to realize this the object model was a problem. And I know it's iteration 2, we can do iteration 3 or iteration 10. At least I didn't see from iteration 1 to iteration 2 anything that will convince me that this brings major advantage that we should rewrite everything. That would be my.
I think we're against the classic, flexibility versus constraining things and optimizing when you constrain. When I first read this, I assumed that you were going to have constraints and that would make everything simpler. That the constraint was going to be that the object that he's had to be increasing, even across the group boundary. I thought that constraint would force systems to encode things in a certain way. And that means all receivers and relays could rely on reliable signals. And so, okay, I saw this, I know this happened. I saw this, this +1, I know that group in it. So, but that puts a constraint on flexibility and maybe some unreasonable constraints on flexibility. And so you don't want to go that extreme. And when you don't go that extreme, then you don't get the benefit of the constraint anymore. So we're back to, trying to balance the flexibility versus constraints. And I think the object model that we already came up with years ago kind of did a good balancing act between the flexibility and constraints. And I don't see how this is tipping the scale one way or the other, because it doesn't go far enough on the constraints to be useful.
Okay, Victor, are you getting a signal, or do you want to have a show of hands?
Yeah, that's fine.
You would like a show of hands?
No, not really.
No.
I don't think that's helpful.
Okay. I would note, like, as an individual, that if you could always do a media format that had this rule that, like, the object IDs just increased monotonically over the life of the track. So you could certainly experiment with that kind of thing. Wouldn't save anything on an MOQT relay, but go ahead, Colin.
I was going to make a proposal that's a slight change we need in the draft to allow that. Can you go to that slide that had like your diagrams, like the
diagram?
That slide, perfect.
Well, the current draft already removed the 0, right?
It's there.
No, so I think, maybe I'm wrong, somebody correct me, that the current draft says that the group has to start at 0.
It does not anymore.
Oh, it does not.
In the
Okay.
editor's copy, it does not, right?
In draft 10, I think it does.
Got a draft on Monday and nothing has landed.
Okay. Well, actually, what my suggestion was going to be is we don't change anything in the protocol today, but in that 5 right there, if you go and do that, if you included that there was an object gap, you put the object gap as 5, so that when you saw that object, you knew it was the first object in the group, that you weren't missing 0 through 4, right? There, you certainly could send things like this. And I was going to suggest we relax the protocol to whatever, so that it allowed doing exactly what he has on the bottom right there with no changes to the protocol.
Just on because I'm not sure we talked about this, but like we found basically like there was one place in the draft not near the object model that had the constraint there, and
it's gone.
We took it out because we felt like it was an error. I think we sent a mail to the list about it to let people know that happened, and if somebody wanted it back, they needed to.
Wait, I thought the constraint was to start with 0 and it's sequential. So it was the full.
That sentence was there, but it was removed because it was inconsistent with other parts of the draft, and we didn't think it represented the consensus of the group.
I don't remember ever discussing that. And we never.
We had the draft was inconsistent. We made it consistent and sent an email to the list, which you read, so you can tell us.
But Alan, not everyone. There's 1,000 things coming across the list, and if there's enough objection,
silence is not agreement. That's the unfortunate truth, right?
Okay, that's why I also brought it here. If you want to talk about
to clarify, that definitely. So it was added 2 years ago. Like that sentence was there forever. When it was added, it was required because the draft was definitely not implementable at that version.
Okay. I'm going to have to cut it off now, or else you're going to hit the noon rush for lunch, and that you'll be very sad. So you can talk about this at lunch, but we're going to adjourn for an hour, and those of you who are remote, please be back at 11:48 Central European time, and that goes for you guys that are in the office too. And we'll pick it up with a demo from Zafar and Ali.
One more thing.
11, you mean 12:48?
12:48.
Yes.
Yes.
So those who want to go to dinner tonight, please fill in the form of what set menu you want. There's published in the Slack and the Meet. Is there a link to form? Do that before the end of the lunchtime.
And what about the agenda? It says 13:45 at the next point is.
It's fixed in the
notes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's off by 1 hour.
Okay.
At the end of.
Link in Slack is not clickable.
It's the top.
All right. You guys probably go to the cafe now.
Okay. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah. So.
Okay, let's just come back before lunch so we can fill out the plans.
Finish?
Wonderful object change.
Into the meeting.
I don't know what sticker that's for, but.
I mean, you think that's what it's for. What's it? Also, it's a 20th anniversary.
Hitta man...
Bir saniye
Ja, jag försökte hitta den här.
Slide'ları bitirmeye çalışıyorum.
Eventuellt
Etikaptaki sunacağım ya. Line'ı. Ben de ona uğraşıyorum. Yani birkaç update kaldı da gönderdim. Birisini de şey yapacağım. Tespite getiririm diye. Zafer neredeymiş ya? Menü seçtin mi?
Ya ben açamadım o şeyi. Bullshit'ten sonra girince.
Mutlanır.
Nerede?
Slack'te var.
Paylaşıyorlar anlamıyorum.
So if you want lunch, better follow. Because there's a lock on the way to the.
Yes.
Evet. Peki.
Yes.
Like our single.
Till och med grejer som måste tycka att vi klarar ögonen. Jag var precis det.
Yeah, but I mean, I think for you, but that's not really the yeah, that is not cool, but process.
I need to do some soldering. Here's a security solder. And I was like, oh, my whole thing is like, I'm a fan. And I sometimes turn it on, but I just that's it. I like the Luxy video. You were to have it, it's often in a, it's like it's all like because actually, yeah, it's like, I mean, it's metal. It's like more dangerous than with any. Probably not a great idea. What if, so why you should blend your mobile, right? Blend it, that's not product safety. Oh, yeah. Nice. Funny. That is exactly happening. Yes. Yeah. That's like, yeah, it's about this black usually. That's like, yeah. Really, really not supposed to leave circle boards. Yeah. I can fucking fire minus 13 bucks. Keep on that. Yeah. One of the I have where I have live exposure. That's the like my father like yeah, everything like it's a state
In practice. If you're trying to update. Happy to have.
Yeah, and like some you have like one small voice here and like another is very exact. Because he did everything himself, all of his own pattern. So I would like also want me to himself. So the following kind of that it was wired. There's two other kind of notes that just they have random vision and everything else in house. So if you want to like trace it, just check all the vision is all in it. The wired is just like all kind of this circle being like this doesn't actually use the right. It's actually really for the bottom. That I really wonder what
But so why we declare network is that only the data that knows the PC that will make noise that they have wiring up. In fact, maybe extracted. I also think I did the stronger sentence. Really just kind of suffice. It's a consensus. I'm good. So I just had to. I was trying to make it the spine player. Okay, it's that. I would think that what I was writing is guys, look at your arbitrary defense thing. It's good enough. They're good. Remember, was perpetually surprised to have. Even so that got a lot from, but even that is still, they were very sensitive. And like the noise, those were like actually shaking. Turn around and it's like cool again. Those videos, I used to come out and like around. That's all. That's a good enough. Or like the perpetual good. I don't know. Simultaneously, like those surprises and yes, on a video.
Yeah, I mean, like Cambridge is to 2,500 now. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. I don't think so. I have this TL that like wants me to save quick CPU, and I'm like, can we like wait a few? Like, I'm like, I'm busy right now. Just like trying to schedule meeting time when I'm in Stockholm because I'm like how important could this be? But I don't know. Maybe something.
They're way after. They're after us. We had to shut. We had quick edge to origin in some places, and they made us turn it off.
Oh, really? Did that actually? Was that consuming like more CPU? I actually thought that use case might be better.
I mean, it was consuming more CPU.
Okay. We did a bunch of work on CPU like 3 or 4 years ago, and then mostly stopped. And as a result, like I don't think things have really gotten much worse, but they haven't gotten better, right? Like I mean, if you're not looking at it, it's not going to get better. So
yeah,
and it probably got worse because people are okay, right? I mean.
Still need to come up with at least you know what you're going to talk about. I mean, I want to check what Bill is going to talk about, and Hannah Cosmos guy is going to talk about what you're talking about. So, yeah, so I mean, Last year we did the same. I mean, we did some coordination. George was there, Bill was there.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, I was close to propose something with like switch. But you know, we spent some time.
You know, if you have the link to the dinner thing, because when joining afterwards in Meet,
you can get it's
yeah, exactly. Get the chat history.
You want it in Google Meet?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I need to. I'm one of those. I have to open an incognito window because my company blocks Google Meet chat.
Or in a mail.
Oh no, I'll get it. I just have to join from a different place.
Also, you mentioned something about like Blue Node or something.
What's that? Oh, the Blue Sheets. Yeah,
Blue Sheets.
Yeah,
I'll access that either.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to the IETF used to. That's how they record attendance.
Okay.
And the sheets, they actually used to be blue paper.
Okay.
But they're not blue anymore. Like.
Okay.
Sorry. Let's see. Is there a different Google Meet for the afternoon, or is it all the same?
I think it's the same. Everyone's, or rather, the people are still in that.
Yeah. Oh, the Google Meet chat already has. If you click the thing that says notes.ietf.org, that's like the running notes from the meeting. But at the top, if people put their names to say that they were here.
Okay, that's the blue sheet. Okay.
Yeah.
So we just edit and save.
We're already on the list.
Oh, then someone else may have added you.
Oh, great. Cool.
Probably from the.
It is important to me.
A rare condition. It might be a rare condition, but it's an important condition.
So people, when I complain, people tell me, yeah, but the client should know. This is what I should do. Yeah, with the timeline. But it's because you have to. Yes.
There's more than
Are we still recording? Did we intend to be still recording?
I don't know.
Oh, is there now an issue for?
There's an old issue. I'm just gonna, I sort of thought the chairs were gonna run through a few issues. I'm just gonna like throw it together.
Okay.
Are there, what, am I correct in that that is the only constraint that's currently on, that we have on either object ID or group ID?
Technically it has to increase within a subgroup. Right. I think so. That's my memory. It can increase by any number.
That's the only restriction we currently have.
I think so.
Yep. Okay.
I mean, unless it's been hiding somewhere and I forgot about it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we had a lot of text in there that assumed it, you know, that assumed very little about how it increased. I mean, we could make tighter constraints. I mean, but every time we tried to do that in the past, someone disliked that some aspect of it, and so that's what we ended up with.
Okay, so we're up to 10. 10 wants dinner. Actually, 11.
How many? Just a minute. How many people put their hands up?
I counted to 17, and then Mo, and then I'm actually at 19 with Sahed, who content say he would show. I couldn't make it play, so he said, "I will join dinner." But now actually one over reservation potentially if everyone.
So, where was the format you sent it in?
It's both in the Google Meet.
That's my chair. Okay.
And the.
I don't want to show up on the screen all the time, so that's why for me right now. Right. Just like.
I sent you a message.
Okay, so yeah. It is in North America.
Okay, Magnus.
Yep.
Based on our discussion earlier today, there's two issues. There's one unordered group ID confusion here and there. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Existing problems with gapped tracks. We feel like
the unordered.
We need to discuss them more today, or we feel like those issues can now be slowed. Or
unordered group ID.
Jimmy, you get my
bundles.
New CRC proposal.
So I think we should ask.
I asked Ethan Mo to look at it.
To kind of include on if it's something.
We started doing our own implementation.
Tutorials he wants.
I'm gonna do some for the
application model. Is there things that need to be clarified to help people reading?
That would be great. I mean, I did glance at it, and I sent through like I'd like to see.
I'd love to close. I'd love to
someone go fix my.
Yeah.
Is there a budget for it?
I don't know. Like I don't know, but that what we need to go is to research budget. And I don't know what the state of their budget is right now. But it's a perfect time to ask because we're doing our budget.
In which case,
Right. That's when year starts.
Just so that you know. Media or quick one.
What do you ping me on Slack?
Someone going to submit.
Probably Slack.
Okay, I don't see
anything from him.
Will come soon. I don't know what the something is that. Maybe it's this thing or not at all.
Well, I emailed it like.
Comes from this?
Because I mean,
Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah, that's one.
okay. Because the two. So can you pinch me in on this? I mean, the two. I mean, move forward Valleys and one more move forward with Christians. Right. Those are the two things. The other ones, like people can do whatever they want. I don't care. But those are the only two I care
Want
about.
me to put those issues together and have everyone stare at them for 5 minutes and say.
Whether
Han tänkte diskutera.
Which one?
Okay, there were 4 issues that are related to object model. One of them was Victor has presented on. There's one that's an old one that says tighten definition of object. I think I just want to close all of
with the proposal to.
What is the path?
I think you should
So maybe I can.
I think we should actually
go bug in.
Actually include in the slides that I'm going to the plan to make people have a chance to, if they're like, okay.
Person who's tapping the balls in the air.
Okay, how about this? I throw a slide up. This is like these 4 issues.
Just demand that I can demand color.
And
something.
we're gonna like,
I mean, I have
the proposal is we're gonna close these with only editorial actions
reset back
in 2 weeks. And if somebody wants to object to that
Yeah.
formally, I mean, they can.
Sorry, I was going to say, hey, clarify, write a clear comment on the issue. Say, hey, that's what I am not agreeing that this aspect. Yeah.
Do you want to just send an email to the list and not?
Yes,
we consuming time here.
Yes, we could,
because we have like other things to do.
Yes, we could do that. Do that.
Just a 5-minute warning. We're going to begin in 5 minutes.
If an email is going to have to be sent to the list anyway.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't mess with adding this to the slides.
I mean, we have a lot of things.
How are your slides? You have
no slides.
Yes. Okay, I figured you can.
I haven't made slides yet.
Okay. We can go. I think mine will keep us busy today, and you can do yours tomorrow. Okay. Remind me, we have a sort of random order.
Yeah, I don't think anything I was assigned to you with.
What did you say the issue was? What thing we were discussing for lunch was 7
things that need to be fixed.
We did not eat all of them.
So, I think that was our like 7 something.
Need more chairs? Did we expect more people?
That should be served for objects.
No, I mean, you already left.
Okay, maybe it's not 7.
I don't think it's that.
So we were actually.
It's in Jordan's chair.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we're still probably fine. But
772.
I mean, it's not as tight as.
Yeah, reconsider object IDs. That's a very logical.
Close. Ask Daniel, who we like me take the notes while pressed up against a window.
It was like me and Mo in this the table you had to like pull in, so you're just kind of trapped in this table.
okay, reminder those who want to go to the dinner to fill out the form if you haven't. I have 11 responses so far, so there's still some people left who haven't responded. If you don't have access to either the Google Meet or Slack, come here and I will fill in, but I wanted to have this list completed so I can talk to restaurants when we can start the session.
Don't fill it in twice.
No, exactly. It's a Google form. It will not detect duplicates
3 times.
Even worse. No more than 1 answer per person. Because then
it's like mock objects once and only once.
Yes.
Small conference room. We'll keep having interims, but the room's going to get 10% smaller every 3 months. And so we'll be in a phone next week.
You really need to talk about this? You're free, go into the.
You want to argue about it? Go.
You will not get any name of the person, it seems.
No.
Okay, so
It's totally anonymous. I don't know who ordered what.
we remember ourselves and what we have ordered. Okay.
Yes.
Good. Consistent with IETF policy. Anonymous dinner.
I'm not in the Slack group or anything, so
You want me to add it?
maybe you can just order for me.
Yeah, so what you want? You can see the menus.
Magnus, you are not asking for a name?
No, it doesn't. I don't. So I don't know who ordered what, but you will have to remember it. So, but
Okay.
The whole thing.
Just to mess up with you, I can submit the form 5 times.
well, then you're. If you manage to convince 5 others to not submit, otherwise I will have a wrong number of submissions.
Restaurant, is it?
Ardbeg Embassy in Gamla stan.
explains the Ardbeg whiskey.
Yeah, I mean,
Dessert that was on the menu.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a very interesting choice of whiskey for a dessert. You don't see that very often.
They actually have a cask in on the premises, so you can get can order the dram and they will go to the barrel and fish it out of the barrel.
Daniel's drinking tonight.
You will. I think you will be happy with their whiskey selection. It's
Probably.
like two walls like of this.
Meta may not be happy with their selection.
That can survive.
All right, we're back. You guys ready? Duffer and Ollie?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, take it away.
Okay, let me share my screen. So first of all, I want to be taking your time, 30 minutes, so it will be short, I believe. So first of all, we want to share with you the SharePlay demo, which we actually did it in the last interim. So this is a different use case that we address with MOQ. So what we did in the meantime, actually, we enhanced the interface. So now there are 5 different rooms that you can get in and selecting a role for yourself. So I'm here, I'm selecting room 1 and I will be leader. I'm joining here. So let me hide the chat box. So there's a video. So I announced my sync message to all the followers in the room. So now I'm going as a follower. I join. Now I'm synced. So whenever I go to different place, the sync messages are propagated to other followers in the room.
And you can join yourself as well, actually.
You can just go get in the room 1.
Link in the chat.
So the link is moq.streaming.university. You can click here to open SharePlay demo and then get into the room as a follower, not leader, please. I'm the leader right now.
Right?
But you can go to room 2.
Yes, there's 2 users, 3 users, yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna stress your relay.
Yeah. So if everyone is in, okay, I'm sticking to a previous point. So I think we are seeing over here.
I think you will take over. I'm not sure.
I'm just going to arbitrary places.
I think you will take over, but I'm not sure.
And everyone is synced right now.
Yeah.
So what we are using actually all the MOQ mechanism here. We are using a sync track. The leader has a track that publishes to the relay and every other client, and also the origins publisher is a subscriber for this track, and they listen to the events. So every seek event is propagated to all the followers as well as the original publisher, so that the original publisher just goes back in time and just starts publishing from that point.
And audio works too. Just, I think it's muted now, but
yeah, I'm just muted now.
There's only one subscription per subscriber?
There are 2 subscriptions, one for the sync track and one for the normal track. Yeah, so that's one thing. That's not very scalable because the original publisher needs to subscribe to all the leaders. But again, it works.
How much does the client buffer, especially when it has to
There's
go?
no buffering.
No buffering, okay.
Buffering. They just we are using subscribe.
Correct.
That's all. Nice. But we are considering to implement fetch and do some buffering, but now for single time. Yeah. So that's the demo.
How does the original publisher choose the rate to play the video? Because it's subscribe plus VOD is something that drove us crazy. We couldn't quite figure out what to do with it. That's why we split it into subscribe and fetch.
Question?
The question is, it's like if a follower subscribes to this original publisher, that whole video is available. What is preventing the publisher from just dumping all of it as fast as my browser can consume it? Like it must have some rate at which it's playing back and publishing objects.
Actually, what we did, we can tell you a little bit about what we are doing. So we disassembled the video file into move and m.dot boxes and saved everything on disk. We are not using a different process for this seeking. We are just calculating the point by using the GOP. We know the GOP structure so that we can, if you go to, for instance, the 16th second, we know that it will be the 16th GOP, so that the publisher knows that it's very application specific. Publisher knows that I need to go to the 16th file and start from that point. That's the idea. So it's very simple, but
so the publisher has like its own clock, and then it knows, okay, I need to go get it. It's another second. I need to go get another.
Yeah. So the subscribers and the original publisher, they know how it works. So I just signal that I want to go that second, which is translated to the GOP index by the original publisher.
And you store one copy per file. Is that what you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't use an external process.
So it's just sort of following up on Alan's question. Then, if that GOP is a 5-second GOP, you play that GOP, and then 5 seconds later you play the next GOP, or how is it? How is the data paced from the?
That's the question I'm trying to ask.
Okay, I understand that now. So, but when you subscribe to track, you just start receiving the segments. Like so everyone is sent the new QUIC stream. So that's how it works. So there is no pacing. That you just start and the original publisher publishes. That's all.
So if I have a super fast connection, does that mean I may have already downloaded the entire video?
No. Okay. So it doesn't send like there's a pacing. There's a pacing. So we have a frame rate. So depending on the frame rate, 25 frames per second, we just pace. Yeah, there's pacing in that. Yeah.
I think there may be some interesting work there to like for people who want to use mock for VOD, describing how you're doing that or having a kind of standard way to do that. Because I thought about it, and we haven't done much with ad insertion, but like ads or VOD that are going to be in the middle of streams and like how those things intersect. I think there's something interesting there.
So we need to implement this pacing because we are using subscribe. But if we use fetch, which we consider, you don't need. So you just have a buffer. So you you say that I want to that portion. That's all. So you buffer and go.
Right. That's like subscribing in the past or subscribing to VOD is kind of interesting, but it needs what you have.
Yeah.
That's not really
because now we have a very good internet connection here, so there's no stalling. You see. Yeah. But if the subscribers or the leader maybe. If there's a bad connection, then it stalls because there's no buffer. Yeah. But for the sake
so this is how we implement it for now with subscription, but we are currently re-implementing this with fetch.
Oh, interesting.
And
so you're going to go away from subscribe.
And I just shared our paper in Slack channel as well, which we submitted for the ANRW conference in Madrid, like collocated with the IETF.
Is there some extra synchronization layer in the player? We just play it as soon as possible. Actually, what we are trying, what we will add, so we have 3 messages: play, pause, and seek for now in the draft. But we want to add something like the heartbeat of the followers to the leader. So there will be another aggregation check, something like this. Yeah, that would be an addition to the protocol, but it will be synchronization. Yeah, but no NTP time synchronization or something. We just say that I'm going to that, so they just know what publishers sense and they just play it. That's all.
They submitted this like three weeks ago.
So that was a demo. So I can just move on to my presentation. And
So hopefully you will see the fetch implementation version in Madrid. So,
I'd be curious to hear a comparison of the implementation and everything once you do the full fetch implementation, just to get an idea of like both which work better, but also like was one of them a lot less code.
yeah.
I'm interested in that.
it was very simple, easy for us to implement this because subscribe really works well and it's very easy to implement, but can't say anything about fetch.
It seems like
if you do this thing with the fetching and don't pace, and then you get exactly the same mode of transmission as with HLS, which is the bit rate on the wire is boom, boom, boom, right, boom. Good for making other people unhappy.
And actually, there's a draft for this as well. But we should update the draft once we have the new implementation too. So
the second part is about the track switching. So there's a draft like about this, and also we published the results in IEEE ICME Lives conference. So it was accepted. So it will be presented there as well. So basically, the idea is to provide an atomic operation for track switching. So as a background, already in the room already knows, but there are two things that you can do currently if you don't use joining patch, because joining patch also solves problem. But if you send it subscribe and then unsubscribe from track 1, before getting the track 2 objects, then the playback stalls. If this we accept that, assume that there's a real-time string. But if you want to avoid these stalls, then you unsubscribe from track 1 when you start receiving objects, but then you have some excess traffic on the wire. So 2 scenarios we want to avoid. So what can we do? So for the guaranteed atomicity, you send a subscribe, and then the relay just stop sending from track 1 whenever it receives track 2 objects. So relay stops sending objects here, even if the subscriber didn't send the unsubscribe message, because relay knows that I shouldn't send. That's the idea. But then the relay needs a hint to know where to stop, because so what's the hint? So what we proposed actually before that, to put a switch track ID in subscribe message, but that could be an extension or parameter as well. But for the sake of simplicity, we just add a property to the subscribe message. But the idea is to add this hint in the subscribe message in some form. So what we tested actually, there are 3 hypotheses. First one, that as the amount of time increases between the consecutive subscribe and unsubscribe messages, then egress traffic for the relay increases. So that's one thing that we want to avoid. And we say that this switch track ID method helps us to avoid bitrate spikes. Second hypothesis is if there's some excess traffic on the wire, if the network is congested, then you happen to experience stalls. That's obvious, but this second hypothesis we will test. And the third one is when network congestion results in an increase in the switching delta time. So there will be our switch track ID method also decreases the switching delta times. I will explain what it is in a congested network. So test conditions, what we assume, the following preference is subgroup. Every GOP structure is mapped to a subgroup. Every group has only one subgroup, and boundaries of subgroups with same group ID and subgroup ID are temporally aligned across the switching track. So it's a required feature for our test to work. So the effect of induced delay. So what is induced delay? Actually,
already we talked about this in the break with Gwendal. So you have two endpoints, relays in the middle, and if the upstream publisher is very far away and there's some latency, and the relay has nothing for track 2 in its cache, then it needs to go to the upstream. So we want to investigate this effect, so there will be delay in getting the content. So when we introduce some delay, you will see that the average access traffic ratio and the description, like the mean value of the ratios of total access traffic to the total egress or relay traffic. So if you don't use this method, then the average access traffic ratio increases because you will because you don't have track 2 and you send track 1 as well. So it increases traffic. But if you use this method, then switch track ID, it doesn't increase. So that's one finding. So second one, so we designed the test flow like that. So there will be 4 tracks and 3 track switches will be happening. And there will be a light congestion and heavy congestion. So these values are mapped to the bit rates. So it's a little bit over in light congestion. It's a total a little bit over of the total between track 1 and track 2 bit rates. Heavy congestion is mapped to the second track's bit rate. So it means that whenever there will be 2 parallel streams, this limit will just cause a congestion on the network. So this is the idea. So with the stall times in the light congestion, as you see the reduction, so please look at the reduction parts. For the light congestion, the stall time and the switching delta time, they don't differ a lot. So if there's no congestion, we can say that, equivalent to say that this method doesn't solve anything because they just work. Because they go there and there's no latency, etc., etc. But when we have the heavy congestion, things begin to differ. Like we analyzed the percentiles. So for the average, it doesn't differ a lot. But so for the 95 and the 99th percentile, you see that the reductions really differ. So 42% and 41% when you switch track ID. And for the delta time as well, see a reduction of switching delta time decrease at that percentiles. So this is the plot for stall time percentiles. When you have heavy congestion, it works. So, and for the, this is stall time percentiles. So we say that for those, 95th percentile and 99th percentiles, using a method like switch track ID helps solve the stalling or decrease the stalling or bad user experience.
They have a stalling time of 18 seconds. 18 seconds is the stalling time there.
Yeah.
So it's
very long. It's very, the idea is, to show it,
Quick question. Are the slides online?
No, I will upload.
Okay, so thanks. I have to go get someone.
That's all. Questions or?
Yes, I mean,
figure.
Well, last time we discussed switch, we say that we don't want to have switch, actually, that we can survive with absolute joining fetch to ask for switching in the later in the track. And it does not prevent this, so you're absolutely right. And indeed, if the client is far behind live, if the RTT is large, especially between the relay and the publisher, you can have like a very bad situation. And so last time we discussed this, we say, well, it's not really, I mean, it can happen, but it's not very frequent use case, and it does not justify having a new message for this. But it's still on the table. I mean, we had a full
This is not
API for
message, it's just a new field in the message.
How do you know which group you're gonna switch at? How do you know your switch point? How do you signal the switch point? I say switch to what and when?
So this is one of the point of switch is to so when you don't have gap, you can have you can know the live status, and so you can decide by yourself what you have. If there is gap between where you are and the live, you have no clue, and you don't know.
I can answer your question. So a switch track ID, and so there's an assumption that they're aligned, and it's the same relay serves two tracks. So when you give this hint to the relay that these tracks are associated with each other, so you say that I will switch to that track, and so you store the value of the current group ID. So when they match, you will see that, okay, I can switch this current group ID +1. So
you put in the message itself, in the switch message itself.
The relay knows that from switch from track, you will start this particular group, and then the switch to the track is going to start with the that group +1.
So it's implicit in the message that you want the relay to say head largest +1 group.
It's implicit, but it can be explicit in the catalog. You can that's something.
But you can, if you are far behind live, you cannot switch fast. You need to switch at the live status. So if you are 10 seconds behind live, you will need 10 seconds before switching.
The idea actually, when you give this hint, relay knows that it can switch, but if it doesn't have data in its cache, so it cannot switch properly. So it will wait to fill up its caches and then do a clean switch.
Except if you do the absolute joining switch.
Yeah, and
fetch.
That's something. Yeah.
That's what I remember from the last meeting is that absolute join switch kind of aggressive flat issue. But this is interesting on at least on the data. I'm not sure about the proposal, but another thing we have, we are experimenting with active speaker switching, which is not exactly same as time aligned because we can have different speakers on different times. And our measurement from currently what we do is that when someone tells that this is the active speaker list, and the client decides that, okay, I need to switch to new active speaker, we currently unsubscribe and subscribe at the point in time. And early measurements of the data on how, on the when I hear to when I see the person is very comparable to the traditional models of push-based, which is like mark effect pull-based in certain way. So interesting to see the data here. We would like to explore more on that.
Yeah.
If I understand the problem, it's the time difference between the subscriber's view of largest group and its immediate relay's view of largest group. Is that the problem? There's a gap between when I think as a subscriber what my largest group is versus what my directly connected relay thinks the largest group is. Is that the problem to solve?
Actually, this problem here is in this figure, you have two tracks, and when you want to switch, the problem here. So first problem, the client sends subscribe and then unsubscribes from track one.
Instead of unsubscribe, you could just update your filter, right? You could say.
The second one is that then you subscribe and then wait for data to come and then unsubscribe, right? So there's something else you can do, but then it will cause some excess traffic.
Because you will be receiving both tracks.
That's what I'm saying. If you just do subscribe filter, and you could say subscribe filter on both of the tracks, we're at the cut point that you want. But the problem is, if you and your directly connected relay have to agree on the group ID of the cut point.
Again, but if you send a specific cut point, so exact location, then it's unclear that relay will receive at that point. The problem is, so
it might have to go back to origin. You might pick one that's happening in 30
It's nothing to do
milliseconds.
with origin. This is you're directly connected to relay.
That point. So
Yeah, but the relay has to get the data from somewhere. And if it doesn't have the track you're trying to switch to,
yes,
it might have a 100 millisecond RTT to go fetch it, but the client doesn't necessarily know that.
And so what we discussed last time for this was that the new subscribe, you can put a very low priority so that it does not impact too much your bandwidth, because this is something that you will have later.
if you have congestion, then there's
I know that is, but with a
congestion. So
but with a,
there's no congestion, you don't need to put this in place, this switch mechanism as
I
well.
agree, but this is, I mean, so this is why we suggested switch, huh? But if you have a low priority for the new track, because I mean you are fetching subscribe late from live, and you are getting the new track from live, so it's in advance, and so if you put a low priority, you will have time to get it on time later.
Yeah, but in the mock.js application, in this use case, so when you use prioritization, low priority streams, the application always cancels because they don't arrive in time. So then you don't have the data. So this application specific, but there's it's an experience as well. So yeah, prioritization doesn't cut it,
There's an implementation issue though, right? It's not a protocol issue.
Yeah, but they are late, then they're meaningless to receive. So that's why. So now, but the relay knows when to switch, and for a clean switch, it just stops sending track 1, even if it doesn't receive unsubscribe. So that's the idea.
Just to, I know we talked about just on most point, like you can say subscribe on track 1, where end filter is next group.
Okay.
The group plus 1, so it starts ends the current group, and it's in another subscribe with filter next group. The new filter that another next group. That will give you exactly the same thing that you want.
Yeah.
It gives the exact same behavior if your view of largest group and your connected relay's view of largest group is the same.
Yeah.
Right. Like in the case where if the publisher you don't even have a track 2, everyone has to wait. There's no, this is not solving that problem. The fast switch we are trying when both the data are there. If in the case it's a slow switch anyways.
Yes.
So next group or what? So next group or
other track.
other track 2. So
Yes, that's what you wanted right here.
yeah.
When the track 1 you're saying I want to, and track 2 you're saying subscribe with switch ID for track 2. Is the implication on the relay saying that when track 2 comes in,
Yeah,
start sending?
actually, I'm not saying this. I'm saying that whenever you're ready, just stop sending track 1, because even if you say next group, so if you implement it implicitly, so you are saying this, but here the point is dynamic when to switch. When you receive track 2 objects, it's time to cut it off. So that's what it does right now. So you cannot say next group, so it can be in the future as well. So yeah.
It's critical. It depends on the starter group being in the same positions in both tracks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're aligned, so that's the. Yeah.
It's
a condition.
for switching between layers, but it's not useful for switching between speakers.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
What languages? I mean, if you have a streaming media or a bitrate.
I mean, do you want to reopen the debate for switch, or because we kind of closed it 3 months ago? I can share all the slides and documents that we prepared at that time. I mean, we kind of concluded about this.
I think that the absolute join has some advantages and that it can control things a bit better, but of course, if the track is not available, that would be a bit of a problem.
No, but the problem exists, but I'm fine. I mean, this is okay. We can reopen.
I mean, another question to maybe ask for this is like, does this need to be in the core protocol at all to function? Is it something that can be defined as an extension? And that might be the better way forward here to propose it as an extension.
I mean, I think it's very clear that you could do this as an extension.
If it's called media, it should be part of the protocol. We want to be good at media. We want to be great at media. So
yes, but I mean, even we like the question is like, how big does the core protocol needs to be, and which extensions might be commonplace?
It's also a matter of this relation base or if you have multiple bit rates, you typically always subscribe to all so that the relay are prepared for a quick switch.
we built that protocol. That's in. You can subscribe to all of them and say only forward me one of them.
Because that is what you need if you want a quick switch. I mean, and especially down switches need to be quick normally.
Yeah. So we have that already. But this, unless I correct it wrong, this uses none of the joining fetch, either absolute or relative. So it'd be really nice to see. That's what we added after debating this at length, saying these APIs would give us, we put it in. So I'd like to understand that that doesn't work before we go add another one.
We can request.
Or understand it does work would be great too.
I have a vested interest in knowing positive or negative whether it works. Right? If it doesn't work, we should take it out.
Just try to will like one of the conclusions we came in the last meeting is that like let's go and have an implementation experience with that join fetch. Because your presentation kind of alluded saying that might work, but we wanted to see if that really works. Maybe if that does not work, we have to reopen at this point.
I don't think that changes what they're describing though, because what they're describing is a latency barrier. The joining fetch is not going to fix the latency barrier between.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Your view of the
two different worlds, but the other caveat is that my view as a player is always behind the relay. It can never be ahead of the relay because the relay sent me the data. So as long as I ask for things in terms of my view of the world, it's always going to be behind the relays, and therefore the relay can satisfy it. The danger would be
for the track that you're actively subscribed to. The problem is the track that you're not actively subscribed to, the relay may not have that data in cache,
and has
or is not in the forwarding plane of it yet.
And can it get it in time for what I want?
Yes, for delivery.
Absolutely.
And my only problem with this mechanism is that it puts the control at the relay. And there's a huge, debate in the streaming community about server control versus client control, and client has won for many years. And this tries to put things back under server control, which I'm not sure if people want.
It's a small code.
It's not.
It's not really.
It's a
the client saying I want to switch. I'm delegating the server to decide when to switch.
Because the server has better info.
But the client's the one that's under a bandwidth constraint, or a bandwidth surplus.
Okay,
And
we have to wrap this up, guys. We're running over. This has been interesting data. Hopefully this is food for thought for people. Mo, go ahead and finish your thought, please. And then
no, it's finished. It's this pushes the some control back to the server, and it's not clear to me that some clients would want that control to seed back to the server instead of them being in control.
Okay. Anyway,
especially on a down switch, like you mentioned.
All right. Thanks. So this has been interesting data. I think some people are maybe rethinking some things. Let's continue the discussion on the list or on break. Let's move on to the next item. Thanks for the presentations, guys. That was really interesting. Victor, you're up next. Filter refactors.
Need a new note taker.
Yeah, note takers. Yes.
All right, we do need note takers. Okay. Who's up?
You can do it.
Thank you, Zafar. Can we get a backup?
Yeah, while we prepare, I have a data consistency issue with the dinner plates. I think we'll do the hand method. My data doesn't match. So who wants fish?
The options before you say who wants what?
They are being posted. So okay.
Where?
Yeah.
I asked in the meet. Where is it posted? It's not.
Thank you, Rebecca.
It's in
No,
meat.
no, not a
Well, it
mono,
doesn't
not
matter
a
what
WebEx.
you posted. There's a fish, meat, or venison, or vegetarian, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but three fish are consistent. Good. Meat.
Everything's right there.
Yeah, I'm not in Slack.
Yeah, but if you want to read it on my computer.
So classic meat.
Classic meat.
Classic meat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then Norrland, venison. Okay, let's see.
Reading, Ben.
And 1 vegetarian, Sohas, or?
Yep. I also,
Do you also want vegetarian?
yeah, I also put it in the
Okay.
survey.
Yeah, so that's missing. So 2 vegetarian. Let's see, then we're at, yes, then we're at 17. I mean, 17, and Mo hasn't answered, have you?
I did.
Meat.
Okay, meat,
Raise
okay.
your hand. He raised
Okay, so then we are, I guess we're, well, F40 was 18 hands before, but okay, 17 now.
I didn't raise any hand.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
probably not going.
Yeah, but that's good. Thank you.
Do you, is Sahat the other one?
Then we will, our reservation for 80 will work out because the head was, I thought it was 19, so, but yeah. So then I know that's like, okay, thank you. Let's go
Victor,
on.
you ready to talk about filter refactors?
Do you want me to?
Well, you're on the agenda. If you don't if you're not really prepared for a talk, then we can just move on.
No, I mean I'm prepared, and this one will hopefully get better than the previous one.
No one objected to your title slide. Which is where I've been before, Victor.
Yeah, so subscribe filter. So here's how subscribe currently looks like. You might notice that this is like it has some information that's absolutely essential, like request ID and like track namespace and name. But so the observation I have is that it has a lot of things that look like mandatory, but probably shouldn't be mandatory. And the reason is like, why do we have subscribe filters? And my argument is the reason we have subscribe filters as mandatory is because we inherited the syntax from all subscribe. And the way all subscribe worked is you listed like your range and you could do both fetch and non-fetch. And basically in all syntax, the subscribe was mandatory, but we then redefined subscribe, and now subscribe has a very simple semantics at its core, which is if I subscribe to a track, you send me all of new objects. All like new to public. So like if a object gets published, I will retrieve it. And that's the basic semantics of subscribe. And I will notice that in this very basic semantics, like the only thing you really need is like the track name. Like once you know the track name, you like can set up forwarding, and everything else is basically extra features that people do really want, but that are like additions that in layer in terms of semantics to what subscribe does. And so my proposal is we make all of the filters optional parameters. If you specify multiple filters, all of them apply. That's like the rule we add. And basically, I have 2 proposed spellings. The first proposed spelling was is this one, which is basically you have a parameters that are called like filter absolute less than and greater than, and you set that, and if that is set, you have to like check against object and do not forward things that do not match. And okay, that's a does this slide make sense to people?
I have a question, Victor.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do an open-ended filter where you start at something and you don't?
Oh, that's really easy. You only specify LT and not GT.
So
the way you do absolute range here is you specify once for the lower bound and upper bound. They just both apply.
You probably mean GT. GT is your start and LT
Greater than for the start,
yeah.
less than for the end.
Yeah, GT is the start and LT is the end.
I misread. Thanks.
Just a clarification question. If we think about publish API,
Yeah.
Where we have the forward, would that be field or filter?
What does forward do in publish?
Basically saying
Because we currently don't have.
Well, there's PR.
Yeah, I
want to
I
publish.
don't remember
but,
if it has.
I'm not going to actually put any bits on the wall.
Publish with forward 0 is the equivalent of announcing a track. You're telling the subscriber that this track exists.
I mean, the way you can think of this is like I start, but I do not have, because like with publish, I can subscribe update the filter, right?
Publish OK sets a filter.
So if you do that, then the whole point of having less RTT to get the data out, you're adding another extra RTT to update it later with a right?
Huh?
Like the whole point you want to do that is that you do not want 2 RTTs.
Yeah, I am pointing out that this is symmetric. Like if you think of publish, like you can set a filter on the publish and say that my initial value of filter is S. And then you can, like, if you want to, like, that just works. Yeah, Colin?
And I assume like you can't have LT and LE, or
you
can't
can have
two
whatever.
You can have
Yeah,
multiple LTs, and the obvious thing happens.
Yeah, my elaboration is that one of the changes between this and the current situation is currently we have a lot of rules about how filters work. This just says if you set this filter, this happens. If you
Okay, so I think having a list of ACLs that I have to run through every same time sounds categorically worse for my code.
Can you go to spelling bee, because I think it's simple.
Spelling bee is the one that I think people will hate less. At least on my previous discussion from yesterday, is that this is actually the semantics of having to run through like lists is the same, but now you only have 3 things.
Which are the same 3 things you already have.
Which are the same things you already have to run.
I do like this one better.
And this is basically the status quo. We just put a bunch of stuff that into params.
Yeah, without you, I also still want to get rid of like error checking and say, like, any requirements on the things that like.
The only error is if start is after end.
Yeah, like we have those things, and I don't think like we should check it. Like if you specify your end before your start, you will not get anything.
You can get rid of forward then.
Yeah, that's like already lets you like if you want to black hole for your traffic, that is perfectly fine.
I mean, that's how Luke and I always interpreted that. Like,
yeah.
So how is this different, I guess, than what we have?
This solves a concrete problem.
This I will go to the like so first it like gets rid of those fields, and there are some those problems. The main problem.
Can you go back to the fields it gets rid of?
Yeah, it's
okay. So the forward field stays basically, right?
It's got it has to be a replacement.
It becomes a
field called forward. It's 8 bits.
I'm saying those are gone from mandatory parts.
Yeah. Everything shifts into parameters.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we get rid of group order?
So we can, but that's a different PR. I think that one is like just not good for like.
I think no, I don't mean globally. I meant like put it in the params too, because
yeah, that's what I meant. Like
typically,
I think we just have an issue, and I don't think that needs discussion.
But like, okay, let's just talk about forward for a second.
Yeah,
right. We're not removing it because we want to save the bandwidth, right? This is a control message.
Yeah, we're
being moved to a parameter.
It's being moved to an optional parameter, which I need to parse. Then I need to figure it out if it's there, and then I need to save it in a structure that always has it in the structure, whether I have it or not, right?
The difference is like how subscribe update works. Is that this also removes it from subscribe update. And the advantage is like currently subscribe update, you have to redo all of your mandatory subscribe messages.
Right.
And this will just like allow you to update without accidentally screwing things up.
Only change the parts that
only change the parts that you are actually changing.
Okay, I think that's far more likely to screw things up
that
than
is
providing the whole thing over again.
Yeah, like so that's like my main interest, like especially with ranges, currently you have to resupply the ranges. And you have to make sure that they match the requirement of non-expanding ranges. That is like, so if you accidentally specify a wrong range in your subscribe update, your entire connection can explode. And this is like just like you can update things piecewise. And that's
this is not a client can still do that, right? even with this your proposal, I can send subscribe update with a filter, the start and end that expands. This does not stop it either.
Yeah, so this does not, this,
Like this, but if you want to, just because you put it in the parameters, you're not, doesn't
Yeah.
mean the client cannot.
this is a bit orthogonal, yeah.
Well, I think that the case it helps is like, let's say I'm sending subscribe updates, I'm changing the priority.
Right.
I don't want to say anything about the subscribe filter. Like, and then I'm not risking blowing anything up. But right now I have to put them in there. And I may not even know what they were because I asked for a dynamic one and I haven't gotten the okay yet.
But that's like what you're trying to say is that someone who puts it in, they have to be careful to put the right ones. If not, it will blow up. But my point is that if you're putting in, you should be careful even in this case or in the other case. You're not avoiding anyone to do that.
No, but this makes it optional. I don't have to.
It doesn't mean that it will solve the problem, right?
Okay, you're missing the problem I'm trying to solve. The problem I'm trying to solve is if I'm not trying to update the filter, I don't have to put it in.
Yeah, you can define a filter type as none. That means use whatever it's already there.
It would override it with a non-filter.
No, my point is, like, what this does not let you from solving the problem. You can still blow up the things.
That's not the problem.
They're assuming that if you don't include these parameters, existing parameters govern. It doesn't mean you're removing the parameters. If you don't include the parameter in an update, it doesn't mean you're removing the parameter. It means you want to leave the existing parameter alone. Which is a semantic you didn't actually specify that you should.
How do you remove
explicit.
prior parameters?
Well, here all of those are allowed to have type none.
That's
So you'd have to re-specify every.
Can I pause us
parameter
for a minute? No one's taking notes, just. As
We don't.
Zephyr taking that.
Okay, cool, okay.
This optional behavior of if I don't provide, it means you remove versus you use the old one. That's something I would rather be explicit about it.
They're assuming that
That's
doesn't
assumption.
affect it. It doesn't remove it. It doesn't affect it.
I mean, I think I'd go at this the opposite direction. Like, I think about it from the point of view of, we have a problem, which is we'd like to be able to do a subscribe update that only updates part of these fields, and we should specify which ones and not have to worry about the other ones, right? And I don't think this was the mechanism that I would design to solve that problem, but I think that's a reasonable problem to solve. Does that make sense?
Are there other problems you're trying to solve, Victor, besides that one?
That's the main problem. There are some other small problems, but this is the main problem.
I'll point out, I think the subscribe update raciness issue mostly was solved by Alan's PR that clarifies that like there's no resolution portion or something for like a subscribe. So like a subscribe filter is just like if you put a start and an end, that's the start and end no matter what. So like I guess I'm not sure. What's the remaining raciness with subscribe update?
Wait, what?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I thought there was an issue before where like you send a subscribe and then immediately you decide you want to do an update, but like somehow that update can't be sent until you get the subscribe done.
If I send a subscribe with latest object, because if you go, do you have a subscribe update? Do you have a slide that has the fields for subscribe update?
No, but it's basically just removes the same.
I think subscribe update doesn't have a filter type in it. It just has an explicit start and end.
Right.
So, I mean, what I was going to say is if we made the semantics of subscribe update be that if you expanded the start and end of the filter, it didn't expand it. It just clipped it to whatever the original range is. So instead of giving you an error, it just clips it to whatever you've done. We would eliminate all these problems and we wouldn't be into this, like, you could have you can have a subscribe with 3 greater thans.
Subscribe update has start and end, not optional, mandatory.
Right. Maybe that's the problem. That's a
Make it optional, would it solve the problem? That way, if it's not included, that means use the existing one. If it's included, then you should. This is basically making it optional, right?
Sure. I mean, we could make them optional there, or we could make it so that you could specify 0 and infinity and it clipped instead of giving you an error for expanding, right?
I think making it optional to update makes more sense because like the thing is we added a bunch of things to subscribe and like I don't like it would make it makes sense for a lot of them like priority to update it like one at a time. So like if we turn them into parameters, we have like a unit, like a consistent way of how we update things.
And the advantage of parameters is they're optional to begin with. Because if these are optional, we have to put a flag in to say whether they're there or not for the serialization.
Okay, so you're saying maybe if we took subscribe update and it was just request ID and parameters, and the parameters were the things you were updating.
Yeah.
But we left subscribe by itself? Is that what?
I could only have one of those.
One of what?
I have one of the less than. Like you can't have 5 less thans.
Yeah, I don't.
That's fire.
I don't want to put less than and less than or equal to. Like just keep it like this is greatly expanding the scope of filters. And I saw a presentation earlier that they were already too complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we change subscribe update, it would make sense to change subscribe for consistency because you're serializing it the same.
My only concern is that this will make Relay do more work now because anyone can just keep adding 100 filters. And Relay has to go through everything. And
Wait, no, this only has free.
No, not in the previous case, right? You just had one.
This only has free filters you can change.
No, but it's parameters. You can repeat the same filter 100 times.
Let's say that's an error.
Yeah, if it's multi-set, right? You can do that, right?
Okay, I should probably clarify that you can only have parameter.
Like if you have 10,000 subscribers coming in,
that's not a problem I'm concerned about.
I don't see this as a simplification. I think this adds complexity to the parsing and logic and management of the state. Well, at the end of the day, all we're saying is you want to be able to specify the start and the end. And if you want to say I don't care where I start and don't care where I end, we can have code points for those, right? We can have zeros and max ends for those.
Yeah, but why do I have to specify something when I do not need to specify it?
You are specifying something. You're saying I want everything. That's specifying something. That's specifying that forward me everything. So that to me is explicit. It's not, you're not specifying something. You are saying I want unfiltered operation. And so being explicit about that 0 to max end, I think is clearer than I just omit it. Because at the end of the day, this is going to translate into some data structure in a relay's memory, right? That will not be an optional thing. That will be a hard thing that says, lowest ID, highest ID, filter out those things. So that's what's going to happen. That's what's happening implementation wise anyway. Why don't we just make the message mirror what the implementation is going to be anyway? You're going to have a minimum and a maximum. The only thing that Mike and I discussed this for like over 2 hours at the end of the Denver thing. The only corner case around this was having some special values for if I just wanted one object, if I want, 0 to 0, then having a max, having a special value of 0 doesn't work well for that. Because somebody may only want group 0, object 0 as a filter, which is kind of weird, but that's the only thing, that's the only corner case we couldn't figure out a good spelling for.
So, well, I think subscribe, like you're just describing that, like there's a structure in memory that's being used to filter subscribes.
Yes.
Subscribe update is not that structure. Subscribe update is giving you instructions on how to change that.
To change those numbers, yes.
But I think it's okay to have subscribe update have like change. I only want you to change the forward flag, or I only want you to change the start.
Okay, but then omitting a parameter, then we have to be explicit that omitting a parameter means you keep whatever parameter was already there.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, this argument does not make sense to me.
Wait, what?
Like the argument is this is like somehow not related. Like, first of all, the things that you store in memory is different from the things that's in subscribe message. Because in memory we store because in subscribe message there are 3 ways to specify the start. There is absolute and then there is relative to layer subject. So whenever you do subscribe, you already have to send the thing, resolve it, convert it to absolute, and put it into your memory. So that's already like they're not the same.
I just want to.
Go ahead.
It makes sense to me to be able to, in the subscribe update, indicate that you don't want to update the start and end. Okay, I'm on board with that, right? I can get that. But I don't, but that seems to be about the end of it.
Okay, so I hear you saying, Colin, is that you're okay changing subscribe update, but you don't want to change subscribe?
I don't want to add, I don't want to be able to have like 5 less than rules.
I don't think anybody does.
Okay. Like, I don't want to expand what you can do with filters, right? Which there's no use case for that.
And just forget about B and or forget about A and only look at B.
Okay.
Which is the only 3 things you have right now, which is forward, start, and end. Like, okay, but so you're okay. You're okay with changing subscribe update, but you don't want to change subscribe. Okay.
I'm okay with B, but I want to get rid of none.
You want to get rid of none. I think
but that's the.
Then you can't unset it.
But if you unset it, you're expanding, which you're not allowed to do anyway.
Okay.
Say that again?
If you delete the start or delete the end, you're expanding the range. You're not allowed to expand the range anyway.
So what's the logical reason?
The reason you can't expand the range is you might end up with a gap that you didn't expect. I think.
Yeah,
For the record, I don't like that requirement too, but
I mean, I added it because it was convenient, but we can revisit that if you want, but it's
you could have revisited it if you found this issue about
In the range, you actually have to unsubscribe and resubscribe.
There is an issue related to this.
There's a hand.
So Victor, the 8 minutes you have remaining, what would you like to achieve?
I was going to ask, does this change the API surface of what we can do? Because I think the answer is no. Like, I think I can implement the exact same, like, I think my internal code, minus my version code, can be exactly identical today as in the future with this change or without. Now, I'm not sure if that means I like it more or less, but I'm just kind of making clear that, like, this is not actually changing the feature set really at all.
Can we go back to the advantages slide? I mean, that's the real key. Are they valid? If they're valid or not?
I mean, it certainly can be able to do subscribe update and only send the thing you want to update. I mean, that I bypass.
The main one is the update. Actually, no.
Here's the one case Alan said he couldn't do that. He doesn't know
you don't always know this. If you want to update the priority before you've gotten the subscribe, okay, you don't even know what your range is yet.
So that's the use case for omitting
start and end
update.
You can do a more scoped PR that just solves that problem by.
I just make start and end optional. Like, it's such a straightforward way, consistent with how we parse and describe everything else.
I mean, I kind of like this. I kind of like spelling bee. It doesn't seem, but I don't know that it is. Not other people don't want to make change. Like, I don't think it's. I mean, if you go back to like the bare minimum, having the bare minimum for subscribe, and you only specify and everything. There's defaults for everything, right? There could be a default for priority. There can be a default for group order. There can be a default for the range you want. And if you want to change it from the default, then you set it as a parameter. Like, that kind of makes sense to me. But at the end of the day, it's also just spelling. Like, I don't.
Default is not a good idea, though, right?
Our parameters.
I like default.
No, I really like.
Just give me future objects.
That's
a nice
successful.
default, right?
Yeah.
Our parameters are a unified space for all messages.
Parameters, a unified space for all messages. They currently are.
So does this apply to anything besides subscribe update?
Subscribe update for forward publish.
You want to make this optional subscribe also?
Yeah.
I have a different issue, which is, do we want to redo every one of our messages where everything we pass is a parameter? And like, that's a separate issue, but it's not this issue.
Well, but the reason I ask is because, this starts to pollute the parameter space for something that's in very few control messages. So I'm not sure parameters.
Three parameters right now. I'm not worried about the space.
Yeah.
But if we know in advance that they're only going to apply to, can you think of more messages that are going to have these filters?
I mean, we already have a bunch of parameters that apply to only one message.
Fetch and publish.
Yeah, it doesn't anything with range specification.
I'm not sure it works for fetch.
I don't think it works for fetch, and it certainly doesn't work for publish.
It doesn't work like that. You can do start and end and fetch. Oh, but they're required.
Yeah.
This is my point exactly. This is why parameters are a bad idea. They convince you down a path of thinking you can reuse something. You're better off just to describe the semantics of it in this message. That's it.
No, parameters are very good. HTTP is built like that. Works perfectly well.
We're already explicitly limited to 3 parameters to certain message types. So
yeah. Chairs and or Victor there are 3 issues related to this that I would like to have a disposition of.
What are the 3 issues? Can you name?
I mean, I think 2 of them are related. One of them actually was group order parameters. The other 2, one was about being able to send subscribe update immediately, and the other one was Victor's suggesting this spelling of subscribe filters. So I'm actually much more interested in closing 3 issues than any particular outcome.
So I've only heard one issue, which is there's an actual case that can occur where I can't send a subscribe update because I don't know some information. That is a real that's a real case to me. I'm happy to solve it. Everything else is just in the I don't know why we're changing this category.
I will tell you because we do not have consensus for this. I filed an issue explicitly because the chairs asked for a consensus in it.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is that on the chair's list of things we don't have consensus on?
They have not.
Well, it's on the list of the long list of things which proposes changes, but it's not changing. We have existing text that would be considered existing consensus.
I am confused. Last time you issued the call, you said that everything that has an issue is not indicated as having consensus.
Yes, I saw. Okay, I'm saying we need to.
I rest my case.
So what I'm hearing is you want me to read the entire draft again and go through all of the issues and call them out again.
Can you not get rattled on the process right now? Yeah. I'm like really just wanting to.
No, but it's saying okay. Maybe the high level.
I'm not saying on the consensus at all. I'm perfectly what are you arguing here of like what are the things that like we need to fix in this? Yeah, what's broken and how do we fix it? Okay, what's
broken is that this has a lot of fields which most of the time will be just like predictable.
Why is that a problem?
Why do we have a lot of fields that have the same value? Why do I have to specify them?
Message.
Why do I have to specify those?
Somebody has to specify them.
I mean, there is default behavior, and if I don't have to,
then put the default value in every one of them.
Okay, we have 2 minutes remaining. Victor, what are you trying to get out of the last 2 minutes that you have here? Do you want to signal to write a PR or?
Martin, I think the question is actually asking, is actually saying, who else thinks there's a problem here that must be solved?
I agree with Alan's problem. Is a real problem that must be I mean, not must be solved, but is not solved today.
Yeah. But I think there are two questions here. One is that there's one problem that identified needs to be solved. The second thing is asking the question about consensus. Does the filters defined today as the fields is a problem for people? Because it's been we had a consensus. Maybe it's not 100 or 100. We had consensus on that one. Victor raised a way to solve the second problem, but he revisited the entire thing. So I think it's 2 different questions need to be asked if that's the case. One, definitely we should solve the problem of subscribe update. Second one is that is any implementers having any problem with the way filters are defined today? Subscribe. Because we're reopening the consensus on that one.
Yeah. Martin, what?
Yeah, as an individual, I agree with this. I mean, I think I'm the one that's filed the issue that you can't send an immediate subscribe update. This is a way to fix it. I think there are other ways to fix it, like just diff encoding the subscribe update window changes, which also makes it impossible to expand the window, which is nice. But I agree it's a problem to be solved. We could do. I don't really care how we do it. There are other ways to do it that I think have some other advantages. But yeah.
Can we all agree that we want to solve the problem that Martin filed an issue that, like, you can't immediately send a subscribe update? Is that
show of hands who's for solving that?
Look at fix subscribe update.
Yes.
And you want to update the priority because if you can't solve it where you want to update the range.
Yeah.
Right.
So your problem is, and you want to update the priority.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
That seems like a much more logical use case anyway.
I think, of course, you want to always be able to send subscribe update prior to receiving a subscribe done. Is the statement.
Yeah. Okay, so we have it. Who don't think it should be fixed? Is there anyone here who's like
I
objective?
just question why you have to send a subscribe update so quickly.
I think so, the problem is subscribe done could take a bit of time, like or seconds in the
Yeah, but what's the use case where I do back to back?
I think done or okay? Done?
Okay, sorry.
Subscribe okay.
Okay.
You can imagine it, right? You can. What's the real world use case where you have to do that? Like,
that's a good point. Go back to the or I don't know.
Like 1 nanosecond after sending a subscribe, you're going to send an update to it. I don't get that.
What new information did you receive that made you want to do an update? You received no information from the okay.
No, but this is subscriber priority. The application, I don't know, I made some window bigger or I did something that made me want to raise the priority of something.
Your bandwidth dropped immediately in that window.
Yeah.
What if, I mean, if the user clicked on something, like, I want to.
It's not necessarily
get focus to a different portion of the scene or something. I don't know.
There's a long latency between me and the relay. Like, so the subscribe's on the way and then something happens. It's like, oh, actually, I want that thing higher priority.
Or like YouTube.
Wouldn't you send an unsubscribe followed by the new subscribe?
Anyway, I feel like there were enough hands raised. Does anybody really not want to fix subscribe update?
But just like, I want to fix updating priority.
Yeah.
I'm very specific about this. The use case delivered was updating priority.
I think I want to be.
Well, it's priority and group order because group order is part of priority.
Accept that.
And then there's also parameters are in there. Could maybe update auth, my auth token expired in those 500 milliseconds.
I want to be able to update the start location, although because I might want to bump forward an entire group if I haven't gotten any content from the new subscription and like time has already passed. Like I might be like, okay, whatever, it's already too late for that group. Thank you.
Okay, but it's okay. So I think for that particular issue, go discuss that. I think that's issue is open. Keep on discussing that issue and clarify. Maybe someone can someone take an action to actually summarize discussion in that issue for this.
Try to do that.
Yeah, Ian, thank you.
You need the number, so probably have
yeah, if you have the number.
And then
what was the show hands count by the way when we did? Do we have a count?
7, 8.
All right.
It's
so
8,
while
7,
that keeps up, Gwendo, you're up next for logging analytics demo, and that will be the last thing between us and break.
Oh, okay.
What did we conclude on the? So we conclude. I'll write the summary on the like we wanted subscribe updates to like actually always work, right? Are we updating any of the other issues? What are we? How are Alan and I getting the other 2 issues closed?
Maybe I can ask it this way: like, how many people are going to lie in the road if somebody wants to change subscribe filters? Because it sounded like several people were getting ready to go lie in the road. So if it's a lot of people, then we will just.
I think I'm getting ready to lie on the road for gratuitous changes. Yeah.
I think the same. I'm extremely unhappy what counted here. I'm extremely unhappy.
Okay, I apologize for making you unhappy on this. Like, walk me through how we can. So it might be worth spending a little time on break.
What happened here? Like, let's 1 second.
Yep.
Forward flag. What happened here is we added it, and then I asked it to turn into parameter, and then I was ignored, and that got merged. And I was fine with this because I filed an issue to make all of this optional. But if we're now saying that this is a gratuitous change, when it was ignored at the moment that it was merged, like maybe I should have lightened the road when we merged forward flag.
Look, I'm perfectly willing to have us all discuss whether we should move most of our stuff to be parameters, like versus the other way, right? I mean, like if there's a good reason to do that, we could have a discussion about that. But it seems like we should do all or nothing, right? We shouldn't be like one flag.
Okay, if
right?
that is like the discussion we want, yeah, sure.
And that's a different discussion. That's an update, right? That's a.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is not being helped by multiple things being conflated. I mean, I have to say, like, okay, so forward flag went in draft 11. We've not even done the consensus call on draft 11. So obviously, like, the forward flag could be anyone could file an issue about the forward flag. That is new stuff.
Forward was added in 9.
It was?
Yeah.
Well, no, because I just added it for draft 11, my stuff interrupt. How could that be?
You forgot to implement it.
No test case. Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
No test case. Yes, Will nails it.
Okay, yeah, ignore me. I trust you. Sorry. It's 872. Oh, 872. Okay.
Okay. Well, regardless. All right. Well, okay. It sounds like there are some real problems in here. It doesn't sound like there's any consensus on how to do them. So I think people are gonna have to write some PRs. I on the subscribe update thing in particular, I think I have an idea on how to fix it. I could write a PR as an individual, of course, but I don't particularly want to. If anyone else has something else in mind.
So, Martin, as an editor, it sounds like the issue of are we going to make things in subscribe more into parameters is something that we're still, as a holistic sense, right? Sounds like that's still on the table based on the exchange that just happened. And if that's true, then I'd rather park fixing subscribe update pending the outcome of that. Does that sound like a reasonable path forward?
Just to clarify that, is the basis for that because of their optionality or something else?
I think Victor is the one who was most concerned about it. So maybe he can articulate better, but I think he said it's because many of the things in subscribe have logical defaults and would be better expressed as in a parameter set as opposed to hard coded in the message. Maybe
your motivation to use parameters was because they were already optional. Is that why?
Yeah, because they have reasonable defaults. Basically, is the logic.
Okay, so anything that is optional in any message, you think is viable for parameters?
That is the sensible encoding, I believe.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, because
that's not how I interpret parameters, but that's good to know that people were thinking that way.
Like the thing about things that are optional is that, like, if we at some point introduce filters v2, that is like completely different, works completely different, we would have to specify old filters. This is like, for instance, we did this in like protocol buffers famously had required fields that they deleted because that like there is a long story of how like you think your fields are required and are mandatory, and you redesign your system, but in some of them become optional.
So agreeing with Victor here, I have said that at some point farther down the road, we need to have a big pass of thinking about how extensibility worked of everything, right? And that's the underlying concern here that you just raised, which I mean, I don't disagree with. We need to figure out extensibility of everything.
Okay, so I think maybe does anybody feel like that draft 12 has to have a resolution to 872, which is the subscribe update issue? And if not, I'm tempted to take the two issues about making things into parameters into one issue, and we'll wait till that gets resolved, possibly at some future interim, and then we can fix subscribe update based on, so it's consistent with the resolution of that.
So you defer.
I'm not going to fix subscribe update until we decide what we're doing with parameters. Because if one resolution has, like I said, Martin said, like we can fix subscribe update, but we'd fix it totally differently if we also change subscribe. So I want to get that first one first.
Yeah. I don't think it's just a holistic thing where like you just take the entire subscribe message and turn it into parameters, or we leave it exactly as is. Like there's the actual bit of filters. This is all as an individual course. There's the actual bit about filters, which is fairly long-standing, but like, I mean, there's certainly a case that you could turn into parameters. And then there's forward, which is kind of a different thing, which to me, at least in my intuition, clearly has a default value, which is one. And then group order is another one where you could argue that there's a default and there's an exceptional case, or maybe there's not. And we can have that argument about each one of these components, I think, separately.
Okay.
But yeah.
I mean, I heard a fair amount of resistance to taking the actual filters and turning them into parameters today. doesn't mean it can't possibly happen or that people couldn't be convinced. But like, I don't know, do people, I mean, we could run through it. I mean, we're way over time on the segment, but do we want to?
Well, we can
What's
also
that?
maybe
It's not important. We should run over time on this.
have a dinner discussion.
Isn't the next
What's that?
Isn't the next one like editors?
Well, our time is fungible, so it's okay if we think we're gonna make progress on this, but I'm just suggesting maybe we might make more progress on it if we carve time out for tomorrow instead.
Yeah.
People can think about it, discuss over a drink and.
But the problem I hear is that there's one issue that we are almost in unanimous agreement on that is a real problem that needs to be fixed, which is the actual ability to do something, subscribe update immediately. We all agree that it needs to be fixed, but we don't want to fix it now because we think there's going to be a different way to fix it. But that different way is a much bigger conversation that impacts a lot more than just subscribe update.
Well, that's why I asked if it was urgent that we fix this subscribe update issue, or if it can wait until we resolve the other one or not. I didn't hear anyone say like, "Oh my God, I need to send the subscribe update right now." Like, so
Ian did provide a list of compelling use cases.
Yes. I mean, I think we'll hit them eventually, but I mean,
we're not shipping.
We might not. I mean, we're not going to ship it before Madrid. I don't think. Yes, I think it clearly needs to be solved before the final draft, in my opinion. Yes, maybe Madrid. We could wait. I don't know.
So on the larger design, I mean, I guess it's some offline discussions, see where we are, and if people have ideas for tomorrow, we could put something on the agenda tomorrow on that. If people have managed to get somewhere in this, just to say, okay, we think this might work. I don't say we decide something at this meeting at all. Just to say if we have a direction on that, but.
Yeah, we should keep going because I don't think we're going to get to a yes or no.
Yeah, not right now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're going to flip the schedule a little bit. We're going to take a break. Come back at what time is it over there? 9.
2:03.
Is that right?
14:03. Yes.
Okay. Let's come back here at 2:20. We'll do Gwendol's demo and then we'll launch an editor time.
Slides, try to figure out things are in the right order. So,
oh yeah, except Barry.
Maybe in the other room, just so I'm not.
Yeah, yeah.
In this corner, but I'm like embarrassed.
Sensibilities.
You got here earlier. I was in the door at 9 o'clock, and I wasn't even the first one. No, you were here. I should have booked
The correct fixed mandatory fields end up changing just as much.
Some takes about
So breakdowns isn't healthy for those fields.
That's right. True, but we can.
You agree
So
that
like,
that's in order
let's say
to
subscribe.
extensibility?
Okay, yeah, let me check that. I'll make sure, yeah.
Mandatory, like really mandatory is the tracking.
Just
We're removing track outlets, and then there are like bunch of things that have reasonability. So
At least they move them all to parameters.
No,
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you very much for taking
like
this.
my argument here is like.
Sometimes
if
I
it's
just miss
possible that
conversation.
Oh, and they're so
there's
fast, yeah.
What if we change the track name to ASCII string in V2? So these tuples were a stupid idea.
Like that would make sense, but in that case, like have to like either change the entire protocol or introduce like new message. But if we make options optional, like we can at least
make a parameter that identifies and the value.
Bir de
That's an extensibility for us. Really want that. Then the subscribe message can stay on the type of the backend.
like I am a bit worried myself. Yeah, that's like
if someone like a small comes and asks that, what are the extensibility?
The only thing I don't like about the parameters is just it kind of mixes like metadata with or parameters can be that seems like fluffy stuff. Whereas these are like core things in the message that that,
Well, I mean, parameters, like, since they are extensible, they can be defined to do anything.
Biraz da kendim değiştirerek.
My only parameters are pretty flexible, but on the other hand,
Need
for me. That's something.
That's just so.
Something I would like for filter. It makes no sense. It adds more processing on the
Current, I don't remember. I think like for at least setup parameters we allow, but like most of them are only allowed once.
Authorization we do allow because we remove the text.
Authorization is there, but like there is like half.
But I understand, but we remove the text that said, it cannot be repeated, and we said it can be repeated depending upon the parameter. So,
yeah, and currently we have like path, which is not allowed to be repeated, but then authorization is like, I think.
You were proposing this one, you were also saying
my idea is like filter is only one filter, and if you send a new one, it overrides all of them.
How do you know in a hash map there's no one?
You have to know it. I mean, like that's the awkward thing with parameters. Allowing multiple parameters is like you have to know per parameter. Like currently, Martin, I was just reviewing code yesterday. Martin has a giant array of parameters that are allowed and not allowed to repeat.
Right, because if I put my parameters and I cannot serialize it, it will be totally different than what you would think. Another implementation might be because so when you apply on server, you apply the wrong parameters and what I would expect. You have different ordering too. It cannot be parameters.
I mean,
those are my concerns. Like,
those are
bad ideas. It leads to wrong implementation.
Yeah, but one thing is like HTTP currently has all of this in its work.
Right, but
HTTP also has a lot of issues because of this too, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is like I'm a bit like actually skeptical about like multi-parameters because of this.
Right.
Because HTTP has this like thing where you can use header multiple times, but there is only one header that ever does it.
Right. And which exactly, which headers are valid in posts versus put is a source of many bugs on the internet, right? Like,
will you be okay if all is stricter patterns cannot have
that's definitely I do not.
Okay, that's actually where I got off the page with you, is with the repeating them. That was the part that
Oh no, none of those are allowed to be repeated.
I think it feels like if there are more than one, you can that never worked.
Oh, sorry.
More than one filter, you can apply. That was my comment.
Yeah, my comment is that like any field that has semantics of a filter, if there's multiple different filter types, those apply concurrently. So if you
right, you can have both a greater than and a less than.
Yeah,
but you cannot have two greater than.
Yeah, that is definitely like I do not want multiple. Like
I later in the conversation about that what you're saying, but earlier in the conversation thought you said the opposite.
Yeah, I might have like been vague because I emphasized like if you have multiple different filters, they are like currently. But if there you have like specifies the same type of multiple filters in previous overrides.
It's a protocol error.
It's either protocol error or you the newest override solvent. But
my if I put two LAs values and I'm serializing from a hash map, you never know which is the order.
Wait, how does you store multiple values in a hash map?
So how you there's no order. You just add it to a hash map, you just serialize what are the values, so just serialize it, right? As server you're getting, how do you know my expectation of code? Because I don't even know once I serialize it down, right? Because I put it in my point is you have filter LE, and put second filter LE, that should be protocol error.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Like I mean, we currently do we specify allow you multiple max cache duration or not? Like same with filters.
I don't know if we do, but if we do, that's a real problem. Like we should.
The cache duration is now cannot be repeated as today. Only thing you're not repeating is the authentication.
like my I forgot that, like, I'll be honest, I forgot that we have multiple parameters for subscription.
Right, I should also clarify that in authorization token 2, if you repeat the exact same token twice, protocol error.
If you say token fluent and token fluent.
That is, remember,
I don't think
that was added in
I
the
don't
text.
remember if
I
Martin.
thought we argued that it needed to be supported. Because you have two different tokens for
different tokens. But like
the same token type.
no, okay. There's a token type dot and a blob. Another dot and a blob. If they match exactly, that's there. No duplication is allowed.
But the same token type for two different networks is fine.
That's fine. Yes, that's fine. Yes.
I sometimes feel that there's way too much text in relays checking things that they don't need to check. Like something's probably gone wrong in the protocol if you're doing that, but there's no need for the relay to really get worked up about it.
But these filters, they do.
I complain about that. But the filters are different because they use
the filters definitely
very important for following data plane.
To me, I don't even think that it should be optional. They just be hard coded, start and end every single time we say anything. When would a client not know what it wants to start and end to be?
Well, as Alan pointed out, this requires you, like, even the fact that, like, as a client, you now have to reevaluate your filters locally whenever you send updates.
Why is that?
Well, because, like, if you send like filter latest object, now you have to, like, receive that latest object, and, like, you have to specify that the knowledge should subscribe updates.
If you're updating the filter.
Well, right now we always have to do that, but if you're updating,
What I'm suggesting is not have a filter type. You don't have a thing called latest object or index. You just have a filter stuff out before this and filter stuff out after this.
So how would you know that works only if you know what is before and after, right?
Yes.
Like how do I say that? Get me only from the latest object onwards. How do you say that? Without the filter types.
Latest object onwards.
Yes.
From the current group, latest object.
Yeah, whatever the
onwards.
relay is getting 10, if relay got 10, 5. I want to say, get it from the, how do you say that without having filter types?
So then you're not filtering on groups. You want any group to come into you, right?
Yeah, where are the current group?
So you're not filtering the groups. So you'd have 0 to max set on the group, right?
Okay, 0 comes 0, it doesn't matter. Okay, sure.
Right? And you're not filtering the object either. You want 0 to max set on the object. You do not want to filter out anything in that case.
now
How do you start from the next group?
That's the hard one.
Yes.
That's the one that me and Mike could not figure out a good code point, a special code point to say, do just this. And I argued that it shouldn't even be allowed.
there is a good reason for latest.
Once you know what the current group is.
Let's just say we had the filter types. We can take, and I know this are like we can go down this argument. Can we get rid of those? But like you have the latest and next and whatever. Okay. When you do an update, you don't try and put the number in. You just put latest. You put the same thing you put in your original subscribe. The subscribe update. The server knows this is a subscribe update. You put this off the same thing you originally out there and knows not to change it. Right? It understands that that's interpreted slightly different in an update. And also, we remove all the stuff about expanding it causes an error. We just make it, if you expand it, it just clips it to whatever size it was.
I never understood why that was interpreted as
It
an
was just
error.
gratuitous errors, yeah.
There is a good reason, but it's about, like, if you use filter starting with object 5 and then you expand it, and then, like, what if object 4 arrives?
That's okay.
But we get a completely separate issue is, should we allow these ranges to expand? But all I'm saying is, ignoring that issue, we can attack that some other time. If you send an update that would expand the range, instead of doing an error, we don't expand the range. Right? And not compute the number. You just put latest in. You don't have to recompute it. Just whatever you put in your original update, send exactly the same thing again. Copy paste. That's it.
That help you or
Yes. Does CSS like adds more weird special semantics? Now you have a code point that just means different thing in different messages.
You have a different code point, right? Like right now, what you do, you check in your filters and see, do I have the filter that was there in subscribe? If not, you're assuming that it's an old one to use. Another way is that you take that from see a match. It's exactly same the old one. You have to do the same thing. That check is needed regardless.
Sure.
If you use this
I
mean, Martin's proposal too was to just send a delta in the update. You send a delta.
Yeah. By the way, the latest is important for joining batch. Otherwise, you have double delivery.
But updating a joining fetch is not going to work anyway.
Yeah.
All that.
keep moving up.
Duration då, alltså mycket. De här
What I'm trying to get to the point is that either you put it in parameters or you put the exact same code.
Sen säger att det här är då
You need to have a code. Check if it's, would I do anything with my existing filter or not? One way you check is that and map the
maximala är ju liksom helt
and basically say
det är maximala egentligen 1,9.
The one use case that I can't is this next start the next.
Why are you not? Why don't you want it? Don't you want
it? Because
så man kan sätta den, jag tror inte att den funkar.
Because I don't think that I don't think you can make that decision blindly. I think you have to see the head to make that decision. I don't believe in joining fetch, and I don't believe in blindly next group. Because unless the application already knows the group size and it's tiny. The group size is like, half a second. Okay, I could always say, I'm willing to wait half a second or something. But if you don't know the group size, or if it's longer than a second, and I don't believe you'll ever blindly fetch to start the previous group or blindly wait until the next group. You're going to get the head and make an intelligent decision whether to go back or go forward.
Figure out if they have to join fetch.
We're talking about removing track status, so maybe this goes away with it.
Yeah, if that goes away, then you don't. I agree. but I don't think so. They will be pushed back.
The problem is the delay in getting okay with the head. That's the problem. Can implementation be okay with waiting speculatively, doing something before it gets the okay? And my thinking is in 90% of the cases, it's going to speculate wrong. So it shouldn't. I'm either going to speculate I want to catch up, or I'm going to speculate that I'm willing to wait. I think those speculations are almost always going to be wrong. Such a large penalty, they wouldn't do it. So they're going to wait for the rapture to your relays should be small, and they get relay. So they wait for the okay to get information. Once I have the information, then I say, okay, I can back up. I only have 50 milliseconds. Oh no, I'm gonna have to download 400 milliseconds at line rate. I don't want to do that. I'll wait until the next group. So I think a real implementation always end up waiting for the okay to give it information. Joining fetch is a speculative decision that your previous group is okay, and I can handle 3 seconds of line rate media.
That's entirely possible if my buffer is 30 seconds.
It's possible, but I don't think the user experience of most clients will end up suffering. And so they're going to decide, no, I want the information. If my round trip to my relay is small, 20 millimeters, 30 milliseconds, if you have a really global distributed relay network, your relay time should be really small. So why would you not wait that 20 milliseconds to decide whether you should do a 2-second download or wait 100 milliseconds for the next? Or decide to start warming up your objects now at the current boundary.
I mean, the answer, I always want training fetch because it's like extra round trip of latency I don't want to incur.
But the penalty for that, it's not for free, right? The penalty for that is speculative download at line rate. Arbitrary cost. Unless you know the group size is tiny.
Make it more interesting for the audience.
Let's say it's a 30-second group size.
You can have up to 30 seconds of line rate download. that you're blocked on now.
Yeah, but I'm
All of
going
your
to show
streams.
them.
So it can't be too long for, but I can.
You have to make that speculative decision to do that. Would you,
Title, Vindro gets.
if you knew that your GOP was 30 seconds,
Visibility.
would you speculatively
And then
start
you
downloading
give
up to
me
30
like
seconds
Points to say. this
for
is
starting a new stream?
Sure.
To,
Talk through
to
it. We're doing
avoid the round trip, which may be
That's
20
not
milliseconds
the
to relay.
30
The latency on the
Let's say, even say 1 second, even say it's 1 second.
No one knows.
Would you be willing to download
Like,
a
oh, the
line
video
rate
plays
1
or it
second?
doesn't, right? So
That disrupts, an iframe today is only, you know, 30 milliseconds. That disrupts traffic all the time because of its size. Now you want to download an entire second, which is
All right, 20.
line rate.
I know you're up.
I bought the stopped working. Yeah. When is this? This demo? This is yeah, no. I can.
This offer is gonna still take notes.
Formal request. Yes. Yeah. No problem.
Are you fine to continue, or do you want to say thank you?
I'll help for this one.
Well, right.
Yes, if you're first, so before we go to the editor. Demo.
Let's go.
Yeah. So, Martin, you're back too? So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here.
I will share my entire screen, which is not good, but sometimes. So just to it's a demo we showed at NAB. We're presenting this to for primary distribution mostly. So from the content providers to the affiliates TV, things like this. And these guys, they want to have some observability platform.
Can you speak a lot louder, please?
Yeah, a little louder.
Oh, yes. Some kind of analytic system. And so here we have a presentation of the platform. So mock publisher, mock relay, mock subscriber, we use mock RS and mock JS, mock English code. And what we added is this log publisher at the subscriber side, and this log publisher at the relay side, and this mock log collectors, which is, they're all talking mock. Okay. So I will show, I mean, if you understand this, the demo is almost finished. Huh? This is, I just show that it's kind of a lab work, right? We have, though, we just keep the mock RS typical website. So here we create three tracks. At the publisher side, it creates a catalog, which is an old version of the catalog according to Will, okay? Just to show that it's supposed to work properly. So we can see, yeah, we can see it. This is the mock.js version of it. We can show the catalog. We can probably switch from one track to another, and it's going more or less good, okay? It's not this is not what we want to actually show. What we want to actually show is that we have this collectors, these mock publishers. So the mock publishers are the I will explain. Oh, yeah, sometimes this one does not work. Okay, I have this demo issue as usual. But what we can see that here, so here I have actually a bug. Now it works. Is that here we put all of this into hydraulics. So hydraulics is the you know, kind of a big data cluster processing stuff. And what it just showed, that it just works. So we can ingest data and we can compute some random dashboard such as percentiles, time to first object, time to last object, and things like this. So this is well actually working, which is not something which is surprising for you. What I wanted to tell you is this actually. So this is typically the subscriber side. So here we have the mock.js part. So we have not integrated QLog, but it's something which is in our immediate roadmap, meaning that the mock subscriber will generate QLog, and QLog is two verbose, according to us, because it generates one log every object. And so if you have like a 60 frames per second, you have 60 log per second, so you will never put that into the wire. So what
you're talking about the mock QLog, or you're talking about the QUIC QLog?
The QLog, the actual,
like the actual QUIC, the QUIC one.
The QLog.
It's mock QLog, right? You're logging per object.
Yeah.
So okay, there's a lower level one that'll tell you everything about your congestion control.
Yeah, so no, what the Lucas just put. Sorry?
Lucas Party, right?
Yeah. And so so this is typically the kind of data that you have, like TS, object 18.0, we just got it. And so what we have done, that we have built this one, the regular log publisher, which at the end of every object will, every QLog is kind of logs, and at the end of every group, the last object of the group, it computes all the different timing, all the different differences between the reception of the object and the processing of the object and the delay between the different objects, okay? And it generates one log, which is at the group level, okay? And this is with this kind of format. And then it announces this and sends it to the mock wire. And so what we say is that, okay, we can have regular log publisher, which corresponds to something where you want to, when you are in the troubleshooting sessions, you want to have everything. So the mock collector subscribe to the regular log and you get all the logs. And if you are in the idle situation, everybody is fine, then you connect to the light log publisher, which has another kind of format. So this format is typically a timestamp at which the log has been created, the content ID, the session, the subscriber ID, the track name, everything, the namespace, track name, the group ID, the number of objects, and then we have the timestamp at which we receive the first object, and then we have all the delay between first object received, last byte of the first object, to know how long it took to get this object, and then you have the delay for the last object reception and the last object processed. And so here we can compute with this the time to last byte, the time to first byte, and all this kind of delay information that the administrators like, and we can put it here. What we said as well is that here we can have like CMCD data, and if we have this log publishing processing which is done at the subscriber set, we can add CMCD to it. And so here it's typically what we can do here, that like we have the timestamp, the content ID, the subscriber ID, namespace, track name, group ID, and then we have CMCD V1, CMCD V2, CMCD, and you can have a selected set of field that you can generate and that you can output in the in a specific log track, which is CMCD track. Okay, and for this, I just wanted to show you the last thing here. It is we wrote a specification for the format, which is something like this, where we explain how to compute each field of the log that we generate. It's something that, I'm happy to discuss this with the community. I don't know what is the best format for this. Here it's a Google Doc. I can obviously share and writing to everyone. It works.
This is great. I was just gonna, I like it. I was just gonna ask a question about how you, so each one of these log messages goes into a new object, I assume.
Yeah.
And then do you use groups at all or just put everything in one group or
Well,
what?
there is only one object per group, and we try to.
Okay. One object per group. Yeah. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
because there is, I mean.
Right. There's no, they're all sync points. Yeah.
And we.
Related.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes sense. That's right. Okay. That makes total sense.
Groups in the track.
And so what we say that we can use a kind of, so we can switch from one log verbosity to another log verbosity with this, which is something which is convenient. And so here we can, as a community, we can work together on defining the field. It's not something which has to be mandatory, but I mean, if we have all the same fields, at least we can share analytics, you know. We don't want to recreate the kind of trouble that we have with the CDN. They all have a different kind of analytics. And then when we build multi-CDN systems, we have to parse, you know, log stash, everything to make it consistent. If we can have all of us the same kind of logs messages, it would be better. Doesn't need to be mandatory, but so I can share with you the. I think I already did it in the Slack channel, the Google Doc. But if you want me to write it in a draft IETF, it's possible, and then you know we can work together on this. And so it kind of I mean, what we plan for the future weeks is the full mock QLog integration, and then this piece of code taking as input QLogs and generating this kind of logs. We can put it in open source. And then we also built on top of Qlen's draft for logs mock stuff, which is already a draft, right? But, and there is no activity on this draft.
Maybe an expired draft.
Yeah, it's an old one.
Looking for co-authors.
No, there's one on
on
mock
logging.
logging presented in Brisbane, maybe.
Yeah,
Or
something like this.
Mock log and mock metrics.
It's a while ago.
Can you repost the doc in chat or somewhere?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I'm not finding a doc.
somewhere in the meeting documents.
Yeah, sure.
Jennings mock log. It's not even expired.
You see?
September 2. That's long.
Lost the update. Fixing like
That's usage representation.
path strings. It was a minor update. Yep. That wasn't when it was presented.
I put the link to the document. You see, no controversy.
Yeah.
No fights.
Where do you put it? Sorry.
In the chat of the Google Meet.
Okay.
Did someone copy it over to the?
I was about to say I was looking at Slack.
That's ephemeral.
Slack? Okay.
Yeah, if someone.
I'm putting in the Slack.
I feel like 3 chat systems isn't quite enough. Also a mock chat going.
I have mock chat for Android and iOS if you want.
Oh yeah. Does it use mine? No.
Right, sure. It does chat, but not your chat protocol.
With the tracks called updates.
Suli was very quiet.
I wanted to, with this telemetry, it seems like, and this might not be the most efficient way of doing so, you could probably do like server-side ADR with this information. Because you get like basically the equivalent of like the Object Act and the proposal that Victor discussed before. I mean, it might be a little more verbose than you really need, but I think it's but
it could be a way. Yeah. We built it for analytics.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily optimized for that use case, but it might be like sufficiently good that at least to prove out the concept.
Yeah. One of the issues is that the relay has to subscribe to the logs of every client. And so it adds some burdens on on the number of active subscriptions you have, typically. So if you have, I mean, if you are not very optimized in terms of management of your subscriptions, it can become extra processing just for logs. And then we say, well, we have to logs the management of the log tracks. And so it started being like a completely crazy as well. And so you need to be careful when you do
So
this.
what about the multi-track log? If you're listening to multiple tracks at the same time, if you're subscribing to multiple tracks at the same time.
Is there one log track per session or per track?
Here we did it per session.
Okay, so it is per session already.
Yeah, but you can probably extend it.
No. I think that's good. I don't think we should have one per track.
What's the scale that you've run at? Like how many concurrent subscriptions?
Here, I mean, we tested it in the lab, so it was like we just created 100. We say, oh my God, the CPU is increasing. Yeah, you know, this kind of.
Can you support like 10,000? But I guess that's not the number you're talking about.
No, but we are not at this stage, and we are using the RS system, which is not scaling a lot easier. So anyway,
in theory, you should be able to scale it to. I mean, if you can support N subscriptions downstream, I think you should be able to support approximately N upstream. I don't know. Phil, do you have
There's been a lot of discussion about this in the context of something called Splunk. But what I would say, I don't have solid numbers for people, but if you think about how much data we put through as video, I mean, it's just a chunk of data, right? Like we can, I think that these relays are going to scale to like an insane number of log messages.
Yeah, but here I mean, you still need to subscribe to the logs, and so this takes a little bit of data, of processing. You know, you need to thread management.
One subscription when the session starts, and probably leaving it.
But then you end up with a lot of state. Maybe I don't know.
Threading management.
Like let's say your clients all have a handful of subscriptions for the data they're receiving, and then this, you know, plus one's it. But I mean, like it's in, you know, it's in the adding 20%, and the amount of data you're sending over this is a drop in the bucket compared to what you're sending over the other streams. Like though our current proxies and relays and stuff might not really scale all that well, I think we're going to quickly get to numbers where this is actually it's better than how we're doing logs and how most of us are doing logs today.
All systems have some sort of client-side telemetry that they're hooking up somehow via a post or via something.
Right.
So
But they all push it to a centralized place, right? That has to deal with the peak load, whereas this is using your delivery surface, which scales in proportion.
So we did some back of the envelope estimates of using mock versus using like Kafka as an aggregator, and like, yeah, it was like saving millions of dollars. Right. It went really quickly. So, I mean, I'm not saying I have hard data on any of that or whatever, but the back of the envelopes look super compelling. And also being able to prioritize this.
Relative to.
Like when we set metrics over HTTP, they always messed up our media. And being able to prioritize this in the mock stream seems to be a really compelling use case to me.
At the relay side, so you need to keep information about the data that you received, and it depends then on the number of clients you have. But if you want to compute time to last byte, typical information, you need to keep this data until the last subscribers consumes this data, and then you can create your log for this particular subscriber.
Would you like compute a histogram or something and then send it upstream, or?
Well, yeah, but you need to wait until you have the data, and so quickly, if you have a lot of subscriber, it might have some impact on the storage you have.
Why are you storing any of this in the relay? I would think the relay's job is just to funnel this data back to a central log processor that has memory and does the analytics over the session. I would think it's non-cacheable as far as the relay.
In that case, you need to send much more data on the wire.
Yeah.
To the so it's a combination of both. But I mean, what we usually look at is the time to last byte as the relay side, and we don't really. I mean, usually it's information that you capture on the log analytics, and you have like thousands of edge servers, and so you gather all this time to last byte, and so it's already a lot of data. So if you want to transmit finer grain logs, then you
So you want
with more data at the analytics.
condense the data at the edge, then that is going to be work. Yeah.
The same way as we do today with HTTP. HTTP transaction logs, the server check logs every action of the HTTP processing, and it generates one log, which it sends to
It's request based, right? So
but it's request based, and here we have to do it for each, at the end of each group, we have to say, okay, this is the end of the request, and so of the segment, and then you generate one log for this, and we want it to have the same granularity. So all the analytic system of CDN, they have been built to ingest this kind of one log every 2 seconds-ish per session. So we wanted to keep the same kind of size.
I'd be wary of tying it to group though, because we'll be mentioning it in one group that lasts 2 hours. So if you only process your log send at the end of the group, it's going to be pretty sparse log. So
you can probably
there should be a
another
time
log.
intervals or object count, something like that.
Yeah, or a kind of another log definition, log track that you subscribe to.
Byte volume.
Yeah, certain size. But then if it's sparse, a very tiny data, it doesn't grow so quickly, then you also get stale logs and nobody likes that. It's solvable. It's not.
Mm-hmm. We're just open for discussions.
Okay. Yes, it's editors then.
You want to talk about issues?
Yes.
I just closed them all. We're done.
You're pitching for appeals here?
I seem to have no. Don't need special time for that. Okay.
I think Mike probably just went to sleep, so it's okay.
Oh my. Mike fell asleep. Okay. Okay. These are issues. I sent them the list yesterday, the list of issues we're going to talk about. And this is only half of them because Ian's got his slides are going to be tomorrow. So these are the ones that I looked at. So the first one we want to talk about, there's a piece of text that went in draft 8 that says, if neither the subscriber nor publisher specify delivery timeout, then all the objects that match get delivered as indicated, blah, blah, blah. But then if the subscriber, if the publisher runs out of resources because the subscriber is not consuming fast enough, then the publisher is allowed to just nuke the whole thing. But the main thing here is that the relay can't arbitrarily discard stream or objects in subgroups unless the delivery timeout was set. And then Victor, I opened this issue. So first of all, that text should only apply to subgroups. Datagrams, all bets are off what you get. Yeah, so I don't really understand what cases when a publisher relay would want to discard objects when there wasn't a delivery timeout specified. Like, what do people have in mind there? The use case, if it goes all the way back to our discussion in Boston, we called high fidelity subscribe, and I like to think about like catalog track, right? Like, subscriber needs everything in the catalog track, and they don't want like intermediate relays. Like, no one's going to set a delivery timeout for it, so intermediate relays should not be throwing away pieces of this track. And some people might say, oh, you can do it with a fetch loop, but like we're trying to get away, like fetch loops, like that's HLS dash, like we're trying to get away from that. So anyway, and if people don't like the no delivery timeouts as a signal, like we could have a different signal, which is like this track, I want you to send me everything, and then when you can't, you can just end the subscription on me. Anyway, Victor.
Yeah, so first, my observation here is this is like fundamentally about error handling, right? Like, do you drop a stream versus do you drop entire subscription?
Yes.
Like this is this is the only
That's
thing.
the way to look at it. Okay.
Yeah. So the reason I don't like the current situation is that like you kind of like even if you specify delivery timeout, kind of becomes a commitment. Like if my delivery timeout is 60 seconds, for 60 seconds, like if the only reason I'm allowed to do is like 60 seconds pass and I have buffer 60 seconds of video or like discard it. But in a lot of cases where it's like not reliable, I can set some timeout. But still, like if the relay does not have memory, it can discard even before the timeout hit.
Non-cache relay. So if you know that beforehand, you can just supply a delivery timeout. But you're thinking about a case where like
yeah, but my timeouts are like the reason I remove things from cache are not necessarily related to time. They're related to things like how much stuff I have buffered.
This also isn't necessarily about cache, right? This is if even a non-caching relay.
Well, this is not about, when I say, okay, here I'm not removing it from cache, I'm removing it like from my list of things I can forward to.
Okay.
Because the way it really works is like I receive object, I store it, and then if it gets evicted, no one else will get it. None of my subscribers.
Okay. I didn't see who chair's going like order. Who's don't?
Oh, sure. Okay.
Go ahead.
It makes sense. This is about errors. This is sort of a question about like, what does web transport do? Like, if I just keep feeding data to web transport, eventually it tells me it can't take any more.
Eventually, you'll run out of quick flow control or web transport flow control. Zone flow control. If you keep stuffing data in streams and then,
right.
But then
and that looks to me like an error, effectively.
This connection won't like if you write more over the limit, the QUIC will blow up your entire connection. So the sender is not allowed to send anymore. You have to wait for the peer to give you more credit.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought would happen.
API wise, what happens is like you just use up your RAM until the browser closes your tab.
Yeah, that is kind of
because you're infinitely buffering data.
At some point, you just buffer at the application layer above web transport, right? Just kind of as you subscribe.
But I mean, we don't. Because this is a system where you've got one thing flowing down to multiple, like you've got one publisher flowing to a relay that's going to millions. Obviously, we don't want to close the upstream thing. And like, there's not much, and the relay can't keep accumulating infinite data. So I don't see much it can do other than one way or another, tell that single downstream that's getting too big, sorry, you've exceeded your resource limits and you're over in some form or another, right?
That's what the text already said.
That's what the text said. I think what Victor's saying is that another option is that the relay can just arbitrarily drop stuff.
I think that would be really confusing from an application, but like, you know, if I have a stream that just starts missing objects, that means the objects don't exist. That's our semantics of that, right?
Or it could reset a stream, or it could not send a particular subgroup to you.
Sure. I guess what I was going to get at is like, we need some way of indicating we're in this error state, and we need some way of the application understanding that it's not getting stuff. I think that's the minimum bar to me, is it can't be confused with the stuff doesn't exist.
Well, this is already like, this is effectively the same as the things that happens with delivery timeout. And the question is like, do we want to allow relays to just tear down an entire stream, like one stream, or does it mean like that unless you specify it, your entire subscription is gone?
Remind me, does subscribe OK have the delivery timeout? So the relay can update it.
It can set it. It cannot currently update it. There's no subscribe.
The subscriber can change.
Publish update does not exist.
Could or sorry. The publisher can change theirs.
This is a subscribe OK problem, right? Because you want the relay to be able to tell the downstream subscriber, hey, I can't hold your stuff more than this long.
Which might change over. I mean, it's not necessarily a time, right? The relay's like
it's a resource, it's an overall resource constraint.
I guess what I'm saying is I think there's a requirement. There's at least for some tracks. I don't want the relay to drop data. I'd rather have it end the subscription if I'm not able to consume. Now, it doesn't have to be delivery timeout is that signal, right? Like we can create some other signal that's like, this is a track where like, I would prefer that you not throw away random things.
I think the too far behind error makes sense.
Yeah. But Victor, are you okay with it?
I'm okay. It's just like
the commitment part of it.
So my problem is that now, like, I don't want to in a situation where delivery timeout means I'm committed to. Like, I want some text that says that's like, if I have a timeout, it means like I'm allowed to drop it for the reasons that are not.
So as long as there's any timeout set, you can drop it, even if it's not past the timeout.
Yeah. or something like that. Like my fundamentally like, because if you're setting something like timeout, I don't saying it should be the same parameter. It's entirely possible we have new parameter, but like there are tracks for which I cannot handle the fact that you drop data. If I set timeout, I'm probably okay with that. And like, if I'm okay with it dropping due to timeout, I should also be okay with it being dropped due to like memory pressure. Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of inclined to agree.
Because we'd always have to have the error for resource, out of resources, regardless of what was negotiated with anything. You always have the possibility you've exhausted resources. So you gotta be able to signal that or gracefully clean up when that happens.
And even if it's I want this guaranteed delivery.
There's no such thing.
There's no such thing, yeah. But you shouldn't just have things silently deleted on you without you knowing about them. I agree with that, right?
So they don't come back and attack you further and DOS you instead of back off like you want them to. Yeah.
But this is a DOS vector, right? I can set a 10-hour delivery timeout. We have no limit.
I think that's Victor's point.
Yeah.
Delivery timeout is not.
You're not compelling the service. So you should say, hey, I just can't honor that delivery.
Yeah, like what in practice, like I expect Relay to do is like, if you connect on a 2 megabit link and ask for a 10 megabit, there is instant like large delivery timeouts. That's fine, but like I am receiving data from upstream and I'm only going to hold so much bytes of data. And if you exceed that, you will get either an error or a drop, depending on what you want.
Can we have a generic resource limit exceeded error? And you just
this is not even like
sort of a resource limit.
Yeah.
I mean,
but it's different from like conventional.
The text we have or the error code we have is called too far behind, which is like you have a subscription, and for whatever reason, like you're not. It's you subscribe to 10 things, and this is the lowest priority one, and none of it is getting to you because of no C-wind, and I'm dropping this subscription. That was sort of the intention. Are people okay?
One use case I remember that we have bad network use cases where some things are delayed just because you are not sending it. The way we handle that is that object expire in the cache, in the priority, in the forwarding queue in the application of the relay. So we don't even get those objects. We don't have error, but we don't get an object.
But I mean, in
condition
that only happens with delivery timeout.
It's not changing, right?
No.
But this might end the subscription. We don't want subscription to be ended, right? The error on subscription.
But wouldn't those subscriptions have delivery timeouts?
Yes, it does have, but
then if it does, then this doesn't apply.
No, but it's you end with too far behind, right? You're ending
only is the first sentence. If neither the subscriber nor publisher specify delivery timeout.
Oh, okay.
I think the only question is, would we prefer to have just a separate parameter, which is like this subscription is sensitive to you can't drop random stuff on me.
But that's no different. No, you can't, because then you can use that to attack the relay.
You can end my subscription, but you can't cut pieces out of the middle of it.
This is fundamentally, it's like, do we drop a stream versus syntax subscription?
Yeah, that's the. You
give an explicit error, or do you?
Yeah, because I want to protect catalogs from being dropped.
You could call it
a mechanism,
like resource pressure action, either like drop objects or end subscription. Like you're telling the relay, this is how I want you to handle it. For whatever reason, this is how I want you to handle it. And I don't know, it could be spelled that way.
Limit exceeded.
So here's some people saying they're okay with the text. I think Victor's only problem with the text is the commitment part of it, which we can we can add text to delivery timeout to say like if the delivery timeout set and the relay wants to, it can drop you sooner than the specified timeout.
Yeah.
Are people okay with that?
And I think does this mean? I want to ask Will whether this meets his use case. So if you're doing catalog, obviously wouldn't set a timeout on it, right? And so you would get if
you might have a 3-hour stream and you send one catalog at the beginning, right?
Sure.
I want it cached for the 3 hours.
Right. And so but so if anyone ever decided not to deliver you the bits in that catalog, they said it's too far behind.
Terminate the subscription.
And you're good with that.
And tell me why. Yeah.
I'll tell you why.
But don't keep the subscription and not deliver the catalog.
Okay. So this meets your needs on this, right? Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And I think that means we can close this issue with with some editorial action on delivery timeout. Super. I'm going to make that note. You're going to make that note in the issue, Will? Okay, that's awesome. Is that where we are already? What happened? Oh, there we go. Resolving fetch for distributed publishers of the same track. So there's actually a PR open for this issue. Let me see if I can explain. So this came out of our discussions in Denver, and the use case was talking about two publishers, each one, they're both publishing on the same track and they're publishing different subsets of objects. So like one's publishing evens and one's publishing odds. And then if somebody sends a fetch to the relay, or then the relay sends a fetch to one of them, like how does the relay know where to send the fetch to?
Just to send a fetch to both, sure.
So but now that I've written fetch, I really don't want to send in parallel to everybody who possibly could do it. But I'm okay with having a loop where like, I'm going to send it to whatever, the first one. And if I get an error, then I'll send to the second one. And if I get an error, I'll send to the third one. And so that PRA 25 added an error code, which was called like unknown status and range or something. It was a way of saying like, you asked for something and I don't have it and I don't know if it exists or not. So I cannot satisfy your fetch.
Why is it specific to fetch and not also subscribe?
Why is it
right now you send subscribes to both people.
Does not tell you anything about the existence of objects or not. Fetch does. So I can send a subscribe to somebody and be like, this is my filter, and great. I never produced any even objects. That means nothing, right? You'll still, and in subscribe, you say that the relay behavior is normative. You send subscribe to everybody, and then you will collect them and forward. But I don't want to do that for like merging the fetch responses from n, like sending n parallel fetches upstream and then trying to like stitch them together and send them downstream is a nightmare. Okay.
Okay, so I mean, I think it's an implementation detail whether you're doing them in parallel or sequentially, but I think you need to do all of them. But the thing on this, actually, I don't think you need to. If you do a fetch to the first one and it gives you all the objects, and you now have no missing objects, you don't need to do the other ones. Let me say that. Right. Okay. But on this one, I think that the issue here that we have is that we have the fetch returning information about the objects. Like if there's no objects that match the fetch, we return that as a fetch error. And I think that that's what's causing the problem. We shouldn't. We should just actually send a stream that's the same as any normal stream that has no objects in it, of course.
But that has a specific meaning, which means they don't exist.
Yeah.
But this is
that's the error code of, right? That like the thing that's causing the problem is that we can return that error code that says there are no objects.
No,
that's not.
The issue here is that like there's not. It's not clear what the publisher should send you. If you say, fetch me all of group one, or let's say, I'm sorry, even in odd objects, maybe it was a port. I think we did groups before. Send me all of group one, but I only published group 0. Like, what do I send you back? Because I don't know if group 1 exists or not.
You just send back, I have no object. You send back an empty stream. You have no object.
An empty stream means everything you asked for doesn't exist, which is not true, or it's unknown if that's true. So it needs to be an error case, which is like, I can't tell you the answer. Fetch is an answer. It's
resolvable.
I need everything in here, or everything that you don't give me doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, even without the parallel thing, it sounds like we have a problem with fetch, that it can't actually correctly specify what it has and what it delivered. Imagine there's only one publisher, right? And it has discarded some of its objects, but has kept some of its objects.
But then you can say it does not exist for those, and that's fine, because it's discarded them.
If it's the only publisher.
Oh, I see, but it does not exist. Okay, right.
Yeah. Victor?
I'm trying to think about the use cases in which you would want like have a fetch to multiple upstreams. So the two use cases I see is like the one most common use case in which we have multiple upstreams is well, you have a publisher and it's a either you're doing like redundant publishing,
redundant origins,
or you have a publisher that crashed and then like reconnected, and you kind of have them both at the same time. And in first case, it doesn't matter to which of those. It's like should be like routed to one of them because they're redundant. They should all return the same fetch. In the second case, it should be routed to the latest one announced because that's the only one that is alive, and the other is not alive because it crashed. And then there is the third case in which you have like multiple publishers, original publishers that like publish an odd and even, in which case we have discontinuities. And as far as I remember, we agreed that if you're doing something like that, fetch does not work. Ranged fetch.
I agree it doesn't work. I still think this error code is helpful.
What was the error code?
It just says if I mean, even the case of like, I crashed and restarted, and you sent me a fetch that was entirely before I started. You'd say like, I don't know.
But the thing is like they no longer exist, right?
They could exist somewhere else in the system, right? Like where you connected to originally could still have a copy of them. And so you could be authoritative for all the new data, but like the old data might exist in some like content storage system that's reliable. I mean, this is like a self.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing that Colin mentioned. Oh, sorry. Go ahead to this.
Sorry, I just about an observation that in the single publisher case, when we say that they know about it, the publisher does not know if he is a single publisher or not. So I don't think so. Even a single publisher case, a publisher can assume that I know about everything that's been produced, and hence I can say there are no objects. How does the publisher know that he's the only one?
I mean, that's what we wrote fetch.
That's what I'm trying to say. A publisher cannot make that choice. Even in that case, no. If that case you can send object does not exist, makes sense. Then in multi-publisher case also it makes sense. Or in both cases it should be no status, because the publisher cannot know about it. More than one publisher or not.
But maybe one question I have is that should this be an error for the entire fetch, or do we need a new status code, which is like, so I can give you the ones I do have, and then for the ones that I don't have, I tell you it does not exist. I have no idea. You can ask somebody else if you know somebody else.
It looks like it should provide what it has.
Right, but right now it provides what it has, and what it doesn't provide is said to not exist, which is, I mean, and I'm like, that doesn't work for the use case as it's been described, where it does exist, somebody else has it.
Yeah.
I'm also happy if we want to say we don't want to support that use case at all.
I think you've identified a really real thing, and we need to figure out a way to solve it. The question is how we identify that. It seems like it sort of lands in the data stream, but like it seems like the way we've defined the data stream might be just a little bit off. You can't put a starting and ending object in it or something like that if you didn't know about other ones. Like I don't know. I like you're on something good here, and I think we need to fix this. I'm just trying to figure out how.
Yeah, it's not accurate to say that we just said that fetch wouldn't work. We said that fetch wouldn't work when you had unordered group IDs. You could absolutely have distributed original publishers that were still ordered because they were synchronized clocks and using timestamps for group IDs, etc. So we actually have not covered this case with that text. Yeah, I mean, I think the original. I think if you're going to have a architecture with multiple original publishers, you got to figure out a way to. I mean, you've got to not. Your things have to give the same answer, and by answer I would mean the same data. I think it would be fine for one thing to give an error and the other thing data.
You said it would be fine or it would not be fine?
I think so. It depends what you mean by answer, but it says can it give different answers? I think it would be perfectly. I see no issue with one original publisher returning an error, like not supported, and then the other one actually delivering data.
Okay. Colin? Oh, sorry, you guys. I can't see
everybody. Yeah. I think an error code like this is absolutely necessary, probably no matter what. I don't know what we want to call it, but like basically to say like retry somewhere else. Sorry, and it could be like a go away is racing this message, like, and like sure I have it, but I'm not going to give it to you. So like, or like you just requested like 4 hours of data, and I'm going to be up for like 35 more seconds. So like no, but I think I think that's just useful. Like, in general, but then there's the other question of like, do we need a way to say like, I have some of this data, but like not all of it? I think is kind of maybe a separate issue, but I think definitely a valid one. And I don't know if the way is, in the, that's okay. We throw, to going Victor's approach, be like a parameter for like n group and be like, I'm not giving you anything after this end.
Well,
because like
that
I don't
is
have it.
there. There is an end in FetchOK, but it's defined as currently the minimum of what you asked for and the largest object in the track.
Okay, so you can't say
You can't set it to something arbitrary. I mean, I think you could set it to something arbitrarily lower. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, well, I think that would probably be useful for like, I mean, just the case we talked about the like reconnection thing. Like, I have 2 ingestion points. Like, you're going to end up connecting when you crash to like a different server. Those might go to slightly different storage points. Like, I mean, realistically, the person publishing data now may not have the data that's already there for the track, but you still might want the old data. Like, I don't know. I think you have to be able to do something about that. I don't know what that something is.
Okay. Mo?
So a relay knows whether or not it has multiple upstreams, right? Because it saw the
both announced or whatever.
So that relay is in a position now to know all the different publishers for a track, and so its logic could be different when it gets a fetch. It knows whether to fan out the fetch to all of them, or it can interpret the current does not exist differently, whether it came from a single publisher or multiple publishers.
I would be wary of having. I like that do not exist means do not exist.
Are we sure that multiple publishers will always know that they are the multiple publishers?
I think sort of the same thing Sue said. Yeah.
So I was just looking at fetch, and it doesn't actually. It's subtly different than I think what we were describing it as here. So it does include the actual data plane includes like the group IDs and the object IDs, so you know the start and end. And it says that it doesn't make any assumptions about the stuff it doesn't say anything about the stuff on the ends. It only says that the gaps don't exist.
There's new text is up at the top. It says everything from the requested start till the first object does not exist.
Okay.
Everything that's between 2 objects does not exist. And everything between the last object and the last requested object does not exist.
Right. Okay.
I mean, we can change it, but I did add that because it was missing before.
I think I think it would probably be better if we're going to try to allow people to trim in the control plane, not data plane.
Yeah,
because
I agree.
Yeah, okay. I think it's safer.
Okay, so what do I do?
I had one more observation. In even publisher, an odd publisher case, the even publisher knows it did not publish odd ones, and odd publisher knows it does not publish. The publisher is source of truth. When the publisher is source of truth and it knows about it, it can say that others I don't know. That's the new status code that you're asking for. Whereas the case the publisher does not really know what's the status, you should say, I don't know the status. Sorry, it does not exist versus I do not know can be, only publisher can make that choice.
Agreed.
And they can clearly say in which of those 2 cases they're responding, and they can provide the appropriate status code.
Right. And one is cacheable and one is not. If I ask somebody, they say, I don't know, then I can't cache that. I mean, I can cache that guy didn't know.
You should catch that, otherwise you keep asking the same question.
Yes.
Giving you
now.
Same, I don't know answer.
But yeah, okay.
Okay, so I got a concrete proposal for how I should fix this, which is in the stream that returns from the fetch, we should use our new skipped objects codes. So if you receive an object with an object ID of 100 and it has skipped objects 10 in it, that means the 10 objects before it don't exist. And that's our semantic to indicate don't exist. And it's authoritative. They don't exist anywhere. They don't exist, right?
Okay, but you're saying that's mandatory in a fetch response.
Mandatory in a fetch response, yeah. And if the object is there, then obviously it exists and it's the object. And if nothing else is said about it, then you have no information about the existence or non-existence of that object from that fetch. You might need to add this error code as well. That's a separate thing, but that's how I'm sort of slicing up adding that. And so that allows it's pretty easy for you now to mark your cache with exactly what you're doing today. These objects don't exist. These ones do.
This is so thinking back to my presentation this morning, when I send a range upstream to one, as long as I didn't get an error from that guy, I know that section of the response is going to be completely generated by that upstream. Like I asked from whatever.
I'm thinking of your code this morning.
So let me finish my thought. So but now you're saying I'm going to send a request from 1 to 100 upstream, he's going to send me 1 to 10 and then say, I have no idea about 10 to 90. And then here's, 91 to 100. So then I get to this sort of like, I don't know part. And then I have to like go find some other publisher to tell me what's in the middle while I have this other stream on hold, and I go find those. And then I can resume this other guy and he can fill in the end. Like, it's bad.
Let me describe it. Let me describe that slightly differently. I don't think that's what you do. Okay. I think you do a loop over all the publishers you knew about. Okay. This is your outer thing. And then your algorithm today is roughly, you figure out what you don't currently have in your cache and you ask for it. And you add it to your cache. That's your algorithm. That's your code. It's totally what it did. You do that. And then you go to your outer loop and you do that again. You figure out what's missing from your cache and ask the next one, right? Like, it's exactly the same code you have today.
I have a practical question is, how do you get that parameter? And this is a related question. So right now we say that parameter, like you basically the original publisher is supposed to at least the group ID, the prior
the gap one.
The extension?
The
gap
extension?
The prior gap.
There isn't one for object set.
I know, but no, but either way.
Oh, sorry.
We say that the original publisher is supposed to do it, and relays like must not add it, whatever. So obviously we could modify that tag. So like that's not the end of the world. However, if I publish an entire track and there are some gaps, and I never put this parameter in, how does it ever get added? Because there's no way for like the original publisher to be like, actually after the fact, here's some like metadata updates for like the params of the track.
But you're just building a better system than me. I don't have that level of fidelity.
I mean, at some point, like this goes with the delivery timeout thing of like, when do you know you got everything? And like right now there's sort of a problem where subscribe, even if you subscribe from the very beginning and you get all the way to the end of track marker, I guess the only time you know you got everything is when you get subscribe done. And then at that point you can assume everything else doesn't exist.
No.
What?
Because the original publisher may have not actually sent it to you. May have created an object but never sent it to you for some reason. Maybe, I don't know. No, I guess probably you have it all.
If you hit, I'm asking.
I don't know.
I've actually been wondering for a while. How do you know when you got everything?
I mean, mock doesn't say right now that you can infer any information about does not exist from a subscribe. You can only infer that from fetch. But if we want to change that from the discussion, the other issue, we can. But I'm just saying right now. Yeah,
it can infer from the prior extension QUIC.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. But not just because I got 1 and I got 3. It has no information about 2. Yeah.
I actually have. I mean, what would be the implication of including a status code with that gap indicator thing? This is a gap where I don't know. Someone else might know. Compared to where your authority say there's a gap here. I know this because it's in my part of.
Back up to the original use case was that said that like whoever envisioned this said they weren't going to use fetch. In which case, can we just have an error just fail the whole fetch since you're not going to use fetch, and then fetches people who have to implement fetch. Thank you. Because this idea of like you gave me part of it and then you gave me this thing and then this range that I have to deal with, go ask other people, and then you gave me some stuff at the end. I'm just like crying inside.
I thought you guys had a use case where you want to shard the groups over multiple stores.
No, I mean the original version of this slide basically said like, no, you can't do this. If you like, we should make a rule in mock that like a publisher has like, if a publisher is a publisher, then it has everything. And if you want to do distributed publishing, you got to put something in front of it that acts like a real mock publisher, which says, I have everything. And I took that off, but I'm just saying, like, I don't have any use cases for this.
One track correction, you do. The failover, the failover always had fetch in it, right? That's different than the even odd crazy thing. Okay, I'm not saying.
I think that one more case, even the N-bot, I didn't think about that. That's a real use case where a original publisher might not have all the data beyond certain point in history, but there might be a cache store where you can go and ask for it. If you don't find here, always go to that store. Even though they're not two publishers, but they're two sources where you can get data from. So forgetting about even distributed publishers, you still have to solve that problem.
But there's still one publisher that's the authority.
No, the cache store is authority.
Is the cache store a publisher? Or it's funded by a publisher?
It's a publisher. No, it's a publisher. Like, because you don't want every publisher to talk to cache store on behalf of the relay that's asking for the fetch. Right, publishers, like let's say a mobile device, it holds like 10 minutes of data, but anything beyond that, it has to go to a cache store.
You have to go to the mobile device to get to the cache store, or you can go directly to the cache store as a mock endpoint.
Because that's closest to where you
Well,
really.
there's always
going
a recording engine on the cache store, and this will make more sense.
Recording engine for it. If you want, then a relay will be configured to go to talk to that. It does not get from the original publisher because it's been told that if the data is not here, that's the authority for the data is not with the original publisher.
That's charting a track over multiple publishers based on groups.
Yes, depending on time on that's valid use case actually. Lecture.
Yeah, caches are already hard. I think introducing multiple authorities is just make it really bad. And for recorder, I understand the use case, but I feel like recorder, if the recorder is serving authoritatively from its own store, it should be different track name. My observation here is that basically, if you do not have more, like, if you have more than one authority, now you have a lot of synchronization issues, and this opens you like to wild host of like issues with consistency of your cache, etc. But generally for failover, I am not really concerned because like even in HTTP this can happen, like your server can crash and then it can forget like what your web page was because it locally expired, but it still can be in cache. And that is fine because this is like, we understand that if you cache something, you will get something that like the original publisher might have forgotten. And this is like true in any caching system. But like as soon as it's out of cache, it will go to the original like one authority and we'll see that just changed. And I feel like here it's also like I can see why it could be useful, but like you shouldn't rely on MOQ cache to bail you out if the original publisher crashes.
I was going to, realistically, probably there is something fronting, like if I'm on a phone and I'm uploading video, then probably the thing I'm uploading to at the very least is going to serve both the subscription and the persistent content. Now it gets a little more complicated if I happen to like first connect in like Asia and then Europe for load balancing reasons or some other weird thing like that. So, but like, it's probably reasonable to make for the most part, the assumption you initially made, Alan, which is like that there's some system that like makes the publisher in this case look like a single unitary thing, even though it's not a single unitary thing, because like the alternatives are pretty use case specific, right? Like, I mean, obviously YouTube is a globally distributed system. Like most people do not have to deal with the complexity that we have to. And so probably we shouldn't make like every single MOQ implementation, like re-implement like all of YouTube's load balancing system. And then the other thing I was going to add is I realized this is a little bit of a roundabout way of getting it, but if you want to trim a fetch and decide that you're not authoritative for the end, you can just like do a reliable reset, a reset schema. Yeah, and then like truncate it and be like, yellow for flags.
I love it.
I mean, I don't know what I don't know. I mean, if we think that's okay, we might want to actually write down that that's okay. But if we don't think that's okay, we probably should make it to this end group thing or whatever does what we want.
Okay, I want to move off this soon, so I think the signal.
It's one comment to the Ian's.
Okay, go ahead. I just wanted to. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, like, look, we can already demo this today, and it's a pretty common use case for telephone systems to do survivable remote. So we have a demo where if there's a mock relay in the local access point, phones that are in that campus are on a phone call and are talking to each other, and you lose your WAN connection up to whatever the central store is. All those phones on that call keep talking to each other because they're subscribed to each other locally. They're not subscribed up to the SFU in the middle that's transmitting all this data. So this survivable remote is a really desirable feature in lots of communication systems. And we can't really do that if you have to go back up to a centralized SFU for all of your data, but you can get distributed data. So there is variations of that, and I mean, we can show you that running right now. Like,
but that's more of a subscribe use case, right?
That is a subscribe use case, yes.
So that's fine.
Yeah.
So I think what you just said works with the current draft.
Yeah. But I think where we should go on this is we should figure out what we would do to sort of address these problems a little bit of trim it.
I mean,
I don't think it's really that complicated.
Okay. I was gonna say I would love to just have it be simple and be like either like and just have one like you just failed a fetch, and then if I've got multiple publishers, I'll go ask somebody else because that is implementable and it's simple, and I don't want to add more complexity into fetch unless we absolutely feel like the system is not going to work.
The complexity I would like to avoid adding to the fetch is a merge. If a relay has to merge multiple fetch streams, no, that's begging for DOS attacks.
I think that's what you're going to get if you allow there to be a gap in the middle. Now that's different than maybe saying allowing you to trim a fetch.
I think trimming a fetch is just something that's going to happen, right? If you make like a fetch again that takes 4 hours and then the server decides an hour in it wants to restart, like, I mean
that's just you just reset it. That's already available.
Okay, then like.
Oh, but we need a reasonable way to trim it in, which you could say then we need a reasonable way to trim the start. All of these happen. We have a bunch. You've raised a ton of cases that happen in the single publisher case, and we need to go figure those out.
Okay, I have an alternate proposal, which is that I land this and you open a separate issue about trimming fetch. Because I don't know that this needs to, like, if you say trim has single publisher, then it doesn't have to do with this issue.
I think Alan's arguing that we need some status code that says like, this is a failure, but like you should try somewhere else, which I think we probably need for like, as I said, the restarting case or something.
Look, I agree with this error code, no problem with that. It does not solve the issue that you raised. I disagree with that.
I mean, I think, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how to talk about this anymore though. Yeah. Okay, Harold, last word.
Going back to basics, one problem with does not exist is that it makes a global statement about the whole system as currently specified, while the local state of one cache is only part of the state of the overall system. So the fact that you have a global state kind of assumes that there's someone who's somewhere that knows exactly what objects exist.
I think the system is built on that assumption, which is why I'm saying, like, if you have these cases where in reality there's multiple people, multiple entities, they need to be fronted by a single entity that does have the global state as far as the mock cache is concerned.
Well, backed by a single entity was but so what the case you're looking for is, I have partial information. Here's my partial information. Go. And that's a perfectly valid response for a cache to give. Because a cache will not cache the whole world at once.
You're the one who's going to write down on this issue what we're going to do. Cool. And I'm going to tab the next slide.
Let me reread the issue again and decide if we need a new issue or if we should just not mark 8.
I think I heard no objections to adding this.
Well, the code is fine. I mean,
I think something like 825 needs to move forward. The question is, does 825 resolve 728 or should we file a new one? I'll just look at the issue and
about I mean, the question, there's two questions. Like, do we need trimming? And then do we need to allow you to respond to a fetch with a big hole in the middle that's like, I don't know about the middle. And that's going to get into Mo's merging nightmare. Like, because someone's going to have to fill the middle.
Like, it'd be like a very sad to rate.
Yeah.
So I get with that. I just want to remember that the alternative to this, right? This is what's going to happen if we don't have a solution to this, is you do a fetch for one object for n, and then you do a fetch for n+1, and then you fetch for n+2, and so on. Right? Applications will do what applications will do to get the data they want. So let's have a slightly better solution than that.
Okay. I had hoped to get.
And I do think just a fetch that, like, if the fetch returned the range, it was like, I asked for the world, and it gave me a smaller part, and then returned me that would actually probably solve this whole issue.
In a real world case, I think the subscribers are going to know that there's a multi-publisher.
Yeah.
If the application is multi-publisher,
no.
It's likely the subscribers are going to know that. And so they could probably create the right fetches to hit the right publishers that they want. Yep. Unless they do something really crazy like this, even
I mean, that was kind of my remembering the discussion we had in Denver was that like working at fetches with ranges that were going to span multiple publishers weren't going to be part of the system. I would love to be able to continue with that assumption. Okay, you're writing something down.
Yes.
We're moving on. Okay. Track alias. Everyone loves track alias. Everyone loves to hate track alias. We had to make some changes to it in advance of publish because publish was going to interact with it differently. So we're reopening this old discussion. So talking with a small group of people, the preference was to move track alias from subscribe into subscribe OK, which is where it was originally before the current compromise. And the reason why we moved it from subscribe OK to subscribe a year and a half ago was because people did not want to buffer objects. You send a subscribe, then the publisher picks the alias and starts sending you objects and the subscribe OK. But if the subscribe OK gets reordered, you will receive objects with an alias that you have never heard of. And what do you have to do with them? And there's the angst of this buffering. So that's why it was up. But since we're about to introduce publish will necessarily have this problem because the publisher is going to start sending the objects. And so the buffering will happen regardless of what the subscriber wants. So the thinking was that since we'll have to deal with this anyway, it's okay to put the track alias back in subscribe OK. So the publisher always chooses the alias. This means that there's no more so currently there's a 1 RTT penalty. If you don't know the right alias, you subscribe and the publisher will reject your subscribe and tell you to retry. And the subscriber has to have that retry logic. So this gets rid of that. The text we have in the draft PR says that if your subscriber gets something, it can discard it if it wants to, or it can briefly buffer it until in case the subscribe OK shows up. And then we went around in a few different iterations. The actual PR may not have a must. I think it may have a should, but Colin and I were talking about it yesterday. So I think if a relay gets an alias from upstream, it must use that downstream, with the exception of that alias could already be in use on the downstream because that's how mock works. And so if it's not available, it can use.
What's the reason for that? Because you're writing these headers dynamically as you're sending them, and the hops are different. So it's not really saving you writing anything.
You're saying, why do you have to?
Yeah. What's the optimal? Why the must?
Why
even if it's maybe a should?
Okay, so the reason I had a should was because it might not always work, and then the must unless encodes the same thing, which is like the original publisher picked the alias, possibly because it has metadata that is important to it, that it wants conveyed, and it will mean that the data does not need to be rewritten at the hops.
I thought we originally said that subscribe OK is instant, not fully chained all the way up. Wouldn't this require it to fully chain all the way up?
There's a separate issue about subscribe OK.
I think it had a chain because it may not even exist.
Yes. I think it might be.
You can't say okay and then realize, whoops, there's no such thing when I go to the original publisher.
I thought it was about latest object, but I'm not sure.
Well, there are many cases, like also unauthorized.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have any? This PR is available for review.
If I could just add one little piece of information for Will, is as imagining that the catalog may have an optional field that indicates what alias to use for that track. And in that case, everybody, even the far end, you don't have this buffering problem or like that's and like
yeah, Alan doesn't want to talk. The relays don't read the catalog, and the catalog shouldn't have transport level stuff like alias in it. So there should be a clear separation there.
Well, anyway, this is my proposal. Okay. And let me walk through why for a second. And Alan doesn't want to talk about because it's not part of transport, right? But here it is. It is an identifier that isn't changed that flows through the system, right? Which gets you past this problem of when you receive the data, you know what track it is, even if you haven't gotten the okay.
Okay, but we could use extensions for that, right? Object extension, your custom ID, and you tell your player what it is, and your publisher knows to add an every object.
But wouldn't we have the same problems for the catalog itself to fetch the catalog to to get the catalog, we need a track alias for the catalog, right? So catalog's track alias can't be in the catalog.
Oh, I'm assuming the catalog arrived somehow. Like,
Oh, we're not mocking the catalog.
We are.
We are
It's
mocking
a
the
track
catalog.
like any other track.
But then
It can also be delivered out of band. Use HTTP.
But it's mostly delivered in band.
Jonathan can't track alias your catalog from the catalog.
I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah, I see no, I want to decouple them completely. I don't want anything to do with aliases in the catalog. I don't see the reason for it.
Go ahead.
Well, my problem here is that like one is like you're not like that means that all connection can only have like catalogs that are issued by all entities that do that because otherwise you'd have a collision. But my more problem is like if you want to do this like globally unique, they have to be like realistically 8 bytes long. And if I have a connection and I need to distinguish like only 5 audio tracks, that's like can fit in a byte. So now I'm spending 7 bytes per packet, which is like for audio, it's like 0.5% of my bandwidth.
I just want to point out that the original publisher sets an alias, but it doesn't have to set a globally unique alias.
Yeah.
It can set an alias.
Unique.
You can always just pick one.
Yeah, but then on subscription, what happens?
If you mean like I subscribe to 2 different tracks and the original publisher set one for both tracks,
yeah,
then the relay is going to pick, which is probably what it's doing already.
Yeah, I mean, that's unless it's already in use clause at the very bottom there, right? One was already in use, so the relay picked something else for the second one.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, well, anyway, like I think there's different ways to spell it. I was also okay with the should here.
Just make it a should. Like there isn't a solid reason for the must to begin with. It's some kind of convenience, maybe, right?
I think the way the current text is not one here, the draft 9 and 10, it's a must. Because
actually, I should say there has never been any normative relay handling for alias.
No, I'm saying that if you do that, if you're okay to spend an extra RTT,
right? But
the publisher says you ask for something, a subscriber, I can't do because of water, but I want you to use this one. There, it's a must, implied must, even there's an RTT.
What isn't there is that tells you what to do between 2 endpoints, but there was never any tech. I think the people maybe have assumed, but there is not any tech that says what the relay is supposed to do. So downstream asks, and then the relay asks upstream, and the upstream says retry with track alias 7. It does not say that I need to use track alias 7 to reply.
Between relay to relay, we are not defining anywhere anything.
This is not relay to relay. Subscriber, relay, publisher. There's 2 aliases involved. There was never anything in the draft that said they had to be the same.
Question. I mean, there's a lot of cases where like you're just trying to cram bytes on the wire, and then it'd be kind of sad to use like a fairly long ID when you didn't need to. And there's a bunch of cases where like maybe it's super important. And we add a parameter that says like on the subscribe, okay, like QUIC, do I care about this? It's like this, like please preserve this / don't. I don't know. I mean,
if you really need this to go end to end, it probably should be an extension, because there's always a case where, for whatever reason, it's not going to actually work.
In the current system, yeah. But it's sad to burn a bunch of bytes in cases when, like, it just happens. One of my upstream publishers has like 14,000 subscriptions, and so like I end up with like, you know, a 4 byte number because like, and I have like 2.
Okay, so is the only point of contention here this bullet 3?
We only heard should versus must.
So I mean, that's what I assume that the current discussion is.
Look, I don't think it's should versus must. I think it's must versus say nothing about it, right? Like should is my argument on should is it's one of those things that a bunch of people think is going to do it, a bunch of people think it's don't. We should either make it clear that there is no assumption whatsoever that a relay will preserve this if it can, or there is an assumption that it will preserve it. And I think should's this like sort of messy middle ground that is just worse than either may or must.
Well, you already have the messy exception to the must. So, you know,
This is specific.
collision exception
So
is.
I agree with that, and we can just specify nothing. Like the relay can use whatever it wants to for this alias.
It's not going to break.
It does. The only penalty is you briefly buffer data, right? You get the alias you've never seen.
No, I was gonna ask Colin if, my understanding is that their system like depends on this alias getting through. Is that true or is it not?
I mean, I think this just moves me back to wanting to change this to allow the relay to like do the rest of what you have in the PR in this point, but move to having the error is so that the relay can say, no, that ID doesn't work for us. Try it.
Okay, but the core of the issue is the relay required to reuse the upstream alias on the downstream, not whether there's a ability to say, I want you to retry, because that retry thing was only a hop by hop message. The draft never said you had to reuse it.
Yeah, I understand.
So if you want there to be normative language, then you have to, I guess you have to remove people to commit it.
I mean, we could add a setup param that just says like, for this connection, like you must do this thing. I don't know. That's easy. At least it's one spot. Like when you set up the session, it's like this publisher ID thing means something, like use it.
I just need some more thought. I mean, that's what I said even in the PR. I wasn't really sure where I was on this one yet.
Okay, but this at least, if a relay network wants to have that optimization, this lets it, because now it's choosing the aliases and subscribe okay, right?
Yes. So it was before too, but it required a one.
Yeah, but yeah, it was ugly and it was nobody would do.
Okay, so maybe what I'm hearing is delete 3. Colin will think about it, and it's okay to land with 1 and 2.
No, I want time to present my side of this after I've thought about it before we make a decision about it.
Okay, publish is blocked on this. Can you have something in like by one of the interims in the next month?
If we move the interims to, if we put out a doodle poll for the interims so we can pick a time I can come to them.
Okay.
Or arrange ones that I can do to, yes.
Okay. But like I'm happy to move interims around to make sure that you can get there, but I want to move forward. I see that this is necessary to move forward with publish, and I think we need to move forward with publish to solidify the draft.
I'm just missing on that.
What's that?
What's publish blocked on it?
Publish also has to have an alias, so we need to figure out where it gets set. And so I want them to
just leave it like but you could land all of publish with it being exactly the same as it is today, with a assumption we'll fix it if we fix the other alias as well, right? It doesn't change.
So how do you if you ever subscribe?
It's weird.
So right now it's ambiguous because you have track alias for subscribe, and that's chosen. And so I guess we just do track alias again on publish, but it's publisher chosen this time, and it has to choose something the client hasn't. There's also collisions, like the client suggests, I guess, there's
It's just a regression flag for the full track name.
No,
it's not complicated.
You're right. Publish and
it all works. It's just really ugly.
No, and there's now that publish can come. There's a race. There would be a race condition with that. Where
no, but that's okay because then you have this. We can force a retry.
No, but the subscriber doesn't know. So I sent the subscriber sends subscribe with alias 1. The publisher sends publish with alias 1 and object with alias 1, and then subscriber says, here's object alias 1. That's mine. But maybe it's not even.
Was there some issue where you wanted to avoid the collisions by doing the even and odd tricks again?
Yeah, I mean, the people talked me out of that. I mean, that's like, which I was happy to be talked out of.
The even odd tricks would solve that problem. It's just ugly, but we could do the even odd tricks for now.
I feel like we're close on this. And
nobody objects to all of this except 3, right? We do want to move it to okay. We do want to eliminate the retry mechanism and all that. We do want the publisher to pick. We don't have a use case for the subscriber to pick, right?
Right.
So we said
no. So
Colin wants the publisher to pick. Colin wants the relay network to enforce.
You're saying different things. You're saying publisher pick, which is slightly different than relay picks, than server picks.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, publisher all the way from the subscriber's point of view. The publisher picking is the relay. From the relay's point of view, the publisher picking could be another relay or could be the actual origin publisher.
I mean, I assume the original, left to no other text in this draft, I assume that every origin publisher will pick 1. Right. And that doesn't work out very well.
Okay, so there's the edge case where you get to the original publisher, you want the relay to pick that, and in which case that's the subscriber, not the publisher.
Right, let's, yeah,
So,
subscribe.
and like, I'm totally willing.
Well, maybe it isn't. Maybe we'll get to the publish.
I mean, if for,
Okay.
for a short period of time, if you needed to nap the things because you're on a slow path, that's fine, as long as you can move things to a fast path later. And like, we just need to walk through all that. Not something we're going to figure out in 10 minutes here. We need slides that show it.
Yeah.
Okay. I would just, I'm open.
But I do think, but I'm glad to work on it. Okay. But I do think that we could land publish with it working exactly the same way as it works in the current draft for subscribe.
Okay. I'm disinclined to take that route. I want this, like, we need to prioritize these 4 issues and get them solved quickly. So let's just prioritize them and get them solved quickly.
Yeah. Well, I think that subscribe is fine as it is, because now the subscriber chooses the alias, and it may get this data, and before it gets the okay even. So it's good that it knows that this data with this track alias. I mean, I get it. I know that it was the thing that I subscribed to. So the symmetry, I don't think is that important. Then of course we can fix the publishing, but I think the subscribe is fine as it is.
Hey,
I think, like, for me, symmetry is important because it's the same path I use to process incoming data. Like,
I agree with that.
Fundamentally.
I agree with that.
It's really nice at the very least.
Like a lot of weirdness in the protocol is because we assume symmetry around subscribe, and where publish is basically like us switching it the other way. Like, assumes that publish is a base case for how this works, and subscribe is.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'm not asking, I'm just.
Okay. Maybe we need to move on for now, but let's talk about this more.
Well, I can go to the Baseball Hall of Fame if I'm 1 for 3. So, okay. So the action here, it sounds like we will put a pin in this, and is high priority for next vertical interim, hopefully, or possibly the one after.
Okay. I'll just put a note on the PR, I guess.
Okay.
That's the right place to put it, but
it's fine. I mean, okay. So this is a different issue related to track alias, which I think is pretty orthogonal to who picks it. The question is, what identifier goes in subscribe done? Right now, it's the request ID goes in subscribe done, but it means that the subscriber needs to maintain a map of its active subscriptions indexed both by the request ID and by the alias.
I'm sorry, real quick, on the last issue. Something occurred to me, and I wonder if we ever talked about it. Have we ever talked about having the actual track name come down in the first object as an extension or something, so that we can
datagram.
So remove the IDs completely. Remove the IDs completely in the system.
I mean, we talked
back to QUIC stream ID as the ID that
because you're worried about the buffering problem.
No, just worried about all the ID problems going away. There is no alias for anything. The first object says, "Hey, on this track," boom.
And the first object defines the alias?
What?
And the first object then defines.
There's no alias ever.
You send the track name in every packet?
No.
In every stream?
It's an extension. You can send it as frequently as you want for recovery.
How does this work with datagrams?
How does it work with datagrams?
It doesn't, but
yeah.
But it works.
datagram.
Follow it down. I mean, like, so let's say we could solve for data.
There's no IDs anywhere then. The QUIC stream ID is already the thing that's correlating everything. So that's all you need.
But that's not as if this would send it once per track, which might be once per hour. But every stream, resending it every stream would be, if you're doing stream per frame, that's 60 times a second. You're resending the whole track name. That seems.
Yeah, that doesn't.
That's not
I
very.
mean, what if you didn't? I mean, you could do what Alan said and do it, and you get a
once per track. It doesn't.
I mean, there's also compression schemes. You can. I mean, in fact, track alias is a compression scheme.
Yeah.
So, like, I know a lot about compression schemes. Like, we can, there's, and the idea of like, oh, I'm using a long identifier until I can negotiate a shorter one is also a thing that you can build into a compression scheme if we want to. Like, we can.
Okay. Longer conversation.
Instead of the whole track name, you could use the request ID because that's clear, right?
That was the original version of this that everybody decided was too complicated.
But now the request ID is clear which, like, who chooses which one.
Right. So the original version that I had of this PR had it say that you could use either the you either use the request ID or the alias in the data path, and that the receiver knows because you save one bit out of it to tell you which kind of identifier was in there. So I had that, but then people convinced me that we didn't need it, and so I removed it. But it would eliminate the buffering problem, or at least, anyway, I had several layers of things, which I removed for simplicity, but then we didn't get consensus on this. So
Go back to this one. Or no, sorry.
back to this one?
This one, yeah.
Okay. So the subscriber has to maintain a map both by request ID and alias, only so it can catch done. So the question is, should we change subscribe done so that it uses the alias instead of using the request ID? And I think it's kind of nice, and like I mentally think of subscribe done as sort of part of the data plane because it kind of tells you when the thing is done, even though it comes in the control stream. It's not very pretty, but it works well. Go ahead.
I mean, I was sort of thinking I was opposite direction. I'm not arguing strongly here, but I was like, the alias is a compression for a data plane thing that has nothing to do with it and is used different ways and can be duplicated and other things. Remember, an alias can be used twice for different things if it refers to the same track name. And so I don't think alias is going to work out how you want here. I think there's a subscription, have a request ID. It's the clear identifier for the subscription, and that's what you want to kill. Or you could use the full track name, but I mean, but that doesn't seem to make sense to me.
I'm going to use 3 copies of the full track name.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that look, and we have a bunch of cases of this where we have there was a transaction that set something up, set up some state in a request. It had a request ID. It had an error or response with that request ID in it. And now we're modifying that same state. I think request ID in general is the thing we should use as the correlator with.
I think you might have had me at, there could be 2 subscriptions to the same tracks.
Yeah. That's, the other thing is I look at this slide, not that I changed my mind, of course. The idea of incentivizing people to toss the request ID and not be able to unsubscribe. The subscription.
No, you obviously have to keep
really
it.
dangerous.
The only question is you have to keep a map. You have to use it as a map key. You still need the request ID so you can unsubscribe or subscribe update.
Like holy cow.
No. But anyway, I think the answer is okay. I think I've also changed my tune here. Martin, this was your issue originally. Are you okay with that resolution?
It's annoying, but I've already bitten the bullet and written the giant map, the map both ways. So, I mean,
Okay.
especially since we've unified the request ID space, right? Like I need a request ID space for fetches anyway, and it's fine. Like I'm not going to rely on the road over it.
Okay. All right. Then we'll close this and leave it as.
I think there might be some other issues that are basically get the same resolution.
Okay. There was one that was opened last week that was about unannounced, whether unannounced should be using the request ID or whether unannounced should be using the name. And I wasn't sure. I didn't make a slide for it because it came in last week. I don't know if we want to talk about it now or not. I can make a slide for it tomorrow.
Ask you a short-term question about it.
What's that?
Say I announced foo/bar1 and foo/bar2. Would you like me to be allowed to do an unannounced foo?
No, that never works.
Okay, then clearly request ID should be.
No. But the unannounced does not work in prefix matching. Unannounced was exact matching, so that didn't work anyway. It should be anyway. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Okay. I can make sense if needed.
Unannounced cancel.
It's an unannounced and announced cancel, and I think unsubscribe announces is the other one. Okay. Publish. Are people doing okay? Ready to talk about publish?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll get it done.
So we're doing great. Okay. at 122, publish was presented. The direction was go write 2 PRs, one that talks about publish and one that talked about wildcard subscribe, because the group was not sure that they could handle them both together. And the team that worked on this failed to do that because we did not understand how a relay would ever know that it should send a publish to any given subscriber. And so the way this, and the PR is up, the way it works is subscribe announces is how a client informs a relay both about announces it might want, but also about publishes that it might want. And that means that subscribe announces is now a terrible name because it doesn't do any of those things. And I had a version of the draft or a version of that PR where I renamed it, and then Ian asked me to unrename it because it made the PR really long. So anyway,
if you were to pick a name for what it really does, what would that name be? Just to give us some context.
Namespace prefix interest. I don't know, something like that. It's also, Victor pointed out, it's also strange. It's different than subscribe because it gives you not only things in the future, but also things that already exist. Like even subscribe announces this work this way. If the relay has 10 announces in the namespace you're looking for, you send subscribe announces, it sends you the announces for all of them immediately, which is not how subscribe works. So maybe even the word subscribe is not correct. If we don't want
Interest
to
sounds like interest seems pretty good.
Namespace prefix interest, or yeah, I don't know.
Interest.
Okay. So the way the mechanics of this PR work is that we now define something called a subscription, and a subscription can be established by one of 2 paths. You can send subscribe, and then the publisher sends subscribe okay, or the publisher sends publish, and then the subscriber sends publish okay. After either of those 2 setup paths, then a subscription is identical, or it functions in the same way. So meaning that the subscriber can unsubscribe from it using unsubscribe. The subscriber can update it using subscribe update, and the publisher ends it by sending subscribe done. So the only thing that changes is sort of the setup path for it. This PR only defines publish for a single track at a time. So it may, because announce, right, what announce says right now is kind of logically what publishing a namespace would be. It would be telling the subscriber not about a track, but about a namespace in which I have many tracks. So this publish only shows you how to publish one track at a time. Let me pause. Does anybody have any questions about this? Or
is publisher a placement for announce? Announce is a namespace, right? Whereas publish is a track.
That is right. So in the draft of the PR, announce is unchanged.
Okay.
Do
we need both?
There is.
What if you can just publish a namespace?
Yes, there's a slide for that. Okay. But we found this was easier to digest, just this piece. We're just adding publish, and your favorite announce, your favorite message in mock is still unchanged for now.
Announce is contextually understandable, right?
Yeah.
I'm announce. This is available.
Yes.
No one has a problem. When you say publish, it's not as clear.
Yes. One thing I should mention about publish also, I think we talked about it earlier in the context of a different issue, is that the forward flag, there is a forward flag in publish. So I can send publish with an initial forward of 0, which basically means I'm sending you the control message, but I am not immediately sending you data. And then in publish okay, the subscriber can flip that and say 1, or can leave it at 0 in the same way that.
Then do a publish update.
Then you do a subscribe update.
Oh, subscribe update.
Yeah, to resume the flow if you want. Okay.
Well, I have to run the web transport meeting for those interested in web transport.
I'm interested in web transport. Ask them if reliable reset stream is in the API.
It's the W3C version.
Well, I still want that. That's what I want.
We don't know what's happening over the wire.
No. I need it in the API. Okay. Any other? I don't know if it's on the next slide. Okay. This is all I have. This is the only slide for publish. Everything else just talks about all the issues we fixed with publish.
So, how does it work? The client is supposed to say publish okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And or
publish error. I don't want that.
I don't want that. And then you use subscribe to.
If you decide you want it later,
you change this. I mean,
you subscribe update to change if you want to change something about it. You just priority changes.
Maybe I could just sort of hit at the high level, describe it, just like, I think this was mostly for the original publisher to be able to start sending data right away. So it would publish, even though that no one subscribed to its data. And maybe even start sending data. But then the other side, the downstream side would most likely still use a subscribe to go and connect and get this data from the relay. I mean, it can work other ways, but just in the most simple basic case.
The sweet spot use case is like the client publisher, like video ingest. Like I open the connection and I'm like HTTP post. Like here you go.
Directly.
I like the fact that you define the term subscription. A publish and OK creates a subscription, a subscribe and OK creates a subscription. After that, it's the existing messages we do. Either you do to the original subscriber or end subscriber does to a relay publisher. It's a subscription update.
Yeah, there is some. If you read the PR, you'll find some weird. We have some text in there that talks about how relays work, and it gets weird in cases where, like, I don't know, there was an upstream. The upstream had sent a publish, and the downstream sends a subscribe. Anyway, you can read the text. I did my best with it. I'm happy to take feedback. So just running through, so these are the issues that get resolved by that. So one of them is that like this video ingestion has extra latency case. Now we fixed it. So you do your client setup, server setup, and then you then publish, you send objects. And someday we have to talk about how zero RTT works, but today is not that day. So that's fixed. Support wildcard and pattern subscribes. So like I said, this is supported with subscribe announces. We can bike shed the name and publish. So no, we're not like some earlier thoughts about how wildcard subscribe might work was like I send one subscribe and then I get like n subscribe OKs, but that's not how it's going to work. Like there's this clear separation between what you're interested or you're filtering. So that's your subscribe announces, but every track is established. Every subscription is established with its individual publish and publish OK.
This will be fixed by the publish PR, right?
I'm sorry?
This will be fixed by the publish PR.
Yes, this is. I'm just listing the PRs that publish as resolved.
I'm taking note.
Okay. Okay. Should a publisher be able to announce individual tracks? So with publish, this is no longer necessary because you can publish an individual track and you can set forward equals 0. So that's essentially the same thing of telling a subscriber like this thing is available if you want it. So we don't need to have be able to announce a track. What, did I lose you? Oh, you're in a web transport. Okay.
What is this forward? The relay does not forward.
Yeah, it was added in the last draft.
But like if we have like multiple relays, the first one will not forward. And we come back to the stuff that Cullen said last time, that it's very hard to know that we are the last edge server,
right? So
the edge relay on the line.
There's some text in the PR. It's like, for example, if I publish, and I publish into a relay and I set 0, but that relay already has subscribe announces for that namespace. Then when I publish OK, I should set it back to 1 so that I get objects and can send the publish to the other people.
So downstream send subscribe update to flip the forward bit. That would be
I might need to walk through this one more slowly or with a separate slide.
Oh, the publish OK also has a forward field. So when a publish message comes with forward equal to 0, publish OK can change that to say forward equal to 1. If it knows that there are active subscribers over there. Let's say the client does not know that active subscriber, it still sends publish OK with 0. When new subscription comes, it will send a subscription update to say, you can start forwarding now. Publish OK also has a forward field.
And if you have multiple relays, will all go for, you will not forward, and then you will say, hey, but you need to keep that.
The current text basically says, whichever relay is holding the subscription and it gets first, regardless of whatever value it gets for the forward, upstream it has to set it to 1. That's what the current text.
That's what it says for subscribe, but now I'm wondering if that's right for publish or not. I don't know.
For subscription, it says that.
Yeah. Even if if a relay gets subscribed 0, it's supposed to send subscribe 1.
Yeah.
Upstream.
Yeah, because this one we can understand it is a client who say, well, I don't want to get this data, but I want you to have this data in case of switching or anything like this. So we know who is setting it at 0, and then we understand that we have to get this data, so forwarding kind of one. But the other way around, it's a little bit more complicated, right?
So in the published case, though, if a relay does not have any subscriber for that track, that H relay would not know where to forward it, right? If only if some of the subscription comes from announced, you can somehow find out, okay, this is where the data should go to. If there are no subscribers, it cannot know what to do with the data. So unless a subscriber comes, I think it should stay 0.
I think that makes sense. But you might want to look at the PR and make sure it says that. Yeah. No, I don't remember.
766.
Sorry, 766 is the issue. The PR for publish is 995.
Yeah.
Somebody got, I don't know, we crossed 1,000 yesterday.
Already? The origin the same way that announced does?
What's that?
Publish route all the way up to the origin the same way that announced does?
Well, origin is a weird term to use there. The publisher is the origin. Publish, like what announced does, right? It goes to the next hop relay.
A real publisher would be a client.
Yeah.
The origin is the service that you're publishing to.
I mean,
right?
The first hop relay is server. What happens past the first hop relay and publish is kind of a mystery.
Well, I said origin, not original publisher. Two totally different meanings.
But in your
I don't know that origin, I don't think the HTTP concept of origin makes sense in Bach.
You don't think so?
I mean, we will use it.
Who's announced?
So let me put it this way. We'll probably replace our video ingest with the publish. It will terminate mock at the edge, and it will not be speaking mock internally. And what happens inside our network happens inside our network. Like that's a simple marker.
Okay, so you publish directly to some.
But we're not getting, it wouldn't work by like our origin data store issuing a subscribe announces to all of our edge caches. Like that's not how it's going to work. But it might be more like this is going to be something that acts more like a mock proxy, right? Like I've got to publish and then like I know what to do when I get a publish. I send it towards the origin, like you're saying. But that's not something we need to define in spec.
Where's the note you want to take?
Oh, just that we need to make sure we take a look at what happens with forward, how publish sets the forward bit through multiple relays. I think that was what Gwendol was asking. Okay.
Seems to be a persistent problem we have that we've said that the exact rules for relays are out of scope, but then we keep on making language that sounds like we're making rules for it.
We make rules for one relay. And then if you're running more than one, you're responsible for making them act like one. Okay, did anybody else want to talk any more about announce? Okay. The subscribe announces belong in the transport. So now we sort of have a much clearer use. Some people were saying like, oh, maybe this shouldn't be a mock verb. Maybe this should be a track. Maybe it should be a track. But now I think we have sort of a much more clear use case for what subscribe announces is doing at the mock level because it is soliciting these publish and announce messages from a relay. So I think it does belong in the transport, and we should probably close this issue without any particular action. But we're going to talk about merging subscribe announces and subscribe in a different slide. Does anybody want to argue that yank of subscribe announces? It's key to everything that we're talking about.
No, now that it has something useful, I like it better.
Okay. Okay, 765. Should we revisit relay routing on exact namespace match? So, the original concern we had about prefix matching dates way, way back to when namespace and name were unstructured. And it made, if you try to do prefix matching on these like unstructured strings, you could end up with ambiguities about where things were supposed to get routed, and it was very confusing. Now that namespace and name is a sequence of tuples, the ambiguity isn't there anymore. So if you have one publisher that announces a tupled namespace foo and bar, and a different publisher that announces a tupled namespace of foo, and a third one that has foo bar, but it's in a single tuple, then it's clear like a subscribe for foo bar goes to 1 and 2, but it does not go to 3 because it doesn't match those. So since this is pretty clear, and I think people want it to work this way, so I think the recommendation is that we should make this switch to routing based on prefix. But as long as you match, all the tuple fields have to match
left to right,
and they have to match in their entirety, right? You can't substring a tuple.
And Roman, do we not allow holes in the tuple, or we do?
No.
No holes in tuples. No null tuples.
I mean,
no regex matching on tuple.
You mean like what happens if I have a blank tuple? Like if I
No,
subscribe
in the
or
middle of the
announce it?
tuples, yes. Yes, a null in the middle of the
Something like
tuples.
A/B/ dot /
Yeah, I think blank matches blank, not everything. Right. So if if you want to say like foo blank bar, that'll match foo blank bar, not foo A bar, foo B bar, foo C.
Right, there's a blank is just.
Blank is literal.
It has no-
Blank is a literal.
It's literal, it has no special meaning.
meaning.
It's 0 byte.
Yeah,
Zero length, no string data.
Yeah.
Lengths and values have to match, exactly.
Yes.
Bitwise.
Okay. I realized that I put the text for this in the published PR. So if I maybe should not have done that. And so if somebody wants to say that they really don't want me to do that, I can.
Yeah, no, I mean, because it has an impact on the token management as well. Because in the token, cat token, it's we were discussing if it is exact matching or prefix matching, and we said, well, it's exact matching only in the mock transport. And here, if we switch to prefix matching, we would need to change
That's
this.
been used for me because when Will and we discussed in Denver, that text was a prefix matching of tuple.
Yeah,
and that was the recommendation because that would make life easier here and there, both one way to match both.
Well, I mean, we
And
just need
that has changed again.
no, but we just need to
Then both
agree. But it's not only a publish question; it's also something.
Yes.
that arises.
Okay. Add a note to that one that I should remove the exact match, leave it as exact match and publish, and make a separate PR for.
Sure.
It wasn't really publish related.
I think that had a way to say a mode allow exact match or another mode to say allow prefix match.
And actually, the Chris Lemons, who is the cat guy, started saying suffix matching, but I don't know what use cases it is, and contains matching as well, which is like I told him, well, it's heavy processing, but well, you know.
Yeah, I mean, contains matching just seems like way too much processing.
Yeah.
But on the sort of prefix match, I mean, for something like WebEx, there's no way we can have a token for every track. Like we're going to have a token that covers a range of tracks, right? Like if we covered a meeting or covered a user at a meeting or something like that. So I think that we need some form of prefix matching for the tokens, independent from this. But
It's discussed in the cat for mock repo, which is another one.
Okay.
And then one is on the authorization. It can have few more options. This is on the routing plane. That can be having only one option. Having only one option is fine, whichever is the optimal one.
Okay. I'm not hearing any resistance though to this change. Okay, but I will separate it in separate PR. It's much cleaner. I feel like it's not good that we lost Victor and Will. Like we're going through lots of good stuff. I don't know what else to do with you guys though. Should we merge track namespace and name? So I think based on the differences between say, for example, how announce works and publish works, I don't think we can merge them. Things get weird. Like when you announce a namespace, not a track, and you publish a track, not a namespace. So, and they mean kind of very different things. And so it would be, if we just said like a track name is just an n tuple, then I think it would be suddenly weird if like that would let you announce with a full track name and publish a namespace, and it would be very confusing.
I also think when we talk about if we merge them, it kind of creates a weird ambiguity of like if you have a full track name that matches a prefix of an existing track name.
Yes.
That is a hard thing to deal with if we're allowing prefix matching and other stuff.
I can't imagine anyone making an implementation bug where they have an empty track name and then a QUIC.
I mean, I was originally on the other side of this. I thought, oh, we can probably merge these. But the more I talk to Alan about it, I just become convinced by these arguments that probably merging them will just be far more confusing than keeping them separate.
I tried to write a PR twice and I failed twice. Yeah, that's my test for like how hard is it. It's like, oh no, this is like getting bad. But no one's ever going to review this PR.
But entirely implementations can merge them and just not use the track name, right? Just have null track name everywhere.
Yeah. If you want.
They are.
Yeah, because the null track name is still a track name. So yes.
And to clarify, by null we mean zero length string.
A zero length string.
Zero length blob, no strings.
Except for reason phrases. Reason phrases can be a string.
That's dead null, right?
Suhas wrote the text for reason string. It makes me really happy. He's on team reason phrase.
Getting in the t-shirt.
I can't even back out of it, right? Because my name is there on that now.
Yeah.
I blame forever.
Okay, again, I think Will might have been somebody who had an opinion on this, but maybe I'll run through these slides with him later. Okay, I think I've got my batting average back up. Oh, merging the verbs. Nice. Okay. So can we or should we now that we have all these concepts, should we take announce, just get rid of announce, and then when you say publish with just the namespace and an empty track name, or subscribe announces with instead of subscribe, you just subscribe with a namespace and an empty track name. Like have those things. We would only have 3 verbs in the protocol. It would just be subscribe and publish and track status. And subscribe namespace would have all these all of the parameters that are there those would become like defaults for when tracks get published or something like that. Speaking of PRs, I've tried to write twice. I've tried to write this PR twice, and I have a really hard time doing it. And it's because we end up subscribe namespace and subscribe track do 2 very different things. And you end up with all this text that's like, well, if the track name's empty, it's all of this. But if the track name is not empty, then it's all of that. And it would also break Mo's use case where you want to see his empty track. Yeah, go ahead.
So my litmus test for this is if I'm doing a tutorial on how mock works, and I have to constantly be using the word, well, a subscribe with no init track name or a subscribe with track, and they're totally different slides, different things. These would have been better to have verbs. Like we don't get charged per verb here, right? So I'd rather, if when I'm describing it to other people, I'm going to need to always qualify what type of subscribe I'm using, then we probably should have had 2 different words for subscribe.
And if it is 2 different processes, well, yeah, actually,
overloading is not.
Yeah, overloading is not helpful.
Yeah. Okay.
Rather one switch statement with a lot of cases than your switch statement with much more ifs.
Switch statements.
Yes. You were one who was sort of pro verb merge. I don't know how you feel about it.
The reason I liked it, and maybe this is just an indication that subscribe announces or namespace or whatever is missing functionality that we might want to consider adding, is that I can being able to subscribe to publishes and indicate the initial subscriber priority or the initial forward bit value in particular. Like the idea of I want the forward bit as 1 or 0. Like if I'm going to a video call, I want an ability to be like, hey, set the forward bit as 1 because I want something immediate. At the moment someone jumps on the VC, I want that content. But it's some other things I might just want to know it's available and not want to get the content, right? So that was my kind of argument for why it would be nice to kind of merge them. That being said, I think I'm convincing myself something that I was convinced the other way earlier today. We could just add that basically to subscribe announces and call it a different verb. The thing I'm now becoming convinced of is that maybe this parameter idea is not such a bad idea because now I can put the forward bit and use the same parameter in subscribe announces, and I can use it in subscribe, and I can use it in publish, and I can use it in subscribe update, and I can use it in publish update, which I'm about to file an issue for.
But we needed publish update before we needed publish.
I'm really sad Victor wasn't here for that. I'm agreeing with Ian. In fact, well, the forward bit doesn't work for that, but most of them work actually, I think, for fetch as well. Like if you put another starter end in fetch, it's like, yeah, I just want the whole track. I don't know what the signs are. Just give me the darn track. Like whatever. Anyway, sorry. So I think the answer is we should not merge the verbs, but I think this makes me like the parameter idea a lot more than I did before, or whenever
An hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I know. That was like forever ago.
I mean, I think I like the keep the verbs separate, add more parameters to subscribe announces to do the things that you want to do because that seems like useful use cases, and then that does put a little bit on the scale for what Victor was pushing.
Well, what about instead of collapsing the verbs, just renaming the verbs from announce to publish namespace, publish track and publish namespace, and subscribe namespace and subscribe track.
Yeah, it's funny because subscribe announces used to be called subscribe namespace, and that's what I decided to call it. But then Ian made me uncall it that. The only reason
we rename it because
I know it is a little. Yes, we could do it that way. I like the symmetry of what you're saying. Okay, unless somebody's really going to argue for merging the verbs.
So you want to put in the subscribe announces or the parameter that the publisher should set when it does a publish?
For example, like the publisher, the forward bit's a good example, right? Yeah. Like maybe I'm subscribing to this namespace because I just want to know when tracks become available, not because I want them to get sent to me right away. So saying subscribe announces forward 0 means I will take the publishes, just send me the publish, but don't send the publish with forward 0.
But could it be extended to the group order?
Yeah, I'm subscribing to this group. Yes, all of those things should be like the defaults should be specified.
Start and end seem a little
filters are weird,
but like I mean, there might be use cases for it. Like maybe you're starting halfway through a stream and you know that all the tracks are synchronized by group, and so I want group 1000 for like, all these streams or something. I don't know. So,
you still puzzle.
But I think forward is probably the big one. Is like, do I want to just know it exists, or do I actually want the content? And that seems kind of important.
But so it means that the publisher should keep a table of all the parameters that the people are interested in.
The publisher, so subscribe announces is held by a relay. I guess you could use it as a publisher also. And the relay already has to know that for every subscriber who is like, I at least have to have track of what they want and where and what their session is, so that when something matches, I can send it to them. So having additional metadata there that's like, flap this on the publish when you send it. It's not hard.
But if you receive a publish with a parameter which is not the one that some of the guys downstream wants, you need to react with a subscribe with the parameters of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, the publish message that goes out to every subscriber will be customized based on their preferences. But after I sent them the publish and they sent publish okay, that was going to be true anyway. Because they could all reply with publish okay with different things, or all of your subscribers can subscribe to tracks with different parameters.
Ready to read the English PR.
Well, I'm not sure that you're going to find the answers you're looking for in public PR, but I appreciate your review nonetheless. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's probably much more a beginning than an end in terms of where the PR is. We need a break.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
My voice is tired.
Yeah.
Let's pause there. And
how many slides do you have there? Just curious.
Well, that many. Plus, I didn't make slides for all of those. So I can go till 5. Don't worry. Can we have like 5 or 10 minutes?
Let's take 10.
Okay.
Good. 4 to 30. Hearing.
Sorry. Yeah. Oh, that was We're very lucky. It was not correct enough. Doing something. Go from them. Things this is
That's what you meant by the middle people. Do you mean someone at Cisco or the third party?
Third party. That's what.
Okay.
It's Shamil Fiona.
Araba nasıl? Abi bu AI çok salak ya. Yani bir şey yanlış yapıyor. Mesela öndeki arabaya QUIC yaz diyorum. Arkadakine TCP yaz diyorum. Yanlış yapıyor. Sonra ikisine TCP yazıyor.
It's
İkisine QUIC
usually
yazıyor.
not that intermediate company that's the slow part.
Tabii
It's
yani.
usually we haven't done what we think.
Bir daha uğraşıyorsun abi. Sonra bir şey
So, I mean,
düzeltiyor.
I think it would be
Bu sefer şey yapıyor. Başka bir şey bozuyor.
contact at that intermediate company.
Diyorsun ki geri kalan her şey aynı tut. Sadece şunu
Onu anlamıyor işte.
Ha?
Onu anlamıyor her şey.
Niye anlamıyor abi? Memory enable falan bir şeyler diyor.
Comms at this
Random ya ortaya atıyorlar.
Kullandırıyor da ya arkası böyle. Mesela sonra reklamın arabaları bozdu bu sefer. Salak bir araba koydu oraya. Audi koydu. Nereden geliyor abi Audi? Yani nasıl kar koy diyorum, tamam mı? Aslında şey ya dur. Şu ucuz arabası ne var? Mini mi koysaydık?
What I have in
Niye
there.
o şey filmde var ya.
I'm not very any of it. Right?
Yeah, the same. It was the same for the log field for me. It works, but for me it works. But I'm open to.
Yahitler aldı ya Almanlar aldı.
What you were saying.
Çıkar desem onu da sattık.
We need to collect. We're all going to need the same thing. It would be better if we don't have different things across every relay. Like this is classic management office.
Almancı
We got to do this.
So let's.
So I think we just ought to do it, and
I will.
happy to add you, and
I will review.
İngiltere'de olduğumuz için şu ucu patlatacağım.
You will have a much from more.
Domates falan.
It's perfect. We'll see what's common, what sort of specialized.
Maybe we will have two different but if they are well documented.
Abi yalan bir şey yok.
How you were doing it looked was
Exactly.
totally in line with what I was thinking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, for example, how do we map the CMC to something like that? Something we would not know.
Yeah.
So you will be really excited.
Yeah, and CMC too. I mean, it's like, okay. I mean, I think we should base off of that, but we probably need to add a few things for some of the use cases or remove some things. I don't know, but like, I don't think we. I don't know.
I mean,
maybe not. Maybe we should. That track should be just exactly what was defined by that spec.
no, I need to think about it because in CMCD V1 was completely tied with segments. So we were just outputting data at the end of every segment, and it was like what happened during the last segment. Now we kind of.
But this could be related based on the mock groups, right?
Yeah, but
I mean, segments versus groups is not really a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, do you really need object level statistics with CMCD?
Not really. Not really. But it's also not at the same level. I mean, it's kind of an application layer data. Although here you are reporting what happened at the mock level. I mean, QUIC is, I mean, the Q log is really about what happened at QUIC. CMCD is what happened in the video player. And in fact, mock is in between. And so many of the data, you don't want to put it into the actual logs. So maybe you want, I don't know. It's
How are you converting your CMCD data? Like, what is the format of CMCD data that you're publishing? Is it like JSON or is it like?
It can be JSON. It's usually query parameters of the request that you do for a segment.
Okay. Yeah.
So, but you know, we with CMCD V2, Ali, we kind of relaxed this segment-based information, and we stand now data based on any kind of event and things like this. That's why it kind of changed recently.
Yeah, that might work.
The switch.
Switch.
You could, if I can share with you all the slides and documents that Will and I built when we try to build the switch message so that at least
It
we
was,
agree.
it was from the Boston.
Yeah.
I have those slides.
At least,
I mean, at least I have seen the slides.
and I have some documents as well.
Okay.
And
By
at
the way,
least we
just
agree on the.
don't forget what you are
the
saying,
use
but
case.
this paper,
Yeah.
Switch Track ID, is going to be presented in the ICME workshop where you are presenting the keynote.
If it is accepted.
Yeah, Abdulhak's workshop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it is accepted.
It is accepted, it's published. I mean,
Oh, okay.
it's camera ready and everything done. Yeah. It was accepted last week, so.
Okay.
Yeah. So the paper is done.
Cool.
Yeah.
Maybe you have data.
I know that you are delivering the keynote. So
Yeah.
last year I was the guy who
It's
gave the keynote.
funny because I think I was supposed to review it, this paper. I was borderline.
I mean, we got 2 reviews. I don't know whether you were the 3rd reviewer or not. But
I was
You were-
probably
you were?
the other one, and I was borderline to deny the reviewing invitation.
Yeah.
But I was like, okay, I mean, it's
Okay, well, I mean, we got 2 strong accepts.
and
It was accepted.
yeah, and I did not receive any reminder of reviewing process, which means that if I was like, and it was the only paper I had to review.
Yeah, I reviewed only 1 paper too. Abdulhak is not here, but his son is sick right now. So he's not very attentive right now. So maybe he forgot to send reminders.
Yeah, I reminder. And I was about to actually check when is a review due and to start doing it. So
They gave the decisions last week.
Okay.
So
So I will come to ICME, but only on the day of the workshop.
me too, just right after Berlin. So
Yeah,
yeah.
which is like, and no, but in this document that we wrote, we kind of define the use cases which are annoying, and because there are many. I mean, you have the distance between the live. You have many kind of delays which might have an impact on the quality of the switch. One is the distance between the playhead or the live, I mean the largest group of the publisher, of the relay, and of the subscriber. And have like very different kind of stuff, which means that if you don't, if the relay is far from is far behind the origin, and it doesn't subscribe, it will have something which is much further. So you can, I mean, all of this can have an impact.
Yeah.
And the RTT can have an impact as well.
Yeah, true.
On both sides. And due to this, we were saying that, okay, subscribe, unsubscribe, and during sometimes you have an overlap. Meaning we have 2 subscribes simultaneously for the stuff. It was something that was one of the main reasons for switch, in my opinion. And last time people say, yeah, but we can have like high priority for the current subscribe and low priority for the next subscribe. And we will deal with this. So it's not it's not an actual problem. And since it's already a corner case, we don't really care about this.
Never ever gonna be.
Okay. And I said, wait, but what about this delay difference? You want to switch as fast as possible.
I think
This
these are still important use cases because I mean, Zafer wants to extend this work for a journal paper or something like that. So he should, I mean, he's looking for problems associated with track switching.
Yeah, but
so he should look into this.
The absolute joining fetch is the one which allows the client to switch quickly, quicker than the subscribe. So you are a client, you are reading the number 10 and you want to switch. You switch, I mean, you send a subscribe track B, and you get the group number 20.
Okay, so
it is like super far, and you will have like 2 subscribes simultaneously during like 10 groups. And so what you do at that point is to say, hey, I want to do absolute joining fetch 11. You will get the data immediately, and so you stop subscribing. And this is how you will do the stuff.
Yeah.
And this is how you reduce a lot the time during which you have both subscriptions pending.
Simultaneous.
Because you do it, because you do it quicker. So it means that if you don't do this, indeed, you can have a long overlap period. But if you do the absolute joining fetch, if it works, then not true anymore.
So send us that document. And, I'll speak with Zafar because he's he's gonna expand this work.
Yeah.
He wants to turn it into journal paper. So
Yeah, the absolute joining fetch has been designed especially for Switch. Huh? So it's really something. If you don't consider it, it's a bit like And I mean, what we said is that we would need to write an IETF draft to explain how to switch. But if you have a paper, it would be even better.
yeah,
I mean, and we can.
I mean, we will be happy to help with that too. So
yeah.
A question about those headers.
I even had the card running and a lot of things. But I mean, we advocated for switch, or switch stuff saying the subscription ID, track A, track B.
You're talking about
it was clean.
You cannot associate the request with
we're applying back tomorrow.
We're writing.
Yeah, it's off tomorrow
for fetch or for
because it's a World War II day.
Why use
this? It's so nice to work in France. They're always like a 1 day vacation every week.
Every week. Last week it was like Labor Day.
That's
it's only in May, especially in May.
I was asking like why not use request?
I had a proposal. Nobody liked it.
Yeah, the answer is that some people want to have control, like publisher chosen basically IDs in the data plane.
Yeah.
And so
just want to be done.
Request ID is going to be
verbs not merging.
Request ID is going to be session.
Okay, which ones did you miss?
Like it's going to be different for every session.
Did you miss everything from publish?
Yeah, I always
That was
do.
kind of
Yeah, with a semantic.
So then
that's the reason.
this is just the issues that publish.
I mean, there is another reason,
Okay.
which is if you have a lot of subscriptions
Video ingestion,
in a session,
Yeah,
publish.
actual proposal to you.
Now it supports wildcard subscribe.
to me.
Yes, I mean to you, Swaz and Shamin.
It's wildcard subscribe. So you publish.
So you
already started working on it. Just
Namespace.
to let you know what you're doing.
And anyone who
Oh, this is great. I mean,
publish messages get forwarded
get forwarded to you.
So
And then you can issue a subscribe to them.
No, publish okay.
Publish okay.
And then
So the relay that's relaying that.
well, publish though is.
You know how Cisco is. We can't
Yeah, yeah.
decide whether we build routers or not at any given day, right? You know, like.
well, the publish will probably fan out. But the
Okay.
Proposal you sent now to push for.
Yeah.
Please be seated.
Okay. I can go over with you more.
That's okay. I'll catch up.
Well, we had no quorum basically. So we just went through
We
like
resolved some issues.
issues. Yeah, it was still a productive meeting.
Actually, yeah.
We closed like 6 issues without you.
Nice.
Went down on the counter. A joke.
Like, I'll file an issue about that.
Okay. 27 minutes between esteemed Chair Martin Duke and bed.
Is Martin still awake?
We muted? No, we're not muted.
I am,
Okay.
I am indeed.
The sun is up in Seattle. Okay. What do we want to talk about? Oh, okay. So there's a couple issues related to what was called pending subscribe. And I realize now that Cullen was going to present on some of this in Bangkok and then didn't. So I didn't understand a lot of what was in the issues. But I think the use case is the subscriber knows that a track is going to be available soon at a relay and it wants to subscribe to it. So the idea of a pending subscribe was that like it would indicate an interest to the relay immediately and get immediate feedback that like your auth is okay, your parameters are okay, but the relay is waiting a while for the track to actually show up. My recommendation here is that we don't create special state for this now that we have subscribe, announces, and publish, because I think like Colin described it to me as like, this is about setting up a call. And if we can do that with subscribe, announces, and publish, it'll probably be better end-to-end experience anyway. Although if we really need it, I think we can do it with an alternative there at the bottom.
Yeah, and look, I agree with what you said, and just to remind people of what the alternative to having something sort of pending like this, which I think we do, was you had to just keep polling your subscribes until after the announce had happened. And that was obviously a really suboptimal solution. So that's why we didn't want to end up in that. But this seems to solve the
So the way this will work is like the first person to the call will publish their track to the relay and subscribe announces to the call namespace. And then a second caller will show up and do the same. And then that will cause the second caller's publish to get forward to the first caller and the first caller's publish to get published to the second caller.
That was always okay. The problem was that the subscriber joining first was the problem.
If
The publisher joining first.
Well, in this case, everybody's a publisher and a subscriber.
But wouldn't you just subscribe to the announces that you know will happen? Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're
when they happen. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, but my plan for, and then, okay, so that's for pending subscribes, 807.
One clarification question though.
Yes.
So even though if you know the full track name, you should subscribe to announces, like subscribe namespaces.
Oh, interesting. You only have, in your use case, you have only one track and a namespace that you want?
I'm saying like from catalog, if you know the full track name, do you want to still do the subscribe namespace and wait to do this one?
Yeah, if the only way you can make pending is done, people will arrange their namespaces to have an extra tuple on them so they can do like, as long as we're having the wildcard matching, this all works.
Yeah,
right?
That's true.
We'll just rearrange the namespaces to make it work.
Yeah. So the catalog one deeper.
Yeah. Or that.
So I agree that this works, but why would it also not work to send subscribe up, pass it all the way up to the original publisher, and get a content exists no?
The publisher may not be there yet.
Yeah. So, Martin, to walk through really briefly, A is going to get media from B, and B is going to get media from A. One of them is going to arrive first, right? So let's say in this case, right, and in the direction, if A arrives first and they subscribe to B, and then B announces for their direction, like you have this polling problem in one of the directions. And I believe that this stuff solves it. Yeah.
But in a VOD case, you would just do what I described with content exists.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This would work.
Okay. So then there was this somewhat related issue, which was like, can a relay send a subscribe okay before talking upstream? And my understanding from that issue is that it was being requested as a way to handle the pending subscribe case, which is why I put it on this slide. So I think the answer is that if the pending use case is handled by subscribe, announces, and publish, then we can say that you must wait till you hear from upstream before you send a subscribe okay.
Just meant you'd subscribe to the namespace.
This is not, so forget about subscribe. Forget about that use case. This is a straight old fashioned.
Oh, old fashioned. Yeah.
Yeah. So I subscribe to a relay. I can't get a subscribe okay until that relay has gotten a subscribe okay.
Yeah.
I think that's how it's been forever.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Yeah.
At least one upstream subscription is needed.
Yeah, you need an active.
Yeah. Just one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone else can tail off at that.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. We're doing great. Who wants to talk about variants?
I can't believe we're at this day. I never thought this day would come.
Mark it in your calendar. What day is today? May 6th. How about that? Okay.
May 1st.
April 1st. Wait till you see my April 1st compression. Okay. Okay. So there's two issues related to compression, variant compression. One of them is that maybe we want a different trade-off than QUIC made. The other one is that our current scheme doesn't support 64 bits. So QUIC made a particular variant design. One thing that's really nice about it is that the length of the variant is known from the first byte, and you can find out really fast by shifting that byte and looking it up in a 2-bit lookup table. The downside is that there are only 64 1-byte values, while making a ton of 4-byte values, because that's what QUIC wanted to do. Using packet numbers and stuff. So Mock may want a different trade-off for some fields. You might want more 1-byte space in things like extension types, IDs that are between 64 and 128, more 1-byte track aliases, etc. And then I have a proposed encoding that is trying to it's not the traditional, you look at the first bit of every byte. So it retains, you can determine the length from the first byte in a lookup table. So, but it doesn't vary. So you have to look at the first 4 bits to know how long it is. So if the first bit's a 0, then it's 1 byte and there's 7 bits of actual integer. If it's 1 0, then it's 2 bytes and you get 14 bits, which is the same as the current. If it's 1 1 0, you get 29 bits out of 4 bytes and 29 actual bits. And then the other two, so 1110 is 60 bits and 8 bytes. And then now it's trivial to add the full 64-bit thing if we want to.
So I mean 128.
So Cullen asked for 128. So then you have to have a 5-bit lookup table.
I think the problem with all these is that all these solutions assume a one-size-fits-all. QUIC's variants assume a one-size-fits-all. Set it and forget it. This applies to everything universally. And the problem is that you need to look at your actual protocol messages and understand what they really need, and not just apply one-size-fits-all to all of them. Some things may need larger small space. Some things may need exactly what QUIC wants, a pretty large 4-byte space.
Oh, let me make it clear. I was not proposing that we change every variant in mock to this.
Mm-hmm. So you have to go forensically, field by field, and figure out.
I would only do it for I don't know, the ones that
group IDs. I guess
We'd have variant type A and variant type B.
Probably.
And then pick which one.
I
Okay.
mean, I don't.
QUIC variant and mock variant.
Or some things,
That's never
live with a limit,
by the way.
Live with a limit of 256 or 64K if we.
I'd put the limit
Understand
in
the
the
field.
name of the variant so that it's kind of clear which.
If we're going to use.
I mean, there is parenthesis I for variant, so we need parenthesis J or something.
Yeah.
JK.
Yeah.
There are some character that's
a working Fortran.
like a funny accent on it.
Yes, second time it looks just something.
Pronounce it E.
It'll go real.
So I mean, so obviously this takes some more work to go look at where we actually use these things or whatever. But I like this. I think that this, and whether that lookup table is 4 bits or 5 bits is pretty irrelevant.
About 128-bit integers because I don't want to carry them around.
That's a fair argument. But what the size of this table doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? So
I should put something in the chat about the variant and stuff. I think.
Oh,
it said having nausea over multiple variants in the same protocol. That was what you wrote.
Yes. Have what?
Nausea.
Nausea.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
I would like to go for one or the other as well. Unless we think that that's somehow intractable, if we like this, then we should just do this everywhere in MOQ. In my opinion.
that's my leaning too.
All right. I don't know.
And don't remember that we can have fixed length field for places where it actually makes sense to have fixed length fields. So
Yeah, we have 1-byte and 2-byte field.
yeah,
I think the danger with the variants is we just blew them up everywhere and said, "Oh, let's just forget lengths because it's automatic. It's like autopilot. Don't make an intelligent decision about it." And then you ignore things like real limits. We have to impose real limits on most of the
I
things.
did that in draft 11, by the way. I went through every variant in the protocol, and the ones that are specify the length of something now have a limit. Even if it's a variant, it says it can't be longer than blah. You can't have more than
How many bytes? What's your most bytes you need for the largest limit?
in anything.
Yeah. That would be an upper bound for
Probably.
whatever.
I mean, right now, track alias can be a 62-bit number, and I don't see a reason to make. Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot of aliases.
Not because there's that many, but because they're representing something semantic. Okay. Or I don't know, Victor's way, I think.
Yeah, my observation is for variants, the quick property of knowing the length from first byte is really helpful in cases where we do not have like full message in advance. And that unfortunately involves object headers and substreams and subgroups.
Okay. I'm not proposing removing that.
No, I'm just pointing out that like those are the ones that we want to convert from 62 to 64, right?
Yeah. Those are the ones that I want to have more 1-byte space for. I don't care about 64 bits, only Colin does.
Look, I have a proposal to sort of bridge where we are. We go with a scheme like this, where guarantee the first byte determines how long everything else is. And we figure, we start with those values right there. And we see if there's and we could do what Mo says, we look at all the places we use varents. We'll have one varent for this protocol. We look at all the places we use varents and see, is there a good argument for a length that's not on that page? Right? And if so, we'll just add it in the same byte lookup scheme. And we've got an obvious way to derive a couple different lengths here. And not we'll have every value has a different length, but we'll look at what we need and pick the values that we think we need, and we'll keep the first byte property. And do something that may very well end up to be exactly what you have on that page, but might add some other value if there was a reason for it. And
okay, does anybody want to make an impassioned plea for? I know some people were like, "Why are we talking about changing varents?" Somebody could maybe make an impassioned plea for not doing it until after we have ALPN, because it may.
I'd accept that.
Since it makes it hard to parse setup and stuff, but I kind of already broke that. So
I do actually think the 64-bit thing is important to nail down because it does affect the object model. And while you're at it, you kind of have to do the variant part too.
The 64-bit thing affects the object model?
Yes.
Because there's a limit on how big you can have your object IDs and your group IDs?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. But nobody's saying terrible idea, don't do it, stick with QUIC.
Good.
As an implementer, I would prefer not to do this. But I don't know if people are going to find that compelling at this point. It's just going to be a lot of code, a lot of tests to rewrite and all that stuff. But this is arbitrary spelling decision.
You can borrow some code from the string folks.
Yeah. It's hard to argue from the merits.
It's never stopped anyone in this group. Sorry. Okay, how are we doing? 447. Okay.
If you want motivating use cases for this, just sniff a QUIC stream. Look at a Wireshark trace of QUIC. It's stream IDs are always 4 bytes minimum. You can only have 4,000 streams before you're at 4 bytes. That's how long is your connection gonna live with only 4,000 streams?
You're saying you think they should have made 3-byte values in QUIC?
I'm saying that they should have realized that all their numbers, their 1 and 2 byte values are useless for stream IDs because you're immediately in the 4-byte space.
Yeah, but
within a few seconds of a connection.
Things like that, which actually is frame types and things like that, which is single byte values.
No, it's just that you jump up quite.
Exactly, and the things that have an IANA registry for them, that they know the IANA registry is not going to go beyond 255 100, would you use a varant for that?
Oh, I see.
So it's ridiculous for enums that are going to be a very constrained registered set. Single byte, quadruple your space. For things that are going to be, very ephemeral. Why try to compress them in 1 and 2 bytes? You're already at 4 bytes for.
Yeah, but I think we can go on so I think there's agreement here on that. The direction is to look at
build our own.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next one is, does the object extension header type space need to be global? So even if we go with the new scheme, now we have 128 1-byte extensions. And we will probably wear out one someday. So like LOC, for example, has several, grabbed a bunch of extension code points. I don't know that they're not registered, but they'll want to grab some of the low ones. Every different type of track is going to want to have some extensions, and it will want all of those extensions to be as small as possible. And my observation is that, so if there's metadata, if there's extensions associated with the track, where the rules are, you just must cache must forward, e.g. the relay is not doing anything with this, then like those code points could be the same on two different types of track, and that would not break anything, because the end consumer knows this is an audio track and extension 0 means whatever audio timestamp, and this is a video track and extension 0 means something else. So like, I'm not saying this is a great idea, this is an observation, I'm asking a question.
Clarification question though. Yeah. So when you register with IANA, what do you say? 0?
Be two different registries. We'd have a loc audio payload registry, loc video payload registry, relay header extension registry. You'd have a bunch of different registries.
I mean, it would make there be essentially make the 1 byte space effectively infinite, probably, because most of the extension metadata is going to be track specific. But it also might make it challenging for any number of reasons. So I don't know that I'm necessarily recommending this. I just want to understand, like, the alternative is that like every track ever has to go through one global registry to get their extensions, and the 1 byte space is very small.
Well, the clear corollary to this would be that we would have to move all the local data to payload.
You don't have to.
Well, relays can't know. Relays don't know if it's audio or video. Relay has no idea.
But what is the relay? What are you going to say? What does your extension definition say the relay does with that data?
But you're saying that we can alias one to be the different things in every registry.
The example he's trying to say is one means relay discard every other packet. And one also means lock timestamp. So you can't share the code points across them.
If there is a relay, if there is a space relay understands, you can't use that. Okay.
It's used anywhere, yeah.
Okay, yes, I think maybe that is, okay.
I get what you're saying. I also think that we could do this. Let's just say we didn't merge the spaces right now. As long as you cleanly kept which ones were used by relays and which ones were not. You know what I mean by used by relays. You could do this later. You could split up you could sit on top of other code points because it wasn't going to cause a conflict.
You could just say 0 to 10 are reserved or something. Yeah. Relays will never use 0 to 10 or something.
Or you could start with being like, we're going to give lock 11, 12, 13, and something else that's not lock, 14, 15, 16. But later, if we ran out, we could start putting points on top of the ones we assigned for lock or whatever. The thing that I've observed with this is people always think the stuff is not going to be used by relays, and then it gets used for diagnostics and debug all the time. It's really hard to know when it's defined whether it'll be used by relays or not.
Yeah.
Can we if something's not encrypted, it's going to be used by relays.
That's my experience.
I don't know. I mean, this one seems hard.
But I mean, I guess the thing is, I'm saying you can kick this down the road a while with no risk, because it's not until you start getting near the registry being full that you have to start putting code points on top of other code points.
No, but we want to. I mean, I assume that we'll have mock T and RFC before we fill the registry, right?
Oh yeah.
But it has to be in the first RFC, otherwise the parser won't know how to interpret the field.
Yeah, or you go with a scheme which actually is try to do some dynamic bindings.
Oh,
that
boy.
is no relay.
That worked out really great in
RTP payload types.
I was more thinking in the line of mask.
Extensions actually work fine.
Same thing. Yeah, you index into something else that tells you.
Yeah.
But then you have to add that something else.
Yes, but yeah,
did fix that.
Whichever you have a longer namespace where it doesn't matter, so you just make your coding mapping table.
Picture?
Yeah, I was going to say something like along the lines. If we really care about like compressing extensions, we clearly we know that there is going to be some field that's present in every message. Like there is no use to having key value pair encoding for this, because we basically have to compress it and if we're saying that extensions is the mechanism where
actively relying for things that are not diagnostic, and we're actively concerned about their bandwidth usage. We should like compress it further. Or
I think we did have a discussion about having a different mechanism for encoding extensions at some point, but it was more, we decided like we'll come back and visit maybe as part of this, we should visit that too.
I guess the same kind of discussion would apply to parameters too.
Parameters not is on the data plane.
No, but I mean, same kind of things. Are they global
Parameters are on the
space?
data plane though, it's less
compartmentalized. But that was my argument against merging that PR, but we did it anyway. We merged the common meaning and definition of parameter and
add a note
extension.
Well, we did add a note saying that when we get to the optimization, we will revisit that for data plane. So that's still open. We need to do that. I think this is good. When we revisit this one, we should do that too, because that will help both the cases.
So one other question on here is like, right now, there's no equivalent in mock of like HTTP's content type, like a header that tells you something about the type of track. And I don't know, like, is that useful? Something that we should have? This is not mandatory, obviously, but
I would rather we defined fixed things like that than we just every application. You mentioned reserve 1 to 10 for lock, but just imagine we have 1,000 applications like lock, all wanting some extension range.
There can be content type.
I would rather create generic ones like MIME type, and in MIME type you can put 32,000 different MIME types. But and maybe that's not MIME type. Maybe they're index fields, or there's some other generic attribute of the
Don't use MIME type. That's one thing.
Let's not use MIME type, right? Clearly not. But say I do want to stick MIME type there.
So
I'm not saying we call it MIME type, and we just for your application you put something there.
So something related to MIME type and what Alan was asking for, I thought track level information, metadata, we could get somewhere else outside of the object header. I was hoping, like for example, LOC does not signal that it's audio or video or H.264, or if you want to, it doesn't signal any of that. That's expected to come from something else like the catalog. So you've already negotiated that track info metadata somewhere else.
I guess I was asking, what, would it, for every different type of, should there be like a code point that's just it goes subscribe okay. There's like this is you subscribe the thing you subscribe to, and that's just it's 1 byte and subscribe okay.
What's the granularity of that? Is it audio? Is it video? Is it the codec?
No, I mean I think it would be
text. Is it mock logs? What is mock log?
I don't know.
It would have to be key value pairs because you'd want it extensively.
You can always register.
Yeah, that's not very composable. I mean, if you wanted to get real clever, you can have like a sequence of integers, and like that's going to be the order of the extensions. But like, I don't know.
Okay, I think I'm hearing punt on this. Unless
I sort of feel like right now the simplest thing we could do is be really stingy about handing out 1 byte things until we know more, right? And just go with one global registry for a little bit. And when we get close to publishing the RFC, let's look at what we've learned and see if we reevaluate that a little bit. And let's make sure that our IANA registry includes the field in it of whether relays are allowed to modify this, at however you phrase it, right? So that we have if we ever decide to start overlapping code points on top of each other, the registry has the information we need to be able to do that.
Okay. One more question. While we're doing that, would it help to remove the even and odd thing?
Look at the next slide, man.
Oh, perfect.
I was trying to get all these things together, but we're running out of time.
But the previous thing too, if we want to go with what you said, I don't care. I mean, I could live with that too. Either way, I was just saying that the minimal baseline thing would be the simplest.
Okay, I think I'm here right now is that this one just parked, and we may take another look at it, but there's not a lot of appetite to add a complicated mechanism in V1. So okay, so now we only have 60 seconds left before the end of the meeting. So I don't know that we're going to get through this one, but I thought these things all went together. So part of the question is like, how scarce is 1 byte space now that we invented we talked about the 2 previous issues? It's still somewhat scarce. And I think the proposal in the issue for Mo is that all of the 1 byte space should be for single varants rather than using half of them for ones with length. So with the argument being that if the extension requires a length, that it's already not space sensitive because a varant can hold 7.5 bytes worth of information. So it has to be already longer than that. So I'm not sure what I'm recommending here, but and I guess another question that came up in my head was like, would we ever have a extension that has no value, just like a true Boolean, like is IDR or I don't know, the equivalent of that?
In flag.
What? Okay.
Bad joke.
Anyway, we're out of time, so I don't know if we have time. So people can debate this in the issue. We can talk about it tomorrow. The spin bit.
Yes. No, I want to discuss the spin bit right now.
The true Boolean is an interesting use case. I have thought about it before, but I'm not sure this is it. I mean, we don't have enough of them right now, I think, to say that that's like a killer use case for us.
Okay.
So the which?
The true Boolean.
A true Boolean. Okay. I think we're out of time though. So I think everyone just freeze all the state in your mind. We're going to talk about first thing in the morning. Don't do too much risk.
First thing in the morning, we're going to talk about warp and
I know.
Other
Okay,
stuff
so
as
since
well.
that's first in 30 seconds on this one, then is I don't think we have to. I mean, if we did want to reserve some for bool, we could just take a section of the code space, like 0 to 10, and say those are for bools and whatever, right? Like we don't have to reserve half the space.
Yeah,
or
I
anything.
know we got a proposal for sectioning it off into bools and variants and then length encoded after the 1 byte space. Remember?
Yeah, we had it. Like it was all somewhere.
Is it in the issue?
No, I didn't put it in the issue. It was in the email chain.
Yeah, that's not effective. I live on GitHub, man. Okay,
I'll dig it up.
Okay, we can talk about this over dinner or whatever, or we can talk about it more. There's more issue time tomorrow if we want to talk about this or one of our 7 auth issues. You know. Anyway. Thanks, everybody.
All right. See you guys tomorrow. Same time.
Good night, Martin.
Can you
sleep well?
What time and location is dinner?
So it's 6:30 in